everyone, this is Taboo Conspiracy again. This video is intended to prove to the reasonable skeptic that there is no curvature to the Earth. Based on the official numbers, the Earth's alleged curvature should be easily detectable and measurable so that any person with a high zoom camera or a telescope should be able to go out and measure the supposed curvature for themselves. You may laugh, but I actually do have a bachelor's and 2 master's degrees. I took astronomy and geology in college, and I did get A's. I know the official model pretty well, but I sincerely believe the evidence of the flat Earth far outweighs the evidence of the spinning globe. At the very least, I hope this video will help you to sense that there's a problem with the official heliocentric model, and that you may start to think for yourselves. Flat Earth is just a form of true skepticism. We don't trust our lying governments, their lackeys, and their many hired propagandists who will spam this video. Academic conformity has rendered too many so-called scientists into mere parrots of their progenitors. No one challenges the official story ever, and if you do, you're ostracized. You'd think that true science would welcome challenges to the official model, like those that will be shown in these experiments. Instead, these fake scientists make fun, demand that you conform, appeal to authority, and respond with stupid arguments like dropping microphones or claiming that ships disappear behind the curvature, even though that claim has been proven false in hundreds of real-life examples. In contrast, Flat Earth says, prove all things. It's funny that Flat Earthers seem to be the only true skeptics nowadays. Those who call themselves skeptics are rightfully skeptical of religion, but have failed to hold their fake sciences to the same level of skepticism. Official science demands that you trust them, and to not investigate their underlying fantastic claims, like most fake religions. In contrast, we flat earthers say, don't trust us. Go out and test it for yourself. Research it on your own. Rely on your own intuition. And this is one thing you will never, ever hear from the globe propagandists. Go out and measure the alleged curvature yourself. In this video, I'm going to share with you 37 of some of my favorite flat Earth experiments, tests, and videos from a variety of flat earthers and even globe believers. But each one of these videos debunks the globe model that you've been programmed to believe in since you were a child. It's time to open your eyes and ask why you were indoctrinated from birth to ridicule and reject Flat Earth. Yeah, I know, it sucks to find out there is no Santa Claus and no curvature, and that everything you've been programmed to believe in is a lie. But that's why we're here, to extend to you our Flat Earth friendship, because we were all former globe believers at one time, and we all thought that Flat Earth was silly. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, I really had to stop adding experiments, and so I have left out a lot of good tests. I just stopped at 37, but there are a lot more. Please don't be offended if I didn't include one of your experiments. But I do ask all of you, Flat Earth researchers, to please leave links to your other favorite experiments in the comments below for everyone to see, and I'll try to add them to the description and make a part 2 to this video as soon as I have another good collection, assuming more than a few people care to watch this long video. But let's get started. We're going to begin with some of my taboo conspiracy experiments as the first 4 experiments. Yes, that's not very objective to include my own tests, but hey, it's my video, so you can go watch something else or just skip forward to number 5. Number 1. My sunset mirror test was my first flat earth test, and I'm proud of it. I was not a flat earther at this time, but purchased a Nikon P900, like many others, to see it for myself because I was incredulous, wondering whether flat earthers were faking their experiments. I conducted this test at Willard Bay, Utah on April 16, 2016. I chose this location because my brother claimed to have seen the curvature at this exact reservoir. For the test, I had my wife, at sunset, take a 4-foot mirror and place it in the water at the opposite end of the reservoir. And I filmed the entire thing from 6.3 miles away with a camera height of 32 inches. The 4-foot mirror should have been entirely hidden below the horizon with a target hidden height of 12 feet. These are the official numbers of how much should be hidden by the curvature. This isn't some fake flat Earth math. These numbers have been confirmed by engineering software like AutoCAD as well. You can do the math yourself. It's not 8 inches per mile. It's 8 inches per mile squared. You just need to subtract the alleged globe distance to the horizon first. Sorry, my globe faithful, this is not a mirage.
Okay, we're here. That is my wife carrying a mirror along the beach. It's at 6 miles away. Fortunately, it's very windy right now, so I don't even know if you can hear me well. She is walking straight towards the water level, and she's going to put the mirror right at the water, so you can get a perspective of how far away we are. Looks like Robotham was right. 6 miles, no curvature. Should be almost something like 16 feet.
Number 2. My next lake test was even better. It was after this test that I began to call myself a flat earther because the explanations offered by the globe zealots were simply asinine. I did not fake this, and anyone can go do this test, and I urge you to. You just need calm and clear conditions without miraging. The test was at Utah Lake on May 13th, 2016. I filmed my wife 7.53 miles away carrying a spotlight. My camera was only 2.54 feet above the water. My wife was able to place the spotlight down at the water's edge, and it was still visible. In fact, under the globe model, my wife should have been hidden 21 feet below the globe horizon, according to official numbers. You can even see the light from the spotlight hit the camera lens. Do you really think a mirage could do this? Or did I have a direct line of sight to the other shore line in complete contradiction to the globe model? If it was refraction, why isn't the entire area notably distorted?
See, I'm actually touching the water with the tripod, and I'm gonna be looking out that way. Some other people are out here as well, and let's see if we can see her.
Okay, so she's going to break out the spotlight. I hope it is dark enough for us to see her. Do me a favor, turn it off for a second. Perfect. That is you. Okay, turn it on.
That's just the light.
Okay. Wow. That's...
Next to the water.
Okay, I'm going to do zoom out and zoom in. You know, it's actually bright enough you can almost see it with the naked eye.
Are you sure? I'm sure you got me, right?
Yeah, I mean, you turn it off several times. Oh, there you are. See, I can see you. Oh, I'm zoomed out. Turn it on and off, and I can definitely see you from, without even zooming. How close is it to the water?
I was arm set.
Okay.
Lower down now.
Yeah, turn it on because I can't see it.
Oh, sorry. See it?
Yes.
Okay. On. Next to the water.
Next to touching the water. Okay. Yeah, you definitely see it.
On.
We're not spinning in the dark. They're all wrong for this.
Number 3. After that Utah Lake test and over the next couple of years, many globe propagandists argued against my video, claiming that the spotlight was visible due to refraction because of the warm air. So I decided to brave the cold and conduct the same test in freezing conditions when any possible refraction is minimized. This test was on December 9th, 2017. This time, I reversed the locations of my last test and my wife was able to place the spotlight on the ice. I filmed the whole thing. Again, my wife should have been 21 feet below the horizon line, but there is simply no measurable curvature.
Setup.
None. Zero.
As you can see, not far off the water. It's actually frozen there. Maybe it's about 32 degrees, maybe 31 degrees outside right now. My wife will have a spotlight that direction at Eagle Park. Put this, you can see it's standing on the ice right there. There's really no extra inches to be involved here. And the height, about 30.5 inches. Okay, I'm recording. Over that way is Saratoga Springs. My wife will have a spotlight out there.
Wait a second. Turn it off. I found you. Turn it on. Yeah, you're in between lights. Okay, I found you. Are you out to the water's edge yet?
Yeah, I'm out to the, well, not to the end of the peninsula.
Well, you don't need to go all the way. I see you just until you get to a water's edge. Because, get as much distance
You
as...
want to be at the water's edge?
Yeah.
Okay.
And all you have to do is now lower... You're at, where's it at? Like, shoulder, chest high, or...
It's on the ice. Do you see it?
I just see glowing. But yeah, I can see a reflection in the water sometimes. Shine it on the water a bit.
This is shining on the ice.
I don't see it.
But it wasn't shining at you.
Now I see a reflection. Okay. Before it dies or anything, can you lower it as far as you can go? Just tell me, kind of speak out and tell me where it's at.
Okay, do you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still see it?
Yes.
Do you still see it?
Yeah.
You still see it?
Yeah.
It is on the ice right now. The edge of the light is on the ice.
Holy crud. Alright, that's pretty much flat earth. I don't see it.
It's on.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it on a second. I'm gonna zoom out. Be sure to grab your GPS coordinates right where we're doing this.
Okay.
So you have it on the...
It is on the ice. You still see it?
Yeah, I do.
So I'll turn it off. It's off.
Yep.
It's on.
Okay, I'm gonna zoom out again.
I just want to pause it here to point out something. Many of the globe naysayers have claimed and are still going to claim that the spotlight is refracting over the curvature. But notice that the spotlight is exactly between the lights above the spotlight and the reflections on the water. Now, if you're a sincere globe believer, not one of the lying shills who are paid to deceive you, ask yourself this question: how can all of these lights, at varying distances and elevations, including their reflections, all be refracting and hopping over a curvature without losing that flat mirror symmetry? You can see that there is no loss of symmetry here. Nothing is distorted, and the lights are exactly where you'd expect them to be on a flat plane. And that, my friends, belies the stupid refraction argument. Number 4. The last test of mine I wanted to include for this video was my horizon test at the Great Salt Lake. Under the globe model, the horizon is a physical barrier for the globe. The horizon marks the point when objects should begin disappearing behind the alleged ground or water. Again, the horizon for the globe model is a physical line. Under the globe model, if you can see the horizon line behind a target object, that means that the target object is not being obscured by any curvature whatsoever. That's a fact. On the other hand, for the flat earther, the horizon is all a matter of perspective. It is a point where the perspective ramping up and the ramping down meet at eye level, which is the horizon line. You can see the evidence of this in a long hallway or tunnel. Interestingly, the horizon is the same point where railroad tracks come together, proving that it is an issue of perspective. But what does the horizon also mean for the globe? It means that no water or the horizon line should ever be visible beyond the mathematically determinable distance to the globe's alleged physical horizon. For example, look at this footage of a distant boat. No objective, reasonable person can claim that this boat is being hidden behind a curvature. Why? Because the horizon line is behind the boat. Remember, under the globe model, the horizon line marks the point when the ground or water mathematically begins obstructing objects supposedly going over the curvature from your point of view. Because the horizon line is behind the boat, then the boat is not being hidden by a curvature. And that's axiomatic. Now, there are several calculators you can use to make the distance to the horizon calculation, including the Metabunk calculator and the DizzyBee calculator. In my test, I lowered my camera to just 3 inches above the water, and the horizon should have been only 0.7 miles away. Less than 1 mile. Clearly, as shown in the video, the horizon line is miles beyond the mathematically determined globe horizon. That's a big problem for the globe model. I'll show a few more examples of this. I also want you to ponder the globe argument that refraction caused this phenomenon. They claim that we're merely looking at a horizon mirage that has jumped the curvature. It is nonsense, because that would mean that the peninsula wasn't affected by refraction, but the hump of water disappeared in front of the peninsula, and then somehow the water behind the peninsula jumped up to create a new horizon line miles away, all without any visible distortion. I'm actually really sorry for you if you believe in that globe rubbish.
Okay, I'm in the water. A little scary, but as you can see, it's still very visible. Maybe, 3 inches above the water? My hand's absolutely in the water right now. I'm gonna pull out my cell phone and show it to you. Oh shoot, my strap's going in. It's gonna be all yucky. Okay. You see, there's the water. It's beyond that point. 1.3 miles away. I'm actually in the water. See, the waves are going past me. Just a few inches. I go width of the camera in the water. You can still see beyond, especially when I zoom in. Okay, so I'm sloppy wet now. The camera's still okay.
Number 5. Turns out another flat earther in Italy who goes by the name Ricerca Indipendente Terapiata conducted a similar horizon test. In this case, his camera was only 36 centimeters or 14 inches high, and the horizon should have been 2.1 kilometers or 1.3 miles away. Again, the horizon was much further than the globe model allows.
Partire anche. Ecco, adesso sono partiti tutti e due i filmati del mio cellulare, della camera, così possiamo far vedere. Allora, il coso è 36 cm praticamente, l'altezza, il centro dell'obiettivo è 36 cm, no? Vedete, sotto tocca l'acqua, perfetto. E vediamo cosa succede. Vi faccio vedere. Vedete, quella è la punta, vedete che si vede del mare dietro quell'orizzonte, vedete che l'orizzonte prosegue, quella costa che c'è dietro è a, non mi ricordo, 4-5 km, quella costa che c'è dietro, e questa punta più vicina è a 2,37 mi sembra, no? Però dove
Number 6. Our next proof comes from our flat earth friend in Finland with the YouTube channel Sexy, Hot, and Right Shaped Flat Earth. He or she is getting some of the clearest long distance shots that I have ever seen. Using marinetraffic.com, our friend was able to track the distance to this boat to the amount of 27 kilometers, or 16.8 miles away from the camera. You can verify the distance by the fact that the large boat in the front is not visible when zoomed out. With an observation height of 0.6 meters or 2 feet, that puts a hidden amount of 151 feet. None of that boat should be visible. What's even more shocking to me is that the horizon should have been only 1.7 miles away. However, as shown here, the horizon is beyond 16.8 miles. Some have disputed this fact, but they are wrong. Look at the boat on the left, much further away. That is an even more distant boat, the bottom of which is prospectively higher than the big boat in front of it, proving that the horizon was even further than 16.8 miles. So, what would the minimum size of the Earth be with a horizon that is 16.8 miles with an observation height of 2 feet? And remember, the horizon is actually significantly further than 16.8 miles. I have the formula here. A radius of 372,557 miles? Come on, people. Either the Earth is nearly the size of the alleged sun or the Earth is flat. Number 7. My good friend Wide Awake is a flat earth superstar. Here's my favorite of his. Wide Awake filmed a bird rack that was only 16 feet high from over 11 miles away. It should have been hidden behind 42 feet. Furthermore, Wide Awake has filmed this many times. This is just one example.
Billy Steel Rack. That's Cutter's Rock. We're going to get on the other side to see what the sign says. See which bird rack this is. But we are way offshore. It just says Cutter's Rock. Okay, so this is Cutter's Rock. Whoa. That boat. Yeehaw. See if I can find it.
Number 8. In this next video, Wide Awake got his camera down to a few inches off of the water, meaning the distant bird rack should have been hidden 72 feet below the horizon. Yeah, the bird rack lights are still visible, most certainly defying the gold model. Wide Awake has proven again and again that so long as conditions are clear, the water is calm, there is no mirage, and atmospheric visibility is high, you can see much further than the globe allows again and again.
And not only that, but it's on the lowest setting. I can spider this thing out where it sets real low. So it's like 2 feet above the water right now. Actually, it's like 21 inches, but I'll give it 2 feet, being that it's not quite all the way in the water. But these 3 lights are, like I said, the first one there on the left is 3.5 miles. The one in the middle is 7.5 to 8 miles away, and the one to the right is 11 miles. And this is why I say you need to have the proper lighting. Everything needs to be right. The air is dry. I don't have all that humidity causing the distortion, causing the miraging and the mirroring.
Number 9. Unfortunately, too few people have seen this awesome test by my Australian friend, No Fanfare. Get on No Fanfare's channel and subscribe. I'll try to have all of the links in the description for all of the videos, though. In this video, we're going to take a closer look at the Cassandra ship. I couldn't find the air draft height. That's the part of the boat from the water to the top of the boat, but I did find the extreme breadth. That's from side to side, which is 121 feet. I used a red line to mark it, and then used it as the same marker to determine that the height from the waterline to the red tower is also about 121 feet. Maybe the air draft of the Cassandra is another 20 feet beyond the tower. In all, the Cassandra is about 140 feet from the water to the very top. But in this case, guess how much of the Cassandra should have been visible at 35 miles and an observation height of 158 feet. None of the boat should have been visible, with another 120 feet to spare. Does that ship look like a mirage to you? If you were in the Navy, for example, and told to shoot that ship with a missile or a railgun, for example, do you think you'd instead hit a 208-foot tall mountain of water and that the ship is only a mirage? No Navy manual instructs sailors about the mirage ships that are really hidden behind 200-foot walls of curved water. The refraction mirage claim is garbage.
So we'll get the phone on the 4G. We'll get the phone on the 4G and we'll do a Bluetooth tether over to the laptop here. And we'll get on the ship tracker. We'll track ships. Get the pictures of the ships on the ship tracker. And then back over to the P900. Okay, we have the data from the Cassandra in part 1. The temperature was 23 degrees Celsius, the humidity was 61%. It was 30.7 nautical miles out, which converts to 35.3 statute miles.
Number 10. Rob Durham was the first to prove that a high-precision mechanical gyroscope does not indicate axial rotation or curvature. The Globe supporters claim that these high-precision gyroscopes automatically adjust with gravity is preposterous, as such an argument, if it were true, would render the entire function of the gyroscope in airplanes useless.
And let's start the clock. Okay, that's 15 minutes up. Let's just show that it's still working as it should. $270. Back to 0. So 0 apparent drift at all.
Number 11. John Savage was the first who demonstrated that the mechanical gyroscope was sensitive enough to register a 15 degrees per hour rotation by using a 24-hour clock mechanism to slowly rotate the gyroscope. In short, although sensitive enough to detect a 15 degrees rotation per hour, a high-precision modern mechanical gyroscope does not show any indication of axial rotation, contradicting the far-fetched claims of Foucault and his 1800s gyroscope, where Foucault claimed to have measured axial rotation with a gyroscope. So, Foucault's 1800s gyroscope can measure axial rotation, but the high-precision gyroscopes of today cannot? Where are the globe believers calling for a rejection of Foucault's absolutely fake findings? They don't care about the truth, they care about the globe story. F.E. Core, Seventh-day Truth Seeker, Paul on the Plane, and others are currently experimenting with IMU devices, and we'll have some awesome tests coming up here shortly. Number 12. This is a great test from Fepe Perth in Australia. Here he films a laser that was 9.56 miles away. The laser should have been hidden 24 feet below the horizon. All you need is a couple $100, a camera, and a friend willing to participate, and you can bust the globe. Do you seriously believe that the laser wrapped around the curvature just to present a false flat Earth? Think about it.
Yes, there. To your right, there. To your left, there. And down a tiny bit. Down a bit more. Yeah. There you go, there. Flash. Let me just check that the camera's getting it. Yeah, camera's getting good flash. Yeah, that's a good one. Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's working really well.
As you saw, the blue laser was easily visible. The conditions down at Heron Point were not ideal. It was windy, choppy, and a storm and lightning was forming over in the west. Regardless, we saw the blue laser very clearly. So we had the laser at the tip of the jetty in Port Bouvard, where there is a green channel marker. The nearest landmark is the Port Bouvard Yacht Club. Free Map Tools has this elevation as 1 metre, but we measured it with a tape measure to the water, and it's more like 1.5 metres. We had the laser about 1 metre above the surface, so we estimate the laser height to be approximately 2.5 metres above the water level, as we said, measured with a tape measure. Now, it's a clear shot to Heron Point. There's no obstructions, which is 15.37 kilometres away. The camera was at 0.38 centimetres above the water, measured with a tape measure down to the water surface. So the camera was basically as close as I could get to the water without getting it wet. However, the camera could easily be at 0 centimetres above the water, and you would still see the laser fully. If you can see the laser at 0.38 centimetres, you can see it at 0 centimetres. There is no difference at these heights. You can either see the laser or you can't. So at this distance, 13.6 metres through to 18.54 metres of obstruction from the curve of the Earth is missing.
Number 13. The Beyond Horizon website is a treasure trove of flat Earth proofs, and it's not a flat Earth website. However, there are dozens of photographs on this website that belie the globe model. There are many others, but this photograph is the record long-distance photograph of Peak Gaspard from a whopping 275 miles away. With an observation height of 9,252 feet, the entire mountain with a height of 12,740 feet should have been hidden 16,534 feet below the horizon line, but the globe believers will tell you it's a mirage. Number 14. This next picture from Beyond Horizons is my favorite because it is a picture of the Canigou from Marseille. What makes the Canigou special? First, you shouldn't see the Canigou from Marseille. With an observation height of approximately 1,000 feet, the entire Canigou should be hidden. Second, and more importantly, many people flock to Marseille to watch this bi-yearly event, meaning so long as the sky is clear, onlookers can watch this impossible globe event twice a year at sunset. Think about it. Refraction becomes a ridiculous counter-argument because refraction would have to be on a tight schedule to produce the same impossible photographs twice a year at sunset.
Alright, turn that volume down. So what we're looking at is a sunset taking place a couple times a year only because it's when the sun sets in this certain location. So we're going to be fast forwarding a little bit here. Well, you can see it start to happen about right here. So keep your eye on this and you'll see that clearly we are starting to see some peaks behind or in front of the sun. And as the sun progresses further along, you're actually going to see it even better. We'll fast forward a little bit. And this is a known observation. And like I said, there's people that actually go out to look at this. People have taken pictures before. So what are these mountains to the globe heads that believe that things magically lift up due to refraction and get placed in at the end of the horizon? Which I think anybody who just really uses their head and not just listens to what people are told, then they'll know that that doesn't happen. That the light does not bend these things up. So we'll keep watching this. Then we're going to go back over to... So these are the kind of things that, of course, they're not going to be able to answer, so they're just going to have to resort to calling people names, saying that they're stupid, simply because they don't believe what they're told when they do. So you'll see here that peak there is the Canigou Peak, the one we were looking at. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go jump over real quick and look at the... See if I can find it. My browser. Here we go. Okay. So now we're looking here at the Earth curvature calculator. I put in 1,000 feet at the eye height, even though I believe they report to be less than 800 feet. Let's put in 1,000 feet for fun. Target distance is 163 miles is the peak of that mountain. Calculate that out and we get 10,296 feet below the horizon. So again, that mountain is 8,500 feet at the very tip top. And so you've almost got 2,000 feet extra that you shouldn't be able to see, let alone any of that mountain. Any of it. Not just, oh, we shouldn't be able to see the tip, or why are half the buildings blocked, or all the nonsense from the Michigan to Chicago site. This one here is absolutely, completely, and totally impossible in any real-world situation.
Number 15. I love this video from Grotto 1 and shared by Globebusters because it was one of the best early laser tests. On his snowmobile, Grotto 1 filmed a laser at his feet that was 7.3 miles away at a height of 2.4 feet. That should have been impossible with a curvature drop of approximately 21 feet. Due to this video, the Globe supporters have now had to change their story from test the curvature with a laser to the laser also magically follows the curvature due to an unproven globe-removing force called refraction. Even in freezing conditions, the Globe supporters will always scream refraction because they have nothing else to help them maintain their globe illusion.
So this is the laser here, just this little black box. and it runs on 12 volts. So I've got it attached to a telescope, which I use as a collimator lens, and I use the telescope to adjust the size of the dot or the beam. And the plan was to try and keep the laser at my back. Occasionally you will see the laser shining on the sled, and sometimes I would lose the laser a little bit, and I found by looking around in the dark I could see where the beam was and then move the sled in line with the laser again. Sometimes I would lose the beam a little bit extra, and I found that by looking back I could always see that little green dot off in the distance and then see where the beam was going from there, and then I would find the beam again and keep going. So right now I can see the laser reflecting off the snow right here. It's so dim, it doesn't light up my hand very much, but it does light up my hand a bit. And the snow here where I'm walking with ice underneath is being lit up by the laser. Okay, so this is about 7 or 8 miles. So that's the laser, like 7, 8 miles away. So once again, 7.5 miles, and now I've dropped the observer height for the laser down to 2.4 feet. And then look what that does at the other end. So there should be 20.93 feet of hidden curvature at the far end. So these illustrations, they're not done to scale, and the angles and such, they're not done correctly. So if you look, for example, if this is 2.4 feet at this end, then comparatively speaking, then this end to scale should actually be higher. I'm not sure, somewhere up higher in there. So also in this illustration now I've drawn in the ice level here. So I found this very interesting, how I did not have to try and figure out a way to elevate the camera way up high, somewhere in this area, to get a visual on the originating source of the laser way off in the distance. So instead I had the camera way down low here, in this area somewhere, and to give you an idea where that is, see, that's actually lower than the level of the laser. So I had that camera sitting about 10 inches above the ice, so that is estimated. It could be a little higher, but the point is I didn't have to climb, you know, a tall tree behind me in the bank somewhere and then try and get a visual on that laser. Like, no, it was like way, it was like down.
Number 16. No flat Earth experiment list is complete without recognizing Samuel Rowbotham's Bedford Canal level experiment. His experiment is a classic because he was the first to detail that you could see much further than should be possible under the globe model. Rowbotham positioned his telescope a few inches above the water and demonstrated that a small boat remained constantly visible for the full 6 miles to Welney Bridge, whereas had the water surface been curved with the accepted circumference of a ball of Earth, the top of the mast should have been some 11 feet below the line of sight. Many people called Rowbotham a liar. Turns out, Rowbotham was right, as everyone can repeat Rowbotham's test. Fortunately, now we have iZoom cameras that record the entire event, which can also be shared online to everyone, something that Rowbotham didn't have access to. My tests at Willard Bay and Utah Lake were 6.3 miles and 7.56 miles respectively, further than Rowbotham's 6 miles. Many other tests have also confirmed that the fact that Rowbotham was right. Zetetic astronomy should be read by everyone, as Rowbotham has a dozen tests that we should all perform with modern equipment. Here's a clip from a video by Seventh Day Truth Seeker.
In Cambridge County, England, there is an artificial canal called the Old Bedford. It is approximately 20 miles in length. Rowbotham arranged to have a boat with a flag on it that was exactly 5 feet above the surface of the water. The boat was rowed to Welney Bridge, which was exactly 6 statute miles in a straight line from Rowbotham, who had waded into the water. Rowbotham stood in the middle of the canal with a telescope exactly 8 inches above the surface of the water. In looking through the eyepiece of the telescope and observing the receding boat during the whole period required to sail to Welney Bridge, quote, the flag and the boat were distinctly visible throughout the whole distance, close quote. If the earth were round, as it is supposed, the flag should not have been visible to Rowbotham. The boat and flag should have been 11 feet 8 inches below the horizon as depicted in the diagram below. Rowbotham explains the depiction in the diagram above. Quote, let AB represent the arc of the water 6 miles long, and AC the line of sight. The point of contact with the arc would be at T, a distance of 1 mile from the observer at A. From T to the bridge at B would be 5 miles, and the curvature from T to B would be 16 feet 8 inches. The top of the flag on the boat, which was 5 feet high, would have been 11 feet 8 inches below the horizon T, and altogether out of sight. Such a condition was not observed. Close quote. Rowbotham was able to see the flag and boat for the entire 6-mile journey in the canal, all the way to the bridge, as depicted in the diagram below. The fact that Rowbotham was able to see the flag and boat for the entire 6 miles proves that the earth is flat.
Number 17. These were some great curvature tests conducted by CBS in New Zealand. Turns out that New Zealand also has 0 curvature. How about that? Somehow flat earthers continue to always find the flat spots. Soon the Globe supporters will be calling the earth a buckyball. Thank you, CBS.
I remembered a local legend I'd heard a while back, but dismissed as nonsense. Rumour has it that on a clear day, with everything in the sky just right, you can see all the way to the South Island, and that's much further and much bigger than wee Kapiti Island. So I decided to take a drive around the Wellington coast with my camera and a couple of lenses to test this legend out. I'm going to show each place I drive to in Google Earth and take a few photos so you know it all. Zooming out and over the South Island. They're a bit further away than I thought. Yeah, that's quite a distance. There's 93 and 81 miles. I had no idea they were that far. Okay, I found this on the web. It's to help measure curvature, and it takes into account the height above sea level that you're measuring from. As you can see, 12 feet, that corresponds to the height on the jetty that I took these photos. Wow, so from the Days Bay Wharf, undercoat should be obscured up to 1,604 meters. So that only leaves 1,000 meters that we should be seeing, but it seems we can see pretty much all the way down to sea level. That's a whole mile which should be obscured by the horizon. I don't think we're seeing that. Let's go back to those first shots we took at Orfido Bay, because one of those has got a perfect profile, missing the mountain to the right a little bit, but we should be able to figure out what's what. Check this out. I'll end the video with this. Make up your own mind.
Number 18. Phuket Word's dam footage quickly ended the falsities of the Globe supporters who were claiming that they were taking pictures of the curvature, when they were only taking pictures of miraging and refraction. Yep, those Globe supporters are a bunch of damn liars, and they know it.
So by putting the camera on the ground, we get a similar perspective to that of someone standing on the shore watching a ship go off into the distance across the sea. Keeping in mind that while any surface in nature can be flat, it will always be rugged and never completely smooth like an artificial surface. So first off, we can see this optical phenomenon going on with the railings, which is exactly the same as what is seen in photographs of the causeway and the power lines going across Lake Pontchartrain in the United States. With the claim that this is proof of curvature, when in fact we can see exactly the same thing happening here with these railings. We are below the railings and they appear to bend down towards this band of convergence. The yellow line is the camera's eye level, and the camera's quite level now, so we can see that there is this band of convergence above what appears to be this horizon line of the surface. But this horizontal line is not where the surface begins to curve away from us in any way. It is just as far as we can see from this low perspective before the surface beyond it begins mirroring. This photograph of a fjord taken in cold weather shows the same optical phenomenon happening at the horizon. The purple line shows where the surface actually meets the shore on the other side of the fjord, but then we have this mirroring beneath that and going down to what appears to be the surface of the water. Even with a relatively high perspective above the ground, we soon get this mirroring and convergence. And we'll see as we bring the camera down that the apparent horizon, that hard line of the surface, will come closer to us. The lower we go, the closer the horizon over a flat surface. The surface is still there, sorry about the camera, but it is now mirroring. And as we lift the camera up again, we'll see the mirroring receding and going back posts into the distance, and the railings are now following the laws of perspective. But as we go down, the railings get swallowed up in this band. As this cyclist rides off into the distance across this flat surface, we'll see the same phenomenon that we observe with ships going off into the distance and assumed to be going down a curve, when in fact we can see that his feet and wheels are now disappearing, but he is also being mirrored by the surface. So we have the surface mirroring half of that, and the actual rider still on the surface and being observed. even though we cannot see his lower half very clearly. And as he gets further away, there'll be this kind of separation of the two, and we are left with just this top half that seems to be floating above this band of convergence or mirroring from the surface. And this, we will see in a moment, is what we actually see at sunset. We see the sun not going down below this apparent horizon of the surface, but we see first this mirroring, and then as it gets further away, it just disappears, just like the cyclist.
Number 19. In my opinion, BMLSB 69 set the modern precedent for flat Earth tests. I recommend that everyone approach these tests methodically, showing camera height and actual distances with coordinates. BMLSB 69 has busted the globe many times. In this video, BMLSB 69 filmed an oil platform 9.41 miles away at an observation height of 1 foot. The platform should have been hidden behind 42 feet of curvature. None of the platform is being obscured. And how do I know that? Because the horizon line is obviously behind the platform. Remember that fact, as it's useful in many videos. I just made a video on the subject, but BMLSB 69's results are even more shocking when you apply the distance to the horizon test. At 1 foot elevation, the horizon should have been only 1.2 miles away. As you can clearly see, the horizon is beyond 9.41 miles, or more than 7.8 times further than the globe model allows. Again, some have contended that it's refraction, but I really want you to think about it. The refraction would have somehow caused the Earth's bulge and the horizon line to disappear in front of the platform and then reappear behind the platforms at approximately 10 times the distance it should have been. Furthermore, refraction performed this miracle without distorting the platforms between these refraction zones. That's some magical refraction, and it's utter nonsense. Number 20. We all remember the lying weatherman who claimed that we were all looking at a Chicago mirage.
Until I found this photo from Grandmere State Park. This is from Joshua Nowicki, and what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline.
I think most of us investigating the flat Earth had BS alarms go off at that time when we realized that they were lying to us. Good Times for All has taken some amazing photographs and time lapses of the Chicago skyline. These photos are impossible under the globe model. Of course, the globe supporter will claim that it's refraction, but the fact that the time lapse shows no rising of the skyline and no other evidence of distortion proves that refraction was not the cause of these impossible globe photos. Number 21. My good friend Sleeping Warrior, aka Anthony Riley, has been out testing the globe many times. He usually spends his time fighting with the globe shields, not my favorite thing to do, but this was my favorite footage from Anthony. Lying on the beach with the camera on the sand, Anthony filmed these land masses 34 miles away that should have been hidden by approximately 700 feet below the horizon. Thanks, Anthony. Number 22. Adam IFE has a lot of great videos, but this one has always been my favorite. Here he filmed a strangely shaped building 21 miles away that should have been entirely hidden below the supposed curvature.
This footage today, and what we've got with I'm going to show you in a minute, not only is going to prove there's no curve, we're going to destroy the globe argument of refraction, where this ridiculous argument where this image is refracted and projected back around the curve to give the impression the earth is flat, but really it's not, it's a ball. It's just nonsense. But we're going to prove that is what it is. Just utter fucking nonsense. Here's the Blacknall Lighthouse here. I'm looking 21 miles. First bridge. Second bridge. Then the tall building at the docks. 20, was it? 21.36 miles. I'm glad it wasn't 33. 21 miles, we'll say. Alright, we're looking at the channel. It's just absurd, really. Anyway, let's check the footage. All it is, I'm going to be panning out. Nothing glamorous. I'm just panning out from that location and showing my location. Panning out. All the way out, all 21 miles away. I'm looking, this is the concrete base I'm stood on, which is what the lighthouse is on. I'm looking down onto the beach, which is probably 8 to 10 feet down there. When the tide comes in, it'll literally come near enough up to the top of that wall. There's the tripod, which is probably 4 feet tall, and here's the Blacknall Lighthouse. Okay? And I'm coming down onto the Nautical Training School, which is just set back. Sorry about that, a bit glitchy there. Bits just set back. But ultimately, I'm right on the beach, yeah? I'm right on the sea. So we're seeing that building from 21 miles away. If we run that through the curve chart, let's see what we come up with. I've given myself a viewer height of 10 feet. Target distance 21 miles. Bearing in mind, let me zoom out and just straighten that. Bearing in mind, I'm stood pretty much at sea level. Although I'm not on the beach, I'm at the base of the lighthouse. I'm viewing something which is pretty much sea level. It's almost ideal. Literally the identical conditions. It's a dock with a building on a concrete foundation base, so they're pretty much the same, but I'm giving myself a viewer height of 10 feet, a little bit extra. We calculate it, and essentially the target should have been hidden. 195 feet should have been hidden. Can you see that there? That building, I was told by the lady at the docks, is 65 meters. That's 195 feet. Essentially, the whole of that building should not have been seen. None of it. And we pretty much can see all of it. There is some miraging, I get that, but we can pretty much see all of it, yeah? Now, what makes this really interesting is when we go to this. We've seen a 21-mile distance. Lovely. Now we're going to do the elevation stats on that to cross-reference. Let me just get that here a minute. I've gone from Black Nor Lighthouse, this is so telling, to Sharpness Docks, Dock Road, Sharpness, Berkeley. The journey, I'm not really interested in it because it's a walk. It says 28 miles, but that's because I've done it on walk to get the elevation stats. But what really is the giveaway, I've gone up 860 feet. I've come down 860 feet. Notice, flat, plain. Here's the elevation of the journey. I'm looking up the channel. I'm at the lighthouse, viewing the dock building. It's showing us sea is fucking level, excuse the swearing. And it's showing the elevation of my journey. But ultimately, the elevation stats are confirming what I'm viewing. That basically there is no curve, and that I should be seeing that building based on these elevation stats, because these elevation stats are confirming my observations. There is no curve. Yeah? Like I said, I went up 860 feet, I came down 860 feet. It's telling me, from my point of reference to the building, there's no difference in elevation, and I'm confirms that. Get this nonsense off here.
Number 23. Auguste Piccard was an aeronaut who managed to get 10 miles into the air, higher than commercial flights and about the same height of the cruising altitude of the Concorde. How did Auguste Piccard describe the Earth at 10 miles height? It seemed a flat disk with upturned edge. Number 24. These Russian aeronauts got even higher at 11.8 miles. That's 62,304 feet and more than 2,000 feet higher than the maximum cruising altitude of the Concorde. How did these Russians describe the Earth? Quote, looking down, they tried in vain to detect any curvature of the Earth's horizon. End quote. Number 25. This footage from Felix Baumgartner Destroys the Globe. Although due to the repeated use of fisheye lenses, I think it was intended to reinforce the globe. Felix allegedly got higher than 128,000 feet. Most importantly, the visibly flat horizon didn't drop one bit, as shown in this video. That shouldn't happen on a globe. The lying globe shields have nothing to counteract this argument. I have to add one more thing about the Felix Baumgartner jump and the other aeronauts and the weather balloons for that matter. Felix proved that the Earth is stationary. It took him 2.5 hours to get to 128,000 feet, and the Earth is supposedly rotating at approximately 1,000 miles per hour below. Felix should have been floating over the Pacific Ocean by the time he jumped. The globe supporters want you to believe that the atmosphere is inexplicably and uniformly velcroed to the Earth and moves with the Earth like the spokes on a bicycle wheel. That would mean that the Felix's capsule had to speed up to keep up with the ground moving faster below it. Common sense and fluid dynamics tell us otherwise, as the upper atmosphere with no friction should most certainly rotate slower than the ground below it, like a whirlpool, where the outer edges moved much slower than the center. Similarly, volcanic plumes shoot straight up in the air and are not affected by the supposed 1,000-mile-per-hour rotation of the ground below the plume. Yet, globe supporters want you to believe that the rotation of the Earth is proven through an imaginary Coriolis effect and Foucault pendulums. There is simply no evidence that the ground is spinning. I wanted to share with you a quote from Dr. Carl Scheffer, a physics professor. But we know of no body, the parts of which have much less connection with each other than is the case with the air. The air layer next to the Earth, really dragged along by the communicated motion, would not be able to communicate its motion to the layers above it, for the simple reason that it stands in no connection with them. These upper layers must therefore remain in their place, or, which would signify the same thing, would apparently flow westward with the same rapidity with which the Earth is said to rotate to the east. Now, Since a point on the equator, if the Earth rotates on its axis in a day, must move eastward at the rate of 1,250 feet a second, the air would similarly move 1,250 feet westward in a second, which would more than 10 times surpass the velocity of the most fearful hurricane. We cannot perceive the rotation of the Earth in any way. We cannot demonstrate it. There are no air currents which we can justly regard as or even supposed to be consequences of this rotation. These facts ought to be proof enough against the existence of a rotation of the Earth. Must it not appear almost absurd in us, preoccupied by which they have taught us in school, to accept a theory of the rotation of the Earth which neither is nor can be proven? Must we not wonder at the readiness of the learned of nearly the entire world from the time of Copernicus and Kepler to accept the conception of the rotation of the Earth and then search afterwards, now for nearly 3.5 centuries, for arguments to maintain it, but of course without being able to find them? Dr. Carl Sheffer, The Earth Stands Fast, 1869, physics professor. Number 26. If you can't tell, I like methodical tests a lot. David C. James did it perfectly here as he took these impossible globe photographs of Worm's Head in Wells. Number 27. Rob Skiba is one of the most eloquent flat earthers. Kudos to him. He just doesn't talk. He actually goes out and conducts thought-provoking experiments. Rob Skiba had a great test taking a boat out to Chicago, evincing the lensing effect, but for this video I just wanted to address his home, skyline, and sunset tests.
I went on Amazon and I got these plastic magnifying sheets and came up with another way of doing the same thing. Using the sheet right here, set the city up, a little cutout of the city, and now I've got the big magnifying glass sheet. Bring the camera right up to the lens. See, that's the normal view of the city. Now let's back up again.
The science is the same of that of a lens. Here's a simple example.
So if you're looking at Chicago here,
The atmosphere really is acting like a lens.
yes,
Atmosphere really is acting like a lens, and this is how much of the city is missing due to the lensing effect, the magnification of the atmosphere. You're missing, a good portion of the city just by pulling my iPhone back on a 3-foot long desk. That's how much I lost of the city. And as with any scientific experiment, you always try to improve upon what you did before. So I got some foam core, made a little housing for the magnifying sheet, and pasted the city on the back there, and I made it as 2 separate pieces so that I could flex it as necessary, because I think that there are different types of atmospheric conditions that would allow for more magnification versus less magnification. So in this scenario you have more magnification, and in this one you have less. And for this one I decided to put the Toronto skyline into my little box here. And let's try it again. Okay, we're all the way up against the glass. Now let's zoom across the lake. And wow, look at that. The lower portions start to disappear. Now let's zoom back in to get a little closer to the one that Captain Baltard was talking about here. And wow, look at this. Here's his image on the right, and here's my image on the left. Missing the lower portions of the city had nothing to do with curvature whatsoever. And this, of course, is my answer to the meme that you've all seen being passed around on Facebook, showing the missing part of buildings is absolute proof of the curve. No, not really. But, okay, here's the part I really wanted to show you guys. I was already in the process of modifying my experiment, so here's what I came up with. I've got my magnifying sheet frame, and I created a little stand to paste the sun on it and keep it the same height over the flat surface of a table, so the sun is always going to be parallel with the surface. And check this out. Alright, here's the first test of a sun moving over a flat surface, and with no atmospheric magnification it does what we might expect it would. It gets smaller as it goes away from us. Alright, now let's see what happens when we add in our atmospheric magnification. Again, water and refraction. Water causes magnification and refraction, right? So let's bring the sun back. Oh, check this out. Refraction bends the light downward. It made the sun set on a parallel surface. As it was moving parallel, the same height, the whole way over a flat surface, the refraction caused the sun to set. Not only that, well, let's bring in the beginning of that little test, and we see that it maintained pretty much the same size too. Pretty close. And of course that's because as it's moving away, the magnification is still taking place, and so even though the sun's further away than it was in the beginning of the test, the magnification basically preserved the same size, and the refraction made it set. Now, I'm just going to put forward a crazy idea for you to think about. And that is, if Rob Skiba could figure this out, I'm just going to go out on a limb here. I think it's quite possible that the creator of the cosmos could have figured out the same thing and engineered our beautiful sunsets, thanks to all that water he placed in our atmosphere.
Number 28. DITRH's channel was instrumental in convincing me of the flat Earth. He has so many awesome videos. One of my favorite tests of his was his demonstration of how perspective is the cause of the sunsets on a flat Earth. Of course, the sun isn't a floating light bulb and is probably intangible, but his test clearly shows how perspective plays a role, while the globe supporter would falsely claim that perspective has no effect on how we see the sun rise and set. Number 29. Good Times for All also conducted a great test in a warehouse and proved that a sunset is possible on a flat Earth, as he makes the light from the flashlight disappear on a flat surface. What's interesting is that his sunset matches exactly what we see in reality, as I showed with my actual sunset footage.
Follow the Moskva down to Gonky Park, listening to the wind of change. An August summer night, soldiers passing by.
All right, folks. This is really neat. You got to check this out. The light is all the way on the ground. As you saw, I laid it down. I'd really like to be able to measure the exact distances and the angles, like precisely, to see when all this stuff starts. Here you'll get the mirroring effect at this distance. It's really neat because when you focus in on just the light, all the stuff in the background goes black, almost like a solar filter. And the objects converge, as you saw. And now here is really cool because it starts setting like a sun almost. The bottom is getting cut off. And it gets more and more. This one was a little out of focus when I snapped it. But as you can see, as I kept going, there was more and more of the bottom was getting cut off until eventually you just don't see the light anymore at all. I'm not really, they keep saying, show me a setting sun, here you go, on a flat plane. And the light gets even less and less and less till you barely see anything. And then finally the two mirroring images can converge on each other. And there you go, the sun is set.
The world is closing in. Did you ever think that we could be so close, like brothers? The future's in the air, can feel it everywhere. I'm blowing with the wind of change. Take me to the magic of the moment on a glory night, where the children of tomorrow world, down to Gorky Park, listening to the wind of change. Take me to the magic of the moment on a glory night, where the children of tomorrow dream away in the wind of change. The wind of change blows straight into the face of time, like a storm wind that will ring the freedom bell for peace of mind. Play the bala like I sing what my guitar wants to sing. Take me to the magic of the moment on a glory night, where the children of tomorrow dream away in the wind of change.
Number 30. The people who launched the Little Piggy balloon probably weren't flat earthers, but that didn't stop the truth from spreading. What did the Little Piggy footage at 121,000 feet prove? Well, it proved we've been lied to again and again, because none of us ever saw footage like this until YouTube came around. Our flat earth is beautiful, and Little Piggy opened my eyes in a big way. Again, it shows that the earth is not spinning at approximately 1,000 miles per hour. I do agree with Jaron from Jaronism in that maybe at a certain altitude it may be possible to see a possible plate earth rounded at the edges, like rising above a hula hoop, based on just how our vision works. In addition, the sun's light on the earth would still presumably create a rounded or circular light. Would the roundness of the sun's light on the atmosphere be caught on camera and appear circular? I don't know what that elevation would be. It's all difficult to determine because all camera lenses have a slight distortion. Regardless, I love this footage, but I'm sure you've all seen this many times, so I won't dwell on it. Number 31. I have to also add the dog cam footage. Personally, I think the sun isn't a tangible object, but more like a rainbow that doesn't lose its angular size and is like a projection, maybe even beyond our comprehension. Regardless, this footage is impossible with the sun 93 million miles away, and I don't care how the globe shills spin it. Number 32. I recently shared this messy FN90s test on my channel. There are a few things I love about this test. First, the reflection of the lighthouse is seen on the water when there's supposed to be a curvature drop of 177 feet. Second, the lighthouse shouldn't be seen at all, as it should be hidden 152 feet below the horizon. Third, the light obviously hits the camera lens. That means that the refraction excuse supposedly also caused the light from the lighthouse to bend over the curvature to hit the camera. How much proof do you need to let go of your imaginary globe?
di San Vito. Eccolo qua. Guardate, riflesso lungo, guardate.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Houston, we have a problem.
I saved number 33 for the US government. It turns out that the US government proved the Earth was flat with a navigational system called Loran. In short, the US government built radio towers near the ocean that would send out radio signals hundreds of miles across the ocean. Boats could then use the radio waves to triangulate their position. It's a brilliant invention. What's the problem? The bulge of water between the points could be taller than 13 miles, which would most certainly block the radio waves. To counter this argument, the Globe supporters would claim that these radio waves hug the curvature over mountains of water several times taller than Everest. Do you believe it? That radio waves wouldn't be blocked by a 13-mile tall bulge of water? Interestingly, Loran C was specifically developed not to read skywave propagation. Quote, the skywave therefore is generally regarded as a nuisance, and the Loran C system has been designed in part to minimize the possible influence of skywaves on ground wave reception and tracking. Quote. Loran C also proves that GPS does not have to come from space satellites. All they had to do was give Loran C a new name.
Operating 24 hours a day, numerous nations maintain a network of Loran transmitting stations to service the major shipping lanes. There are a pair here, for example, Sisconset and Bodie Island. One is known as the master station, the other is the slave. For a moment, consider these two stations operating as a synchronous pair, simultaneously emitting short pulses of radio energy. Leaving both shore stations simultaneously, a pair of pulses travel out into space, in all directions, at a constant speed, roughly 186,000 miles per second, or the speed of light. Plus, the pulse from the closer station will reach the ship an instant before the pulse from the other station.
Number 34. Of course, the Skunk Bay time-lapse was not a flat Earth video. However, this unequivocally proved atmospheric distortion of the horizon line. The atmosphere can cause distant objects to stretch, to compress, to mirror, and to be obscured by a false horizon line. You can see it all. However, what you don't see are objects arcing over from behind a curvature due to refraction. Unfortunately, dishonest globe propagandists use atmospheric distortion as proof of curvature when it clearly is not. I have repeated this demand on many occasions to the Globe faithful. Produce one video of an object geometrically hidden behind a hill, which then arcs over a hill due only to refraction. To date, no Globe supporter has produced the arcing over a hill proof, and the flat Earth proofs keep rolling in.
stars on yonder hill, 'tis there I'd sit and cry my fill until every tear would turn a mill.
Number 35. In this video, Ranty Flat Earth, who has been doing unbelievable work proving the flat Earth, shows us a shore-to-shore line-of-sight video of distant buildings at a distance of 19 miles. With an observation height of 6 feet and a target hidden height of 171 feet, none of these buildings should be seen, and you can see down to the shore. Furthermore, Ranty takes these videos on a very frequent basis. The claim that magical but unprovable over the curvature refraction is perfect every day is just asinine.
So that wasn't Walney Lighthouse, this is Walney Lighthouse here. It's astonishingly clear today. This is Barrow Town Hall, the medical building that's there, etc, etc. Here we have a direct line of sight, shore to shore, of the Barrow buildings, some close to 19 miles away today, off the sun. My elevation above sea level right now is approximately 6 feet, and we know that because of this post and the viewings that I've done before next to it. You can see where the horizon is, and you can see that the tide is almost up to that. So from an elevation of 6 feet, close to 19 miles, we are seeing shore to shore.
Number 36. Flat Earth investigators now have a new tool to debunk the globe, infrared, and we are seeing some spectacular Flat Earth results. I do love this video I have playing right now from Jay Tolan Media 1. Here, he is filming Las Vegas, 191 miles away at 28,000 feet with an infrared filter. It's obvious that there is no ball arcing downward from this view. The city isn't on some ball bending away with buildings angled away from the camera. The Earth is a flat plane. Be sure to check out his channel. But for this video, we're going to take a closer look at a concrete and repeatable test from FE photographer who filmed an island 19.6 miles away. 141 feet should have been hidden below the horizon, and it appears as though you can see the entire island with a maximum land height of 95 feet.
In this regular photo, you're able to see a lot of Clark Island, and you can see the green buoy channel marker on the left-hand side as well. And in this infrared photo from the same location, you're able to see better detail in the trees and the island itself. So infrared definitely makes a difference when it comes to showing detail when we compare these two images as seen here. Now, using an Earth curve calculator with an observer height of 17 feet and a target distance of 19.59 miles, we get a hidden target height of 141 feet. Now, as I stated before, the island has a maximum land height of 95 feet per Wikipedia, plus a maximum tree height of approximately 100 feet, and this is being generous for a tree height in the islands. So if we go worst case scenario, the island is approximately 195 feet tall at its highest point. If you look at the hidden target minus the maximum height of the island, including the trees, there would only be 55 feet of treetops that you would be seeing above the horizon as shown in my example here. Yet you can make out all the different types and shapes of trees and even what appears to be a rocky dark coastline of the island. Now let's take a look at Clark Island from Orcas Island looking west, and you'll notice the lower portion of the island between north and middle and how they compare to the infrared picture, and also notice the dark edge coastline. To me, this is clear evidence that there is no curve. The infrared image clearly shows the shape of the island, individual tree shapes and sizes, and even a rocky coastline. At a distance of 19.59 miles between the two locations, the globe map tells us 141 feet of the island should be hidden from view but it's not from what I can determine. As many others will say, including myself, don't take my word for it. Go test it and see what you can come up with. It's only through personal observation and testing that we can truly start to see the world around us.
Finally, number 37. I saved one of the best tests for last. FE Core is setting a new standard for flat Earth testing, but they are not taking away everyone's responsibility to test the Earth themselves. Although FE Core has many tests planned, on April 22nd, 2018, FE Core achieved witnessing a laser 25 miles across a body of water. A whopping 298 feet should have been hidden below the horizon, meaning that the laser should have only been visible on top of a building like this, the Central Tower in San Francisco. However, FE Core didn't need to climb up a skyscraper 298 feet tall to see the laser. They observed the laser at only 5 feet above the water. The alleged curvature of the Earth simply doesn't exist. Importantly, FE Core took all of the refraction measurements, and as suspected, the refraction correction was negligible. What's the Globe Zealot excuse now? Gravity? FE Core has an upcoming microwave test that will be awesome as well. Visit their website, subscribe, and join, as the equipment costs a lot and we could use a lot more voices there. That's the end of my video. I apologize to all of the many great flat earthers and their tests I failed to mention. I had to stop somewhere. In actuality, this video was meant to be a top 10, but I couldn't stop. Again, please share all of your best testing videos in the comments. I'll keep checking the spam filter over the next couple weeks. I want to make sure that everyone has a chance to see your flat earth experiments, and I'll try to make a part 2 to this video if anyone cares. Also, if at any time you have a small channel and have conducted a great flat earth test, please let me know, and I'll try to share it and advertise your channel as well. I don't have too many subscribers, but I love to help others spread the word. Although I support organized groups like FE Core, I primarily support the grassroots experiments of the flat earth, which makes this so awesome. Together, we're busting the globe. Please, no more leader worship, as leaders can lead you astray. As always, you're welcome to copy, share, edit, or do whatever you want with this video. I just plagiarized a bunch of other people anyways. I'm going to close with Amber Plaster's beautiful Flat Earth song that really touched my heart, and it still gets to me. May the Lord bless you all with knowledge, love, kindness, charity, and an unquenchable desire to know and share His truth, whatever it may be. Thank you.
Hello, it's me. You know, indoctrination started while we were still naive, programming our beliefs. That inertia is the reason we don't feel the earth spinning. Hello, can you hear me? Did you ever stop to question the confession of gravity as a theory? Funny thing, force alone can be explained with buoyancy and density. The sun is closer than what they've told us, not 90 million miles away. Hello from the inside, I'm here to tell you not to lie, and there never was a space probe, and those planets you've left so wandering stars. Operation Fear discover all the truth. How the sun, the moon, the stars are all revolving around you. There's no more secret. The earth is stationary, it is fixed, unmovable. Hello from the brighter side. They fooled you with that CGI. Sending rockets into the sea, and they're faking that life. ISS
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
You saw us on Reddit?
Yeah. I was just scrolling through and went through a Reddit tunnel, and then I got to Flat Earth Theories and like Flat Earth Society or something like that.
Yeah.
And now I saw this Discord and I got pretty interested.
Okay. So what's interesting do you think about the topic of the shape of the Earth?
How is it flat? That's just my main question.
Sounds like there's two of you there.
Yeah, there is. I'm with my friend.
Cool. How is it flat? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely help you out with that. If you don't mind, whenever somebody else is talking, or whenever you stop talking, can you mute your mic?
Yeah.
As you get some reverb. All right, so yeah, the question is, how is it flat? We'll definitely answer your question. Absolutely. But before we do that, I'd like to prod your knowledge a little bit. Either whoever's in here, Oliver or the other guy, your friend. There's 3 questions that I'd like to ask. And the 3 questions are the 3 points that I usually bring up to somebody that's new that comes in here. The first question, I'm just gonna tell you the points, and it's no really right or wrong answer. It's just knowing what you know. So either you or your friend can answer this one. How did they figure out that the Earth has curvature, or it was measured to have curvature? That's point number 1. I'm just gonna go through the points. Point number 2 is axial rotation, that the Earth spins on its axis. So how did they figure out that the Earth was spinning on its axis, right? Point number 3, the vacuum of space being a reality that people, or a medium that people can travel to. The vacuum of space, right? How did they figure that out? So those 3 points right there, and we can start with curvature. You or your friend can answer, or both of you, whatever, it doesn't matter to me. How did they figure out the curvature? How was it measured?
It was by like
like the center of Earth, and they're showing like how if you were to go like around, like if you were to go across the world, you would be able to like go from like Europe, or like you would be able to go to Europe to like Asia, not Europe, like UK to Asia, or like you would be able to go to from like Florida to like, let's say like California, if you're like just going around. That's just like a bad example, but like, you know what I mean.
Okay, so you're saying that from traveling from one place to another is the way that they measured curvature. Now, I want to ask you, how long ago was the Earth known to be having curvature on it? Like, do you guys know that information? It's okay if you don't. I'm just wanting to know.
No, I don't know.
No.
Okay. So
many hundreds of years.
As far, hang on, this one. Just hold tight. I'm having a conversation with Oliver at the moment. So there's no way that you know that they measured it. And ancient people, it doesn't matter who it is. But so you said the information is that they traveled the Earth and then they found that there's curvature there. Okay, so what people are you referring to when you say that? Is there anybody specific? Oliver.
For example, like Christopher Columbus, like those people who like travel in ships. There is one guy, I'm pretty sure, I don't know who it was,
Like
but
the Indians back like in BC and shit like that. Because, you know, they used to travel the world on ships, and I believe they believed that the world was flat back then. But I think, I just did like 30-second search up, and it said that they used like calendars and stuff like that to figure out that the Earth was round.
Okay. So they use calendars to measure the curvature of Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Can I chime in here?
Yeah, Parmesan. 1 second. I'm having a chat with Oliver. Just 1 second. So they use calendars. Is that what you said, Oliver?
It was either like it was calendars, or he planted a stick directly in the ground and waited to see if a shadow would cast at noon. It turns out there is one, and that's how they found out that the Earth was round since over 2,000 years ago.
Okay, it sounds like you jump from one thing to the next. Can you mute your mic real quick, Oliver? Yeah, what you're talking about is Eratosthenes, the sticks and shadows and the well. So that was a guy back in ancient Greece, right? That did this particular thing that you're talking about. So he did that, and he assumed. He didn't measure anything, because when you put a stick on the ground and you're measuring the shadow, now I'm going to ask for your honesty. Could you measure the shape of the Earth doing that? Like, let's say you put a stick in the ground and you go like 10 miles away and you put another stick in the ground, and because of the shadows that the sun's casting on those sticks, could you measure the shape of the ground that you're on, like it being curved or whatever?
Not technically, no.
Right. Why do you think that is?
Because the shadow just goes forward. So, like, technically, okay, I don't know how to explain this, but like, if you're on like flat ground and the shadow is going forward, you can't really like figure out if you're on a globe or not, you know?
Yeah, you're correct. No, you're right. You're right. So the point is that the ancient Greece, Eratosthenes, he didn't figure out that the Earth was a globe with the curvature, right? All he did was make an assumption. He started off with a presupposition that he was already on a spherical object. That's what he did. And then he just reified that with the idea that by seeing the different shadows that he was looking at, then he made the assumption that it is curved. It just reified what he already thought before. So it wasn't just hang on this one. It wasn't that he measured anything. So I'm just making that point very clear. So whatever the information that you got from the internet, it doesn't support something that you could verify, just like you said, because we're thinking about this logically at the moment, right? Even you could see that is not any way to measure the shape of the ground that you're standing on, right?
Yeah, but what about like the moon landing and the pictures from space and all that.
Yeah, so we'll get into that in just a second. But I want to point out that in ancient times, they didn't figure that the Earth was a globe. Yet they carried that information and gave it to other people and said that they did measure curvature for thousands of years, right? So that's a problem because they didn't measure the Earth to be to have a curved surface, or they didn't measure the curvature. They only assumed it. So we're not even talking about what people are doing today. We're just talking about what they did a long time ago. So point number one being that the Earth has curvature cannot be substantiated. Or if I was to ask you, is there any way that you can actually find out if the Earth has curvature? Like, is there anything that you can do?
Can I say something?
Or Oliver's friend?
Like literally do, or in theory?
No, like physically. Go out and do.
Oh, okay, but like my question here is like, I mean, I could drive a boat from America to wherever, to like China or something.
Okay.
But like, if you mean like right now, in like my scenario, no.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I was
there's
thinking about the guy before.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm having a conversation with this one. So basically, there's nothing you could do right now to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, point number one being that the Earth has curvature and it's measured to have curvature. It can't be verified that it is curved. So I'm just really prodding your knowledge. Just like I said, there's no really right or wrong answer for you. It's just knowing what, the information that you know about, the globe Earth. So curvature, we could put that to a side for now and say that it's just a belief system that you have that it is curved. We'll just keep that to the side right now as a belief. Point number two, that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? That it's actually spinning. Is there any way that you can tell me that the way they figured that out, that the Earth is spinning, or that you can actually tell that the Earth is spinning? Either one.
I mean, the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
The sun goes, sun. The sun comes,
Yeah. What does the sun? What does the sun do?
Gives daylight.
No, I mean, we're talking specifically about how the Earth is spinning. What is the sun doing to tell you that the Earth is spinning?
It's just standing still. So like whenever the Earth is spinning, it becomes daytime and it becomes nighttime.
All right. So when you go outside, let's say when it's going to be daytime, right? What do you see the sun doing in the sky? Is it standing still or is it moving?
It's moving. It's moving to like the top left and it's going.
Yeah, it's like kind of moving up and then down.
Okay, cool. We'll just say that the sun is moving across the sky. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay, so right before we got into this topic, you said that the sun was standing still, but everybody that can see the sun knows that it's moving across the sky. That's what we see. So how did they figure out that the sun was standing still and that we're moving? Because we see the sun moving across the sky and we can't tell we're moving. That's what we see. I want you to maybe think about that a little bit, and maybe you want to look it up or something, but how did they figure that out? Because it looks like to us that the sun's moving across the sky. So there's in no way can point us to that the Earth is actually moving.
Wait,
That's true. That's true. He said.
What's that, Oliver?
No, I agree. That's right.
Okay.
But I mean, I could do a little bit of research on it, but because I don't know much about that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just asking what you know right now, and as far as what you know, that's you pointed to the sun and said the sun was the indicator that tells us that we're moving and the sun's standing still. But upon further investigation, like right now during our discussion, you can clearly know that the sun is moving across the sky, and you can't tell that we're moving. So at this current time, we would say that it's just a belief that you have that we're spinning on our axis, like the Earth is spinning. Right now. It's just a belief right now. So we could put that to the side right now, as that's just something you believe. It's not something that you can actually verify or know. So the Earth spinning on its axis, point number 2. We'll move that to the side. We'll move on to point number 3. Point number 3 is the vacuum of space being a medium that people can travel to. How did we figure out that when you look up in the sky that it's a vacuum? Either by you verifying it or by information that you know how they figured it out.
I'm gonna be straight up with you. Me personally, I don't know way too much about that.
Okay.
But how can we verify that the space is a vacuum? I mean, gravity, right? Isn't that how that works? Because it holds us in place, etc.
Some shit.
All right, did your friend want to chime in too, Oliver? It sounded like you wanted to say something.
Nah.
Okay. All right, so gravity and shit, I guess is what your answer was. So we're going to look into that just a second, but that the Earth has a pressurized system, right? The air that you breathe, it's got pressure. Would you agree with me on that, Oliver?
Yeah.
All right, so we have pressure here in the ground level where we're at. It's about 14 psi, somewhere around there. So it's got pressure in it. Now they say that we're next to the vacuum of space, but there's no barrier in between the pressurized system and the vacuum of space. Well, that's a problem. Have you ever had air pressure in a tire? And you press the little nozzle on the tire, the air where you put the air inside. When you press that, the air rushes out, right? Why does it do that? How come it doesn't stay in the tire?
Because you're squeezing the tire.
Right. So, well, it's interesting because the air inside of the tire is higher pressure than the air outside of the tire. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
It's pretty simple. It's not really like a no-brainer, but I just want you to see if you can agree with me on some points. Okay, so you agree that the inside of the tire, the air pressure is more, it's higher than the one outside.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're thinking about the Earth too when we're saying this. On ground level, we have high pressure here, but when you go all the way to where they say space is, the vacuum of space, there's almost like no pressure whatsoever. But in the instance of where we have the tire, it seems like high pressure always moves to low pressure all the time. So if you have I'll give you an example, like a balloon filled with air, and you're holding the nozzle. When you let the nozzle go, the air is going to rush out of the balloon quickly. In any and all directions, the air will push out of the balloon. This is called entropy. High pressure systems will always move to low pressure systems. This is a natural law. It happens always. Hot moves to cold. High pressure moves to low pressure. It's a natural law. It happens always. Can you agree with me on that?
Okay, that makes sense so far.
Okay. So they say that there's high pressure here where we're at on ground level and a super low pressure where the vacuum of space is. Yet there is no container to hold that pressure inside the Earth. None whatsoever. It's an open system by every aspect and regards. So what would happen to the high pressure here on Earth next to a low pressure of the vacuum of space? If it was a reality, it would rush out into space and fill the available space. This is a natural law. It would happen this way always. So that is why when we talk about point number 3, the vacuum of space being a medium that you could travel to, is not possible. Because they say that it's a vacuum of space next to a high pressure system here on Earth.
So but doesn't that like pressure stay in because of like gravity and the like the center of the Earth? Doesn't that have like a huge gravitational pull? So doesn't that keep us all together?
Okay, so if we're talking about gravity, right? Has gravity ever held anything like pressure? Has it ever held pressure? Can I?
Okay, that's true.
Yeah. So gravity and pressure has no relation. There's nothing that you can tie it to, because we'd be able to blow air in front of our face and create pressure right in front of us, like a bunch of it, like a high pressure. But it doesn't happen, right?
What do you mean, Buffalo?
Yo, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
So you know how if you go like deeper into the water in the ocean, how is the water pressure?
Okay, so one thing I want you guys to remember is that the only way to achieve any kind of pressure is that you have to have a container. So it's called an antecedent. The necessary antecedent to gas pressure or any kind of pressure is a container. You need to have a container, any kind. It doesn't matter what kind. So in the case of water needs to be contained wherever it is. Okay, you can take a look at like a glass of water, a swimming pool, a bathtub, a pond, a lake, ocean, even. Everything that you talk about with water, it's contained. And how do we know this? Because there's shores everywhere that you see water, right? And it reaches like the shore of wherever you're at, on the beach or whatever. But that water is contained.
What does it contain?
Sorry. That wasn't to you guys.
It's contained by the shores that everywhere that you see water. So like
medium.
Well, think about it's the shoreline. To take a look at a lake. Yeah, a lake is a good example. So you have a shoreline. You have a shoreline all the way around the lake, right? That's easy to see. You guys agree with me on that? And as you go further into the water, it gets deeper and deeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in other words, that water is contained. It's sitting more or less like in a bowl. Like that's just something that you put in your mind of what the container I'm talking about. Because your friend chimed in there and said, "Well, how do we have pressure?" Well, the water that he's speaking of is already contained. It doesn't matter what body of water you even describe. It has to be contained if there is to be pressure. It needs a container by necessity. So the necessary antecedent to pressure, or gas pressure, is a container. It needs to be contained. Think about it like this. If I have a pitcher of water and I pour it over a table, will that water have any depth to it? Like, will it gain a lot of depth? It will not. It will not. Once I put a glass there and I pour that water in the glass, now it's contained. It doesn't matter if the surface is open. All that I need are the walls of a container to contain something. Now it has volume.
Okay, I have two questions in mind right now, though.
Sure.
One being, why would the government want to make us believe the Earth is round? Why wouldn't they just tell us it's flat?
Oh, we'll get into that in just a second. I just want to wrap up the 3 points real quick. So the vacuum of space, and your friend was asking about how do we know water has pressure, and I told him about the walls of the container. Do you guys agree with me on that? I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the 3 points. That we need a container for gas pressure, or we need a container for water. Oliver?
Yeah, bro.
We're having mic problems. Sorry.
I have another question.
Sure.
This is the last one, right?
Yeah. Let me wrap up these points. Okay. So right. if we're saying that you need a container, well, they're saying that it's an open system, that rockets can travel into the vacuum of space and all that. Well, it doesn't have a container. this is what we need. We do need a container to have pressure here on Earth. So we still remain that the gas pressure, the air that you breathe, has pressure because it is contained. Now, what that container is, we don't know. Like, there's a lot of speculation and like, well, it's a dome, it's this and that. We don't know. All we understand is that it is contained in order for us to have pressure. So that being said, point number 3, the vacuum of space cannot be proven to be true. So 3 points. The first one was curvature. The second one was axial rotation. The third one is the vacuum of space. All 3 of them are beliefs. They are not backed up by empirical evidence in whatsoever. So that's just something for you to actually take a look at. Maybe you can pour yourself over some research on those 3 points, but make sure that you look into that a little bit deeper if you want, because we all have in this chat room. So, but I'm going to go ahead and take your questions. I don't know which ones you want to start with, but go ahead and start asking your questions, please, Oliver.
All right. So, can you show me what you think the Earth looks like?
Okay. What? Yeah.
Can you show me like what it looks like?
Like a picture, like a diagram or something?
Yeah.
All right. So, flat Earth doesn't stand by any models. Now, that being said, there's a lot of images and stuff that you can see about the azimuthal equidistant projection, which is called the AE map. And it's the circle map with like the ice wall and like the continents in the middle, splayed out. That is.
So with the ice wall, right? You see how Antarctica is like.
Yeah, I'm about to finish the point. Let me finish the point. So we don't ascribe to that. We just say that's a concept. Now, me personally, I don't even say that because we can't even figure out what the Earth is as a whole. So going to a model is just a reification fallacy. It just means that it's something that we're trying to, or at the very beginning of the movement of Flat Earth, we're trying to give the globe earthers something so that they can actually look at. Because that question that you just asked was asked a very lot of times. People would always say like, well, we know what the globe looks like. What does the flat Earth look like? And the flat earthers were like, well, shoot, we got to give you something. So they gave them the AE map to satisfy them. And they're like, oh, well, that's what the Earth looks like. But that's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that because that map that you see with the AE map with the ice ring has a lot of problems in it. Okay. So I don't ascribe to that. And I wouldn't want anybody in flat Earth to as well, because once they do, it becomes a positive claim. And then you can ask questions about it. Like, what about the ice wall? Is there ice over here and ice over there? Then we're going to be like, well, we don't know. And then you're going to be like, well, see, how come you don't know? So right now, we don't say we can take a picture of the whole Earth. There's nothing that we could do that you can see everything. Okay. We can only take pictures locally, high altitude imagery and all that good stuff. But as a whole, we can't do that. It's not possible. It hasn't been done. It has not been done. So I don't know if that was a question you were probably asking, but if I answered it, but Flat Earth doesn't make a claim to a model, any model.
All right. So what you're saying, you don't know if Antarctica is like surrounding Earth, like in the side, like on the side, like there's an ice wall. You don't know.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. So
then can't you just walk off the Earth if the Earth is flat?
Okay, so you might want to mute your.
All
right, so we don't claim that you could actually traverse Antarctica. There's a thing called the Antarctic Treaty past the 60th parallel, which means that if you try to attempt to go over there uninvited, you'll be stopped probably by the navies of the world, whatever waters you're traveling on. They'll probably stop you and tell you to turn around because you're not allowed to go to Antarctica. It's a protected land, and it has been ever since like the 50s, late 50s, early 60s, something like that. If you just Google the Antarctic Treaty, it'll pop up and you'll see all the information about it. But all the countries that have signed on to keep it a protected land have done so in the idea that nobody's going to be able to travel there freely. So that idea that you have that we could just walk over there and go see what's over there, we can't do that. Nobody can. Now, that being said, there are scientists there doing some work at McMurdo Station, and there's a couple of stations that are there in Antarctica. And also there's some tours that go down there, like some boats that go there. Very expensive tours, I might add. But you can go down there in a tour, and the tour guide will take you certain places, and then you can pet a penguin or whatever and come right back. It's pretty expensive. But you can't freely go over there and check it out for yourself, or nobody can actually do that. So that would answer that question.
So one last question. I'm sorry for bugging you, right?
Wait, I have one after.
Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
So it's cold all around the Earth, right? So if it's cold around the Earth, because the reason why it's cold in the North Pole and the South Pole is because it's not facing the sun, and it's getting like the least amount of sun out of all the places in the Earth. So that's why it's all ice and everything like that. So if the Earth was flat, how would it be all ice all around if the sun was if the Earth wasn't round? How did that be happening?
Okay, here's the thing, and this is gonna probably throw you for a loop, but Flat Earth can't answer that in the way that it would satisfy you, the way the globe has given you an explanation with Antarctica. What we do say is that the sun travels from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, meaning that what is summer in the north, it's winter in the south, right? So whatever lands are in the south, like Australia or whatever, it's winter time for them when it's summer for us, and vice versa. Summer for them, winter for us. So wherever the sun is, that's where the most, where it's hotter. So if you think about it, the lands are beyond, or where the sun's reach would probably be Antarctica and the Arctic. So both of those would be considered the furthest reaches of the sun, like where the sun is, But of course, they do have what they would consider their summers, right? So when it's summer,
opposite. The north and south are completely opposite, and on a globe, they would be expected to be kind of the same.
Yeah, but they're not the same though. The Arctic is very much different. It's got life and it's abundant, and the Antarctic is kind of void of life, and it's a bit more frigid, and there's very little life. You got certain animals that can only endure that kind of temperature, but the Arctic is a bit more tolerable as far as that goes. But it would work the same on a flat and level plane, the plane of existence that we're on, because the sun would only need to travel above the plane of existence. So it would just travel above us, and whatever motion it does. But I wouldn't claim what the sun actually does, because there's this idea that with the seasons that the sun actually, and I'm going to show you a diagram. I was actually talking about this model yesterday with a couple of people on Flat Earth, and we agreed on it. So did you see that image I put up in live stream voice text, Oliver?
No, I'm going to it right now.
All right.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
All right. Flat Earth at the beginning of the movement was trying to explain the seasons in a way that it would make some sense to people coming from the globe. So they gave this model of what happens with the seasons and how the sun actually works and so on and so forth. But there's a problem with that model. I'm going to point out the problem with that model. On the equinox, the sun moves directly from east to west, and almost a straight line, very close to it. When you look at that diagram, that model, it shows that the sun is corkscrewing in and out over the flat Earth. But on the equinox, it moves directly straight on every location on Earth. Do you follow me? So that diagram is a reification fallacy. It cannot work on flat Earth. This might bug some flat earthers who were actually looking at this model and claiming that this is how seasons work. But like I said, the equinox actually throws this off because it doesn't do a spiral motion. It goes straight across the sky in a almost straight path. So we don't claim that this is the model for us to give you for the seasons. What we do say is that the sun is closer to us in the summertime. When it's summer, it's closer to the north. And in the north, when it's further from us, it's wintertime. So we could say that with assurance because we have this. I'm going to show you another image. Do you know what that's called?
I've seen it before, but I forgot.
The analemma.
Yeah.
The solar analemma. Now, if we say that what we can visually see in the sky is that the sun is closest to us, like at the very top of that analemma, that's when the sun is closest. And at the furthest, you can see at the bottom of that analemma, where it looks like it's bigger, then that's the furthest away from your position, wherever it's showing you right there. But at the very top is when it's the closest it is to you. At the very bottom, it's its furthest away to you. But the solar analemma, this is taken over the course of a year. That's how you get that analemma there at one particular location. So that's what we can say is actually happening, right? With assurance, because we could see that and we could do some time footage where it's actually taken over the course of a year, and we come up with this analemma. It looks like a figure 8. But like I mentioned to you before, that diagram that people were actually using, and I'll put it up once more, this one doesn't work. It's a reification fallacy because it's a model and it doesn't give us what we would see with the analemma. So seasons work perfectly. Just not in that model that's being shown here. So I'd like to, at the same point I'm talking to you about it, clear the air with the flat earthers that are actually looking at this model and claiming it to be the explanation for seasons.
Model?
Yep. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah. Here's like the part where I don't know how you're gonna be able to defend this. Okay. What about like the pictures from space?
Okay, remember we're talking about that gas pressure needs to be contained. That was the third point of the vacuum of space, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we need a container to have gas pressure, meaning there has to be some kind of barrier there between us and whatever else is beyond that, how can somebody travel beyond something that is like you're not able to get to that location? Because they say they can actually go into a location that breaks the laws of the second law of thermodynamics.
Does it have to be a physical barrier? Can it be an energy barrier?
Well, here's the thing, though. When we talk about gas being contained, like the air that we breathe, if it is contained, how could that be contained?
Can it be contained by an energy rather than physical?
Well, here's the thing. We can't ourselves know what the container is made of, but we know it has to be something solid to hold it in. That's what we can tell. Because if you have that much pressure over that amount of area, like as big as the Earth is, it would have to be something very, like, structurally saying it would be something super strong to hold it.
So, can you have a pressure gas next to a vacuum without something physical in between them?
No.
Can you demonstrate this?
No, because it can't. Yeah, I was just gonna say that. It can't be demonstrated, Parmesan, and that is the problem. If you can't demonstrate, I'm gonna answer Oliver's question. If you can't demonstrate that gas pressure can be done in an open system, like you can have gas pressure in an open system, then you're going to show us that you can actually do that. But if you can't demonstrate it, then it's not possible that people can travel into the vacuum of space, because all gas pressure needs to be contained.
So if somebody was able to make some kind of a device or a demonstration that would keep gas in a pressure next to a vacuum without any physical divide between them,
that's all that we would require. That's it right there. That's the golden.
Okay. And the reason I ask is I think there is something that works that way, but I'm just going to need to check before I come back to you.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Go ahead, because
please do.
A lot of people have checked this, and if you're thinking of gravity, gravity is not strong enough to do that.
We'll just wait till we'll wait till he comes back, because I think he's going to bring something that he's actually researched or something. But so far as we know, nothing has been shown to us over the years, and the many people that have been looking into it, Parmesan. But to answer your question, Oliver, no, it's not possible because of the fact that we would have a contained environment. It's a closed system for all intents and purposes, and matter cannot travel beyond the contained system because it's a closed system. Okay, go ahead.
All right, now I think my friend has to say something else, but I have like a final thing here. Now this could obviously be faked, but I don't see why it would be. Now, all right, this isn't like hard evidence. I'm just putting it out there. There's a video on YouTube that was posted back in 2018, and they attached a GoPro to a weather balloon, I think it was, and they let it float into space, and it got like footage.
Okay.
Could I like send a link to you in DM or something?
Yeah, send it to me. I'll put it up in the live stream.
We have several of them down below. You can watch. You don't even have to pull it up. Don't we have several in down some of our rooms down below?
And like in the video, you can like almost see the horizon of the world and everything.
All right, let me put it up for everybody.
We've got plenty of those.
All right, so question I want to ask you, with the camera that they're using, or any camera, but before we get into the height that it actually went to, the camera that they're using has what is known to be barrel distortion, which means that it would give the image that it's represented as having some curvature onto it.
It's already showing curvature. Look at it. It's only a couple 100 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
And it's already showing curvature. So it's a fisheye lens right there.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that with you could pause it like maybe 6 or 7 seconds in, Oliver.
Yeah, see, it's showing it as a ball right now. It's not even up there.
Oliver, are you there? I don't know. Maybe he left. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah, I'm looking at what you're looking at right now.
Yeah, 12. You go to 12 seconds in there. It looks like curved, man. It's not even past.
Okay, you do have a point there.
Number of games are fun, but we're going to move on because I just wanted to ask quickly, Matthew.
I wanted to point out the flawed part of his logic, though, is that
I know, but we're doing that anyway. We're doing that anyway by talking about the Earth because.
Well, I was going to think about the Earth, but yeah.
Well, let me just ask Matthew. So, Matthew, would you say that you know that the Earth is a globe, or would you say that you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I actually think those words are overlapping, and I know that the Earth is globe, and I believe it, but I can't prove it.
Wait. Could you say that? Could you say that again, please?
Sure. I know the Earth is a globe. I believe the Earth is a globe, but I cannot prove it.
Right. So is it I know the Earth is a globe, or I believe the Earth is a globe?
Those are not contradictory.
What is knowing something?
Wait, so what's the difference between belief and knowing?
He believes that he knows that the Earth is a globe.
Wait, guys, let me get an answer. Right, what does knowing mean? What does knowing mean to you, Matthew?
Well, there's a whole field of philosophy called epistemology that sort of talks about that, and it'd be hard for me to summarize it all in one sentence.
Just like colloquially, if I'm asking you,
Sure.
what does knowing mean? Or
Yeah, having a justified true belief, like thinking something that is actually true, is knowing something. Believing something is a lot more tenuous. You might believe something that's false, but you might also believe something that's true.
Would you not say that knowledge would require some kind of experience?
I think experience is a big part of knowledge. I think that you can know some things without experiencing them, possibly.
What can you know without experiencing it?
Logical truths, mathematical truths.
And you know fire is hot without experiencing it?
Well,
no.
Give me an example. Give me an example of something that isn't just like a mathematical concept. We're talking about like reality. Tell me something you know about reality that you've never experienced.
I guess I would say that I know that the Eiffel Tower exists.
Curvature.
Mm-hmm.
I've never experienced it.
How do you know that?
Based
well, no, you don't.
A whole bunch of other people saying it. My brother's been there. Okay. I believe him. Like a bunch of.
I liked it better with the Canada example.
So you could experience that.
I could, but until then, do I say that I don't know it until I've gone there?
Yeah, my dad fought a sea monster when he went fishing the other day.
Yeah, then you just say that you believe.
What is something that you can't experience? What is something that you can't experience that you have knowledge
of? What it's like to be a woman? I don't know.
Are you serious?
Wait.
Serious?
You saying you know what it's like to be a woman, Matthew?
I don't know what it's like, and I can never experience it.
Okay, so in that example, then knowledge requires experience. So, is it true to say that you know you live on a globe when you have no experience of living on a globe?
What do you mean by no experience? I think that I think the things that I have experienced do lead to that conclusion.
Well, like
right,
the flat
you don't
horizon?
experience living on a spinning ball. What you experience is just a flat and motionless Earth, right?
Oh, you're talking about my senses, like what I sense.
I'm talking
what you
about
experience, right?
Oh my god.
I think that the things I experience lead me to believe that the Earth is a globe. That's what you mean.
Like what?
Okay.
Oh, the constant size of the sun all day, the constant size of the full moon all night.
Also, it has nothing to do with the actual Earth, right?
But we're talking about the Earth.
No, we're talking about all of reality, the whole realm of reality.
No, but we're talking about what you stand on.
Huh?
What you stand on. You know what's
the
below
ground?
your feet.
Like I go to the ocean.
Yeah. We're talking about the ground.
Yeah, I go to the ocean. It looks flat. If that's what you want me to say, it
Yeah.
definitely looks flat.
So you don't experience the Earth to be a ball, then. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
One second,
right.
I just want to say, so you don't know that the water in the ocean is made of salt water, yet you know that the actual ability to see the sun tells you enough about your reality to tell you that the thing you are stood on, in fact, has bending oceans on it. Yet you know not what the bending oceans are made of. Okay, thank you very much.
Crack.
That's a good point, right?
Let me respond to what he said.
Exactly. You're saying you don't know it's salt water, but you know that you live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum, and that the sun is 93 million miles away, and the moon is 250. You know all that, but you don't really know if seawater is salty.
You're misquoting me.
This is kind of what we're seeing.
I know that the sun is I do think that the ocean is made of salt water. I do think that. I do know that. Just said that I can't.
But you just said you don't know that the sun, for example, is X amount of miles away. You don't know
that. I wasn't talking about the sun. I don't remember talking about that.
I thought you just said
you said the sun in your experience. That you actually leveled the sun as being part of the sum of your experience as to how you know that you live on a globe.
Oh,
because
yes.
we asked you about what your experiences made it thus that you know that you live on a globe, because apparently knowing that you live on a globe overlaps also with believing the fact that you live on a globe, and that's based on your experiences. So we thus asked you to label them. One of the first things you spoke about was something in the sky called the sun. However, the sun itself, ambiguous as it is comparatively to the salt water in the sea that you can clearly know is salt water, that you admit is salt water, it's just that you cannot prove so. How would it be in relation to the fact that, what can you prove about the sun in relation to the earth that would tell you any inference whatsoever about the shape of the earth that we're stood on? In relation, when you have those two paradoxical situations that clearly show a statistical sort of, statistically speaking, almost like this, thinking about the odds there, right? That you can know so little about one that is so knowable, but you can know so much about the other that's so unknowable, and have such high yielding results from one and such low yielding results from the other. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear
It's
what you're
flawed.
saying. I would also say that I can't prove anything about the sun, just like I can't prove that the ocean is saltwater. So I was just saying I don't like the word.
So then you can't prove the globe in that, right?
No, that's right.
We're
I
back
can't
to
prove
this. We said we can't prove the globe, and then now
I
you say
think
you can prove
that's
the globe, and now you're saying you can't prove the globe again. So
I think that's
okay.
the whole point. It's like it's hard to fucking prove something that crazy, right?
Well,
Well,
it's
this
hard
is
to
it,
prove
yeah.
anything in the physical world.
Not water.
Sorry, that was the best
Honestly,
one, man.
this is it.
You
This
can
is
go
it.
to
This
the
is the
ocean,
logic we're
prove that
talking about, right?
salt, that there's salt in it, but you can't go to the sun and try to do anything with it. You can only look at it. So you can know a lot about the ocean and salt, but not much about the sun. You can just look at it.
You just barked like a radioactive like dog. That was funny. Just to lighten the mood. But yeah, so I'm just saying, it's funny how you list as your as one of your experiences that allows you to know that you live on a globe is the sun, but yet you admit that you know not enough about the sun to effectively prove anything with it, thus admitting that what your claim was false already.
Well, more than that as well. We just spoke a few minutes ago, and you agreed with me that the teachers shouldn't be telling the kids we know we live on a ball, because you're saying they don't really know they live on a ball. That's just their belief. I mean, that's basically what you just said a few minutes ago.
No, I said they shouldn't use the word prove. I would be more comfortable with them saying we know we live on a globe, but not we can prove that we can live.
No, but you kind of said it was like their best guess.
As a ball. What do you think NASA should do? Or do you think NASA shouldn't use those words too? Maybe you should go and talk to them. Because that's what
I
NASA
don't
does.
think they use the word proof that much.
Well, NASA uses 3 proofs to show you that one of those proofs is that Bosco over the
Matthew, you're confusing me with the proof. You know, I'm from Croatia. I also speak Italian. Can you tell me, translate me that I understand in Croatia what proof could mean? Then that my brain then can later figure out what is proof and what is whatever.
Sure, I use the word proof as a logical inference, a logical deduction based on mathematical or logical deduction.
Okay, if I say 1, do you use number 1 like a 1, or you use number 1? You writing number 1. You go to diagonal line and then go down, and you write again. You draw again line down.
As if you were making like a row of ones into a hash of five.
Is it your number? Is it your number 1 different from my number 1 when I'm writing, or our number 1 is the same number 1?
When I say China number 1, what does that mean to you?
When I say 1 and when you say 1, we mean the same thing, and we're using it the same.
Yeah. Oh, great!
But Matthew, you're not saying you're saying that NASA haven't proven.
Can we do the same thing for like with 1 now? We did the same thing with the word proof. Let's say that your proof it's like my proof. It's the same, like a number 1. Can we do that?
Yeah, so I would just maybe we should just not use that word. Proof.
Okay. Because I'm normal human being. I'm not a scientist. Let's do like this. Let's say that if we boil the water because we add the heat, because of that water is boiling.
I just want to use it colloquially.
Is that a proof? Is that a proof that water is boiling?
If you just want to use it colloquially, I guess people could say that that's proof that the water is boiling. I'm just uncomfortable with that. It was kind of wishy-washy.
Again, I don't want to speak colloquially. I want to speak like a number one and number one. You know, we are speaking now about number one. That means that proof in this moment means number one for us, for me and you. Can we agree on proof that it's the same thing like a number one?
He wants
Yeah,
to be
like one
specific, not
One
colloquial.
apple. Okay, so we put one apple in front of us. Okay, can we prove that there is one apple in front of us?
No, I want to no. I want from him that prove is the same like a number one. You know that I thinking what he is thinking what proof it is. You know, but I
Set a bar, yeah. Let them set a bar.
Yeah, so I would say proof. The word proof and prove only should exist in the realm of mathematics and logic, and not when we're talking about apples sitting in front of us. And to illustrate how much I dislike that word, I would even say I can't prove that there's an apple sitting in front of me, even if I'm looking at it. Maybe it's an illusion.
So what can you prove?
Yeah. Okay, great. But I ask you one specific question: Is it a proof? Is it a proof if we add the heat to the water, that water will boil? Is that a proof?
That too could be an hallucination or an emulation.
No, that's not. What is that?
He's saying, wait, Sasha. He's saying he doesn't use the word that way. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and
That's what he's.
I'll just avoid using that word. That's all.
Yeah, but here's three proofs that NASA teaches. See, these things are taught in school, okay? Like, and you said they shouldn't be teaching these things in school. They shouldn't be saying proof. This is what NASA is saying. This is why the teachers are teaching it. So what you need to do is go tell NASA. They need to stop using the word proof, right, Matthew?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah,
Right, Matthew, I want to draw a baseline with you. So, how many senses do we have to use before we start to? How many senses are impacted before we start to say that those senses indicate that we have experienced something in reality? Would that be sight mixed with touch, mixed with, let's say, and touch, for instance, could also go into the parameter of pain. For instance, all at the same time as also smelling, all at the same time as also, let's say, like feeling almost like an energy field or a frequency, which we can feel. So what we do this time is we boil water in front of your you see with your eyes. You're downwind from it, so you smell the boiling from the gas, right? At the same time, this is in a progenerated field of electricity, right? Because the heating element that's heating it as well. Also, we also use an electronic heating element that's overly charged, right? And just for some reason has an electronic field. So you're feeling an electronic charge, like your hairs are standing up on end. There's electrostatic in the air. You're feeling the heat from this touching your face to the point of almost like pain. You're seeing the water boil. You're breathing in the moisture of the water that's boiling into your mouth. And you're also seeing it with your eyes, all at the same time. So what would constitute a form of proof in the sense that what is it that defines things that can be conceivably true in reality if it is not, in fact, the apparatus in which we basically observe reality with?
That's a great question, and I like the way that you put it. I would say the more senses we experience something in, the more and more sure we can be about something. I would just say that...
Would the water be boiling then?
But I don't think any of them ever reaches the, with our physical senses, I don't think any of them ever reach the threshold of proof, the same way that mathematics...
Okay, could you then explain to me how we could create the exact same situation that I did with the impact that I explained upon the senses of the eyes, heat feeling on the skin, almost hair standing up because of electromagnetic field, breathing in of the warm steam coming off of the pot and the smell of the gas all at the same time. How could you experience all of those experiences all at the same time with it being outside of reality? Please go ahead.
Oh, sure. So yeah, I don't think it would be outside of reality. I think those would be great evidences. It's just that I'm saying that I would use words like, "Oh, that's strong evidence that the pot is boiling." I don't think, no matter how many physical senses, you would ever be able to prove that the water is boiling, because I reserve proof for something stronger.
So that means you just deny reality altogether. So
no, I'm saying that I use the word proof for a different realm, not the physical realm.
But you're saying that your reality that you experience isn't necessarily, proven. That's not necessarily true. Everything
it's not provable. Yeah.
Sure. I just make a difference between 99.999 and 100. I think that there's a fundamental.
But you're at the point where you don't believe anything is technically real. Then, like
no, I'm not a skeptic at all. I'm not a radical skeptic.
You sound like the most radical skeptic I've ever heard of.
Radical.
Listen, no. Wait, Matthew. You just said you're skeptical of reality.
No,
because reality is what we experience. Reality is what we experience, and you've just said that can't be relied upon.
No, you can rely on all that type of stuff. You can rely on it. You can think it's true. You can believe it. The difference between me and a skeptic is that I say it's not proven, and skeptic says it's not known. And I'm just making a difference between the word known and proven. That's all.
But early,
what about this? What about this? That super spinning monkey ball posted proof. Evidence or argument establishing a fact or the truth of a statement. Example, you'll be asked to give proof of your identity. What do you think of that definition?
That is a great colloquial definition of proof and how it's used in everyday life. Usually, in the realm of mathematics, you couldn't prove your identity in the same way that
mathematics isn't a realm. By the way, can we just state this as well? Definitionally, though, mathematics isn't a realm. Let's just get that clear. It's not a realm.
So we're talking. So it's when it's talking about the truth of a statement. What do you take the word true to mean?
Matches reality.
Oh,
right. So then the flat Earth is true.
Wow. I cannot believe the one match.
Wait. Reality is what we observe and experience. So we observe a flat and motionless Earth. So by that definition, then flat Earth is true. If true is reality, right?
Sometimes we perceive things that aren't real.
Wait, so what does true mean then if it's not reality? Because reality is
true is what is actually true in the real reality. Maybe I would say what Descartes said, as God knows it to be
the
true.
Real reality. Do you know that?
So do you know that it's true that the Earth is a globe?
I would say there's strong evidence for that, and that's what I believe. Yes.
I think the military calls it real world.
You don't know it, then. So you definitely don't know it.
You don't know that it's true. You believe that it's true.
I would say that I know it.
You can't say that you know it.
How would you know it?
You can't know that there's a boiling pot in front of your face where you can smell of the gas, feel the heat in your face, breathing in the moisture that comes off of the steam pot, all the while.
You can't know salt water. You can't know apples.
You cannot know the Earth ball while not knowing that, Matthew. You have got something called a bias of your levels of what you would establish as what would be true or what you would call real reality. Again, the oxymoronic statement of real reality. Again, you said real reality. Did you know that? You said real reality?
Yes.
That's an oxymoronic statement.
No. See, like, listen, let me just address Says Who in the chat, right? Matthew doesn't have us in the weeds here. He's showing himself to be flip-flopping so hard between what he can prove and what he can know. And, well, he can't know that the seawater is salty. He can't know about the boiling pan.
I know. I said I could know those, not prove them.
A pot of water, an apple. But he knows...
I said I could know all of those things. It's just I didn't like the word.
No, because we found out your burden of proof for knowing, and your burden of proof for knowing is not able to be met out to know those things. Because that's why we asked you those other questions about logical frameworks around how you know something and what makes up the body of knowledge of knowing something. And
you can't know something and say it's not proven at the same time. You already said it's not proven. You can't then say, I know it. It's not proven.
There's a difference between knowledge and proof. That's all. That's what I'm trying to point out here, that I can know things that I can't prove.
Yeah, but you can't know something that you've never experienced or observed.
So, Crack, your example of the boiling pot is a perfect. I know the pot is boiling. I just say that I would reserve the word proof for something else.
I get what you're saying, that like you can know that Canada exists, for instance, without going there, right?
Right.
Like you know that Canada exists. You know for a fact that Canada exists. How can you accept something like that as part of real reality? But like, for instance, you know, you do not see where your logic seems like double speak almost.
Yeah. So you're not sure about salt water, but you know Canada.
No, I'm sure about salt water.
Okay, does Canada exist?
Canada exists. And salt water is in the ocean.
Hey, man, if I ever hear you misuse the word proof again, I'm gonna mute your ass.
So, Matthew, when you said at the beginning then that the globe isn't proven, what did you mean?
What I meant is that
now show the strong evidence for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, is that proven? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No.
Okay.
Wait. What did you say, Matthew? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No, I would say that I don't use the word proven for anything physical.
So then the globe can't be proven because there's no curvature to prove that it's a globe.
Exactly right.
So then you can't know that it's a globe since you've just
knowledge is a separate question than proof.
So how can you just said you don't know that there's curve though? You just said
no,
you don't know
I can't prove
curvature. It. Yeah, so you don't know it.
No, you asked me about proof, and I said.
Okay. Let's then ask, how is it that you know that there is curvature then? Since you can't prove it, let's at least know how you do know it. Like that would
maybe I can try and bridge the gap here a little bit.
Crypto.
He was talking about.
Sorry, I don't want to get into the weeds. Sorry about that.
Yeah, maybe I can.
Question, please.
Are you saying yes? No. Hello.
Yes, please.
Can I get a mic check?
Go for it.
Quick question. One question for Matthew.
Go.
One question. So you're saying you can prove the curvature mathematically, right? But there is no strong evidence for it in the real world. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying
you're just asking the same question that 5 other people have asked. I'm trying to bridge the gap here.
Thank you.
So, what Matthew was talking about earlier was epistemology, and he used the phrase "justified true belief." Okay. Now, this is I'm trying to think who came up with this definition.
It's like 2,000 years old.
Yeah, it's generally accepted, I would say. So you've got 3 elements of that. You've got the justified part, the true part, and the belief part, right? I would say that you have a belief that the Earth's a globe. I would say that it's justified. I would challenge the true part, because at that point then you actually have to present very strong evidence for it. So I think where you and I would differ on your opinion of the globe is the true part. I think you have a justified belief, but I don't think it's true, and I don't think it's definitionally true.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's a good summary. I appreciate that.
This is the Gettier problem for you, right? So, obviously, you can speak of epistemology, but there are even problems in epistemology, and you know that yourself. Like,
yes.
So, yeah, exactly. So, like, you use that, but you also understand that there are. Right, yeah, so again, that's what we spoke. There are truths, there's knowledge, and there are beliefs, right? But knowledge actually lies in between truth and belief, right?
Right.
And poorly justified true beliefs as well will also lie in between the middle of those two also, correct?
Right. And where would you put proof, by the way?
But the point is that truth has to overlap, right?
Right.
Truth would be right. So if we drew this, and we can use a very simple diagram, right, for this, okay? And you can type this in. Anyone can type this in. Just type in epistemology type in the Gettier problem. That would be the best way to do it. Right. So you'd have a circle and another circle drawn with the vagina in the middle of the circle, right? Knowledge would be the vaginal hole. That's just the best way I can describe it easily, right? Okay. So truth would be the right leg, okay? It doesn't matter which leg it is, but it's the right leg. Belief would be the left leg, okay? In the middle, where the vagina is, there is a field where they overlap, Knowledge is in the middle, right in that vaginal hole. Okay? Fully justified belief is roughly up where the clitoris and that is. Okay? But the issue is that you say you can know things, but to know things, first you have to have beliefs that overlap with truths, right? Your problem is that you segment off all of these portions while you purport to talk about epistemology. And this is the main problem with epistemology, is the Gettier problem, is that these things in fact are fundamental, and fundamentally that they actually need to be like counterexamples of one another. Anyway, in order for you to have true belief or an account of true knowledge or belief. And this is in epistemology, so why are you even citing it?
No, you're right. That's a good summary. I appreciate that. I think you gave a good summary, and I think the whole thing started because of the word proof. Where would you?
I don't appreciate the fact that I just lost like 10 brain cells in the last hour.
Let's move on from epistemology. I feel like we're in the.
Yeah, I would. You just got wrecked.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know of any arguments.
Students, Matthew?
Am I gonna what?
Are you gonna use the vagina example with your students?
I will not. No.
Good one.
Don't want to know.
I mean, wouldn't Matthew have had some experience first?
No, he just learned it all. It's a justified true belief crypto. He's got a porno subscription and everything.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
All right.
Sorry, Matthew.
Sorry, Matthew. No, you know what? I know that there are problems with this justified true belief. I know that it's a whole thing, and there's problems and contradictions to it, but I still like it.
I'm not even going to apologize. I'm just pissed.
Can you one question? One question. Can you mathematically prove, right, that the Earth is a ball? Like, is there proof for it? Go ahead.
No.
Okay, cool. Why do you say no?
Why no now?
Because you're mixing.
Go ahead. Can you explain?
Were you expecting a yes there for some reason?
Yeah.
But yes.
Some credit.
After everything you just said, you expect them to say yeah?
He said math is reality. That means yes.
Well, no, he has to say no because of his definition of proof, right?
Right,
Matthew?
exactly.
Yeah, but you're mixing the physicality with mathematicals. He's talking about mathematics only in the sense of the mathematical realm, which is a paradigm in which is non-physical, fully conceptual, abstract, has nothing to do with actual physicality or reality in any way, sense, or form. So when you ask him to prove things in the physical with maths, which is the only place maths would really be useful per se, for instance, like counting an apple in front of your face, you've sort of got him in a bind. He can't do that. But like in a theoretical sense, where we talk about numbers like prime numbers that would be infinite, like, yeah, all day you can be pretty sure about that shit.
Well, this is why I was being pretty clear when I was discussing, right? I'm not talking about mathematical proofs, right? We're talking about what 99.99999% of people would understand from that question, not this 0.00001% who all of a sudden don't know the meaning of proof, proven, level.
Maybe we should ask there, man.
I think the main point that we need to point out here, I think the main point we need to point out here is that this is actually the place in which, due to the lack of proof, empirical proof, physical proof, measurement, tests, experiment, and all of the above and the scientific method running through, this is the place in which most individuals that believe in the heliocentric model, and this is the position psychologically they've had to hold in order to be able to continue to hold the idea of the globe true. Because if you hold any other form of knowledge or proof in any higher regard, with any further form to it, that even on an epistemological level, actually it would start to become again improbable, completely ridiculous. And so this is the position and the logical position they have to hold. And this is, I believe, what Wolfgang is trying to show everyone, is that this is the position they have to hold in order for them to say that the Earth is a globe.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
You saw us on Reddit?
Yeah.
All right. I think that's worth pausing for if anyone else is here listening. To Matthew, that's incredible, right? Think about that. Anything real, reality, cannot be proven, but the theoretical, completely imaginary is proof to Matthew. Amazing.
That's where you've got to live, bro.
So his ball cannot be proven. He admits it. It cannot be proven, but he believes it wholeheartedly still. Can you imagine that dichotomy existing in one place at the same time? It's bizarre.
Yeah, if that boiling water was thrown on him that was on the stove, he might believe it. He might believe it existed then.
Yeah, see, that's where physicality, I'm sorry. We live in the physical world, so you're saying that you're removed from where you actually live physically. That's really bizarre. Your mind is living somewhere completely different than where your physicality is.
Yeah.
That's
Science is bumpkiss. They say you can't prove anything, you can only disprove things, which I don't believe that's true. But I think you almost have to operate within that paradigm in order to show them that not only their model of the Earth, but their entire method of inquiry is bumpkiss.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. It's just
prove
like
anything in science.
It's like
all the time.
Yeah, anytime you have to start from the imagination first before you proceed to the next step. Step one is imagine this first. Then anytime you're doing that, how are you ever going to get to the truth? That's the whole thing about every little part about this globe. Like if you look at curvature, every single part about curvature is that way because they can't present anything until you imagine it's a globe first. Like it's crazy.
Oh yeah, and that's like why all of their examples of gas pressure gradients and all of those things, gas pressure containment. They use the globe that they're assuming in order to offer the demonstration. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So it's like this: you got a car, right, and it's a perfectly good running car, except first gear has no gears.
Sonny, your mic is screwing up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it too loud? Is that better? I was probably too close.
I don't know. Talk.
Hey, is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Test. Okay, yeah, I was just a little too close. I get a little hot. I start leaning in. I got to turn the volume down and move back. So anyway, yeah, it's like having a car, and you have no first gear. Like the gears, there's no gears in that one. But you insist you're going across town to the store, and you keep getting in the car and going to first gear. And you go, yeah, I'm going across town to the store. Yeah, I am. And someone outside the window is telling you, look, you have no first gear. Your first gear is missing. There's no gears there. No, yeah, that's not true. It is working. When I get in here, I will be going across town, and you're not moving. But you're not moving, sir.
I would say it's worse than that, Sonny. It's like the globe looks really good from the outside. It looks like it functions. It has tires, it's beautiful paint job, nice leather interior. But when you pop the hood, there's literally nothing in it. There's no engine. There's no transmission.
Right.
There's nothing. It looks good from the outside. But the minute you start inspecting it, there's literally nothing in it that would allow it to function.
For any motive force, anything that could cause a motive force to start.
You're pretending that the globe can drive around town. I'm saying no.
Right, exactly. That fits right in. We have the same analogy. Great, awesome. No drivetrain. So you're missing the drivetrain. Okay. No, I'm going across town. Can you imagine someone sitting in no, these seats are so comfortable. that it has to be going across town in a minute. That's what the globe is doing.
Yeah, they point to the radio. Look, it has a radio. It has a car. It has a gear shifter. Look at it. It has windows and doors.
They all work because the windows work so beautifully. It has to be going across town in a moment as soon as I get in and drive it. No, there's no engine or transmission. The wheels are not connected to anything that could move this buggy along. Sorry, but they insist. They keep insisting. Look how shiny the hood is.
Yeah, look at this paint job.
I mean, no one would paint something like this. Why would they?
That's literally what it is, bro.
You got the lie in there too. Why would they paint something like this if it wasn't going to work? So that's what the globe argument is. Stuff like that.
Hey, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Why? Not why. I was thinking about it. And I've kind of heard this before, but I haven't really heard it. I've only been in this in Discord now for about a week. But I haven't really heard anybody talk about this, that gas and water basically have the same principles. And we talk about gas pressure, and we talk about gas pressure needing containment, right? And we talk about, gas pressure's inability to take shape without a container. But we don't talk about water in the same way. Like, I was thinking, like, water pressure. Yeah, thank you, baby. Water pressure, how does that exist without containment? And water pressure, how does water pressure exist without a container? You see what I'm saying?
It's like what it is. It's almost like
is that a cogent line of inquiry? Is that a cogent argument?
I think it is, and the way I would answer it's almost like water is like an inverse proportional to gas. Like gas moves omnidirectionally, water stays still when it's contained. They both require containment. You're right. In order to have pressure of water, you have to have containment to test it. You can't test water pressure without containment. What are you testing if it's just running water, and it's just open? It's just spreading out in all the wrong directions. So you have to contain it in order to get a direction to measure something. Same thing with gas pressure, because gas pressure goes omnidirectionally. Outwardly.
I don't know what that means. You keep saying omnidirectionally. What does that mean?
It just means in every direction. That means every direction, instantaneously every direction. It's moving rapidly in every direction. That, with the caveat of gases do, because of the surrounding medium, some gases will sink first before they start spreading out, but they will still spread out once they get. That's why butane and propane and
uncontained gas.
Yeah, uncontained gas moves omnidirectionally in all directions instantly. So moving very rapidly. So
and water behaves very much the same way.
No, and in an inverse proportion way, like I said, when it's contained, it sits still, and the shape of the container is only on the bottom, unless it's fully contained or covered. Like if water is completely contained, it will take on the shape of the container. But water in this reality, it settles only in containers that are sides and bottom. Understand that, right? Simple geometry.
Oh, and you're saying gas will.
Sides are like. I don't care what shape your sides are. I don't care what shape the bottom is. If they all connect, then it can contain water, and there's going to be a level surface. Now, gas goes upwardly from, let's say you just take where we left the water, and it's contained, so it's level on the top. Well, water directly above the water, gas directly above the water is going to move omnidirectionally in an upward, because if it's above water, it can't go down, right? So it has to go up. So there's this dividing line between sea level. It's amazing. Or ground level even, just the level of Earth that we're on. Gases are going upwardly, right? They're never going down. They can't move downward anymore. They can't move downward. They have to move upwardly and outwardly omnidirectionally above the surface.
What I hear you saying.
Water is always below the level of the water. It's never above until it changes to a vapor. So those are two different states of matter. So that's why they're not treated the same. They have some of the same, what you would call fluid dynamics. Yes. That's a term used to, it's like almost a term to define the methods of controlling said gases or water. Fluid dynamics, how they behave, how wings, like how submarine flies through the water, how an aircraft flies through the air, fluid dynamics, those types of things, how it flows, right? So they're different states of matter. But you have a really good point about how they're similar in those ways. I think that I explained it pretty well. They're inverse proportionally, like so upwardly for the gases out in all direction, and downwardly and still for water. Yeah.
Okay.
So I hope that explains it. That's how I just. This didn't come out of.
Yeah, basically what I hear you saying, like, if you fill a water bottle halfway up with water, the water is going to sink and take the shape of the container on the bottom half of the bottle.
Yeah.
But if you fill a bottle up with gas halfway, the gas is going to take the shape of the container and fill the entire container. It's not going to sink.
Yeah. So just think of it as a bottle of Coca, a bottle of soda. You open it, it goes. Psh. So as long as you're not moving the container, you have that level of the liquid, and then above that the gas is escaping. So that's a perfect example of this whole thing.
So they are very different, but they both need containment.
Yes.
To create water pressure, gas pressure.
To even tell if there is pressure. So that's why when people discuss trying to say, oh, we have a gradient of gases. Well, you wouldn't know that gradient of gases was there at all unless you had contained the gases, achieved pressure first, then tested for a gradient. See, so you just gotta stop them. It's systematic. Like gases work this way, water works this way. There's no exceptions to those rules. Yeah. They're solidly put in place, like all these natural laws that occur around liquids and fluids and gases. Like they're all rigidly in place. Like that's why I harp all the time on the second law of thermodynamics. If someone could show that it could be violated, but under any circumstances, anywhere, anytime, by anyone, with any method, then bring it on. That's what we're looking for. Can't be done. Completely impossible.
Now, the first law of thermodynamics is what? The energy can neither be created nor destroyed. Is that what they say?
Yeah. My understanding then on from that in the first law is that entropy will always occur, right? And it talks about certain types of systems. So those systems, open, closed, whatever.
Is that the all things tend towards disorder thing?
Yeah, that's what the entropy part is. So then I guess when you get to the second law, it's more specific to the gas laws. That and hot, like hot to cold, high to low, high voltage to low voltage, like hot voltage to ground, like things like this.
Yeah, okay. So how would you phrase that? We wouldn't phrase that as hot to cold, high to low. Like,
you could pull up a definition. Let me see.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. That's why I wasn't sure if you had it up there. I'll look it up.
Yeah, it's okay. I got a full on screen, so I like pulling up stuff because it's easy. I get everything placed where I can reach everything now, which is just so great. Where I had stuff before in the wrong part of the room, so I had to look over here, and it's just now I got everything perfect, so it's easy to search.
Anyways, I was just thinking about that with water, that it seemed like it was very comparable to gas, and that's just another point to be made that works on our model. It does not work on their model.
Yeah, because if you're on a ball, you can't have water behave that way. And water just doesn't do that. Water will never do that. It'll never stick to the outside of of any object or container. The outside is the problem. They try to say, oh, if you put a bucket and you put water in and you spin it around, that's nothing like what the globe is trying to say. So here's Wikipedia for second law.
Yeah, one of the things I've noticed that they do is they identify a force, then they mislabel it gravity constantly.
Yeah.
Whether it's buoyancy or whether it's centrifugal force or what they'll do is they'll take a force that we can actually calculate, predict with, that we can actually measure, and then they go, oh yeah, that's gravity. But then upon further inspection, it never is gravity.
It's always density and buoyancy, though.
Electromagnetism, whatever it happens to be, whatever force it is, they want to accredit gravity to being that thing. But then upon further inspection, once you isolate it, it never is.
Yeah, that's true. So I just thought, I think it's fun to, listen to these excerpts that, AI and Old Dude and others are putting in the bot, in the morning when I come in.
Yeah.
And they're really good about putting all those. So I think it's good to, do, when I wake up, if I come on and check in and see what's playing and then make comments, I think it's beneficial to the people listening. I think there was, 12 listening on YouTube.
I'll put another one on. You got one?
Yeah, it's already lined up. I'm just going to play, and it's going on to a conversation with Miggy. Okay, so I'm going to play that. Yeah, and, actually, if you want to chime in, I will be looking sort of at the voice text, but I'll be listening more. So if someone wants to chime in, just feel free. If you want to pause it or something, just let me know.
I hope it's the Miggy Kung Fu. That one's the best.
This I think this is an earlier one. I'm not positive, but it could be.
It's all good.
I think it's after the 3 points sometime. So hold on, I'll continue that. Hold on, guys.
I was just scrolling through and went through a Reddit tunnel, and then I got to Flat Earth Theories and Flat Earth Society or something like that.
Yeah.
And now I saw this Discord, and I got pretty interested.
Okay. So, what's interesting do you think about the topic of the shape of the Earth?
How is it flat? That's just my main question.
Sounds like there's two of you there.
Yeah, there is. I'm with my friend.
Cool. How is it flat? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely help you out with that. If you don't mind, whenever somebody else is talking, or whenever you stop talking, can you mute your mic?
Yeah.
As you get some reverb. All right, so yeah, the question is, how is it flat? We'll definitely answer your question. Absolutely. But before we do that, I'd like to prod your knowledge a little bit. Either whoever's in here, Oliver or the other guy, your friend. There's 3 questions that I'd like to ask. And the 3 questions are the 3 points that I usually bring up to somebody that's new that comes in here. The first question, I'm just gonna tell you the points, and it's no really right or wrong answer. It's just knowing what you know. So either you or your friend can answer this one. How did they figure out that the Earth has curvature, or it was measured to have curvature? That's point number 1. I'm just gonna go through the points. Point number 2 is axial rotation, that the Earth spins on its axis. So how did they figure out that the Earth was spinning on its axis, right? Point number 3, the vacuum of space being a reality that people, or a medium that people can travel to. The vacuum of space, right? How did they figure that out? So those 3 points right there, and we can start with curvature. You or your friend can answer, or both of you, whatever, it doesn't matter to me. How did they figure out the curvature? How was it measured?
It was by the center of Earth, and they're showing how if you were to go around, if you were to go across the world, you would be able to go from Europe, or you would be able to go to Europe to Asia, not Europe, UK to Asia, or you would be able to go to from Florida to let's say California, if you're just going around. That's just a bad example, but you know what I mean.
Okay, so you're saying that from traveling from one place to another is the way that they measured curvature. Now, I want to ask you, how long ago was the Earth known to be having curvature on it? Like, do you guys know that information? It's okay if you don't. I'm just wanting to know.
No, I don't know.
No.
Okay. So,
Many hundreds of years.
as far, hang on, S1. Just hold tight. I'm having a conversation with Oliver at the moment. So there's no way that you know that they measured it. And ancient people, it doesn't matter who it is. But so you said the information is that they traveled the Earth and then they found that there's curvature there. Okay, so what people are you referring to when you say that? Is there anybody specific? Oliver.
For example, like Christopher Columbus, like those people who like travel in ships. There is one guy, I'm pretty sure, I don't know who it was,
Like
but
the Indians back like in BC and shit like that. Because, they used to travel the world on ships, and I believe they believed that the world was flat back then. But I think, I just did like 30-second search up, and it said that they used like calendars and stuff like that to figure out that the Earth was round.
Okay. So they use calendars to measure the curvature of Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Can I chime in here?
Yeah. Parmesan, 1 second. I'm having a chat with Oliver. Just 1 second. So they use calendars. Is that what you said, Oliver?
It was either like it was calendars, or he planted a stick directly in the ground and waited to see if a shadow would cast at noon. It turns out there is one, and that's how they found out that the Earth was round since over 2,000 years ago.
Okay, it sounds like you jump from one thing to the next. Can you mute your mic real quick, Oliver? Yeah, what you're talking about is Eratosthenes, the sticks and shadows and the well. So that was a guy back in ancient Greece, right? That did this particular thing that you're talking about. So he did that, and he assumed he didn't measure anything, because when you put a stick on the ground and you're measuring the shadow. Now I'm going to ask for your honesty. Could you measure the shape of the Earth doing that? Like, let's say you put a stick in the ground and you go like 10 miles away and you put another stick in the ground, and because of the shadows that the sun's casting on those sticks, could you measure the shape of the ground that you're on, like it being curved or whatever?
Not technically, no.
Right. Why do you think that is?
Because the shadow just goes forward. So like, technically, okay, I don't know how to explain this, but like if you're on like flat ground and the shadow is going forward, you can't really like figure out if you're on a globe or not.
Yeah, you're correct. No, you're right. You're right. So the point is that the ancient Greece, Eratosthenes, he didn't figure out that the Earth was a globe with the curvature, right? All he did was make an assumption. He started off with a presupposition that he was already on a spherical object. That's what he did. And then he just reified that with the idea that by seeing the different shadows that he was looking at, then he made the assumption that it is curved. It just reified what he already thought before.
Can I say one?
So it wasn't just hang on this one. It wasn't that he measured anything. So I'm just making that point very clear. So whatever the information that you got from the internet, it doesn't support something that you could verify, just like you said, because we're thinking about this logically at the moment, right? Even you could see that is not any way to measure the shape of the ground that you're standing on, right?
Yeah, but what about like the moon landing and the pictures from space and all that?
Yeah, so we'll get into that in just a second. But I want to point out that in ancient times, they didn't figure that the Earth was a globe. Yet they carried that information and gave it to other people and said that they did measure curvature for thousands of years, right? So that's a problem, because they didn't measure the Earth to be to have a curved surface, or they didn't measure the curvature. They only assumed it. So we're not even talking about what people are doing today. We're just talking about what they did a long time ago. So point number one being that the Earth has curvature cannot be substantiated. Or if I was to ask you, is there any way that you can actually find out if the Earth has curvature? Like, is there anything that you can do?
Can I say something?
Or Oliver's friend?
Like literally do, or in theory?
No, like physically. Go out and do.
Oh, okay, but like my question here is like, I mean, I could drive a boat from America to wherever, to like China or something.
Okay.
But like, if you mean like right now, in like my scenario, no.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I was
there's
thinking about the guy before.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm having a conversation with this one. So basically, there's nothing you could do right now to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, point number one being that the Earth has curvature and it's measured to have curvature. It can't be verified that it is curved. So I'm just really prodding your knowledge. Just like I said, there's no really right or wrong answer for you. It's just knowing what, the information that you know about, the globe Earth. So curvature, we could put that to a side for now and say that it's just a belief system that you have that it is curved. We'll just keep that to the side right now as a belief. Point number two, that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? That it's actually spinning. Is there any way that you can tell me that the way they figured that out, that the Earth is spinning, or that you can actually tell that the Earth is spinning? Either one.
I mean, the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
The sun goes, sun. The sun comes,
Yeah. What does the sun? What does the sun do?
Gives daylight.
No, I mean, we're talking specifically about how the Earth is spinning. What is the sun doing to tell you that the Earth is spinning?
It's just standing still. So like whenever the Earth is spinning, it becomes daytime and it becomes nighttime.
All right. So when you go outside, let's say when it's going to be daytime, right? What do you see the sun doing in the sky? Is it standing still or is it moving?
It's moving. It's moving to like the top left, and it's going.
Yeah, it's like kind of moving up and then down.
Okay, cool. We'll just say that the sun is moving across the sky. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay, so right before we got into this topic, you said that the sun was standing still, but everybody that can see the sun knows that it's moving across the sky. That's what we see. So how did they figure out that the sun was standing still and that we're moving? Because we see the sun moving across the sky and we can't tell we're moving. That's what we see. I want you to maybe think about that a little bit, and maybe you want to look it up or something, but how did they figure that out? Because it looks like to us that the sun's moving across the sky. So there's in no way can point us to that the Earth is actually moving.
Wait,
That's true. That's he said.
What's that, Oliver?
No, I agree. That's right.
Okay.
But I mean, I could do a little bit of research on it, but because I don't know much about that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just asking what you know right now, and as far as what you know, that's you pointed to the sun and said the sun was the indicator that tells us that we're moving and the sun's standing still. But upon further investigation, like right now during our discussion, you can clearly know that the sun is moving across the sky, and you can't tell that we're moving. So at this current time, we would say that it's just a belief that you have that we're spinning on our axis, like the Earth is spinning. Right now. It's just a belief right now. So we could put that to the side right now, as that's just something you believe. It's not something that you can actually verify or know. So the Earth spinning on its axis, point number 2. We'll move that to the side. We'll move on to point number 3. Point number 3 is the vacuum of space being a medium that people can travel to. How did we figure out that when you look up in the sky that it's a vacuum? either by you verifying it or by information that how they figured it out.
I'm gonna be straight up with you. Me personally, I don't know way too much about that.
Okay.
But how can we verify that the space is a vacuum? I mean, gravity, right? Isn't that how that works? Because it holds us in place, etc.
So some shit.
All right, did your friend want to chime in too, Oliver? It sounded like you wanted to say something.
Nah.
Okay. All right, so gravity and shit, I guess is what your answer was. So we're going to look into that just a second, but that the Earth has a pressurized system, right? The air that you breathe, it's got pressure. Would you agree with me on that, Oliver?
Yeah.
All right, so we have pressure here in the ground level where we're at. It's about 14 psi, somewhere around there. So it's got pressure in it. Now they say that we're next to the vacuum of space, but there's no barrier in between the pressurized system and the vacuum of space. Well, that's a problem. Have you ever had air pressure in a tire and you press the little nozzle on the tire, the air where you put the air inside? When you press that, the air rushes out, right? Why does it do that? How come it doesn't stay in the tire?
Because you're squeezing the tire.
Right. So, well, it's interesting because the air inside of the tire is higher pressure than the air outside of the tire. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
It's pretty simple. It's not really like a no-brainer, but I just want you to see if you can agree with me on some points. Okay, so you agree that the inside of the tire, the air pressure is more, it's higher than the one outside.
Yeah. It's like a bike tire.
So we're thinking about the Earth too when we're saying this. On ground level, we have high pressure here, but when you go all the way to where they say space is, the vacuum of space, there's almost like no pressure whatsoever. But in the instance of where we have the tire, it seems like high pressure always moves to low pressure all the time. So if you have I'll give you an example, like a balloon filled with air, and you're holding the nozzle. When you let the nozzle go, the air is going to rush out of the balloon quickly. In any and all directions, the air will push out of the balloon. This is called entropy. High pressure systems will always move to low pressure systems. This is a natural law. It happens always. Hot moves to cold. High pressure moves to low pressure. It's a natural law. It happens always. Can you agree with me on that?
Okay, that makes sense so far.
Okay. So they say that there's high pressure here where we're at on ground level and a super low pressure where the vacuum of space is. Yet there is no container to hold that pressure inside the Earth. None whatsoever. It's an open system by every aspect and regards. So what would happen to the high pressure here on Earth next to a low pressure of the vacuum of space? If it was a reality, it would rush out into space and fill the available space. This is a natural law. It would happen this way always. So that is why when we talk about point number 3, the vacuum of space being a medium that you could travel to is not possible, because they say that it's a vacuum of space next to a high pressure system here on Earth.
So but doesn't that pressure stay in because of gravity and the the center of the Earth? Doesn't that have a huge gravitational pull? So doesn't that keep us all together?
Okay, so if we're talking about gravity, right? Has gravity ever held anything like pressure? Has it ever held pressure? Can I?
Okay, that's true.
Yeah. So gravity and pressure has no relation. there's nothing that you could tie it to, because we'd be able to blow air in front of our face and create pressure right in front of us, like a bunch of it, like a high pressure. But it doesn't happen, right?
What do you mean, Buffalo?
Yo, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah.
So you know how if you go like deeper into the water in the ocean, how is the water pressure?
Okay, so one thing I want you guys to remember is that the only way to achieve any kind of pressure is that you have to have a container. So it's called an antecedent. The necessary antecedent to gas pressure or any kind of pressure is a container. You need to have a container, any kind. It doesn't matter what kind. So in the case of water needs to be contained wherever it is. Okay, you can take a look at like a glass of water, a swimming pool, a bathtub, a pond, a lake, ocean, even. Everything that you talk about with water, it's contained. And how do we know this? Because there's shores everywhere that you see water, right? And it reaches like the shore of wherever you're at, on the beach or whatever. But that water is contained.
What does it contain?
Sorry. That wasn't to you guys.
It's contained by the shores that everywhere that you see water. So like
medium.
Well, think about it's the shoreline. To take a look at a lake. Yeah, a lake is a good example. So you have a shoreline all the way around a lake, right? That's easy to see. You guys agree with me on that? And as you go further into the water, it gets deeper and deeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in other words, that water is contained. It's sitting more or less like in a bowl. Like that's just something that you put in your mind of what the container I'm talking about. Because your friend chimed in there and said, "Well, how do we have pressure?" Well, the water that he's speaking of is already contained. It doesn't matter what body of water you even describe. It has to be contained if there is to be pressure. It needs a container by necessity. So the necessary antecedent to pressure, or gas pressure, is a container. It needs to be contained. Think about it like this. If I have a pitcher of water and I pour it over a table, will that water have any depth to it? Like, will it gain a lot of depth? It will not. It will not. Once I put a glass there and I pour that water in the glass, now it's contained. It doesn't matter if the surface is open. All that I need are the walls of a container to contain something. Now it has volume.
Okay, I have two questions in mind right now, though.
Sure.
One being, why would the government want to make us believe the Earth is round? Why wouldn't they just tell us it's flat?
Oh, we'll get into that in just a second. I just want to wrap up the 3 points real quick. So the vacuum of space, and your friend was asking about how do we know water has pressure, and I told him about the walls of the container. Do you guys agree with me on that? I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the 3 points. That we need a container for gas pressure, or we need a container for water. Oliver?
Yeah, bro.
We're having mic problems. Sorry.
I have another question.
Sure.
Like, this is the last one, right?
Yeah. Let me wrap up these points. Okay. So
right.
if we're saying that you need a container, well, they're saying that it's an open system that rockets can travel into the vacuum of space and all that. Well, it doesn't have a container. This is what we need. We do need a container to have pressure here on Earth. So we still remain that the gas pressure, the air that you breathe, has pressure because it is contained. Now, what that container is, we don't know. Like, there's a lot of speculation and like, well, it's a dome, it's this and that. We don't know. All we understand is that it is contained in order for us to have pressure. So that being said, point number 3, the vacuum of space cannot be proven to be true. So 3 points. The first one was curvature. The second one was axial rotation. The third one is a vacuum of space. All three of them are beliefs. They are not backed up by empirical evidence whatsoever. So that's just something for you to actually take a look at. Maybe you can pour yourself over some research on those 3 points, but make sure that you look into that a little bit deeper if you want, because we all have in this chat room. So, but I'm going to go ahead and take your questions. I don't know which ones you want to start with, but go ahead and start asking your questions, please, Oliver.
All right. So, can you show me what you think the Earth looks like?
Okay. What? Yeah.
Can you show me like what it looks like?
Like a picture, like a diagram or something?
Yeah.
All right. So flat Earth doesn't stand by any models. Now, that being said, there's a lot of images and stuff that you can see about the azimuthal equidistant projection, which is called the AE map. And it's the circle map with like the ice wall and like the continents in the middle, splayed out. That is.
So with the ice wall, right? You see how Antarctica is like.
Yeah, I'm about to finish the point. Let me finish the point. So we don't ascribe to that. We just say that's a concept. Now, me personally, I don't even say that because we can't even figure out what the Earth is as a whole. So going to a model is just a reification fallacy. It just means that it's something that we're trying to, or at the very beginning of the movement of Flat Earth, we're trying to give the globe earthers something so that they can actually look at. Because that question that you just asked was asked a very lot of times. People would always say like, well, we know what the globe looks like. What does the Flat Earth look like? And the Flat Earthers were like, well, shoot, we got to give you something. So they gave them the AE map to satisfy them. And they're like, oh, well, that's what the Earth looks like. But that's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that because that map that you see with the AE map with the ice ring has a lot of problems in it. Okay. So I don't ascribe to that. And I wouldn't want anybody in Flat Earth to as well, because once they do, it becomes a positive claim. And then you can ask questions about it. Like, what about the ice wall? Is there ice over here and ice over there? Then we're going to be like, well, we don't know. And then you're going to be like, well, see, how come you don't know? So right now, we don't say we can take a picture of the whole Earth. There's nothing that we could do that you can see everything. Okay. We can only take pictures locally, high altitude imagery and all that good stuff. But as a whole, we can't do that. It's not possible. It hasn't been done. It has not been done. So I don't know if that was a question you were probably asking, but if I answered it, but Flat Earth doesn't make a claim to a model, any model.
All right. So what you're saying, you don't know if Antarctica is like surrounding Earth, like in the side, like on the side, like there's an ice wall. You don't know.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. So
then can't you just walk off the Earth? If the Earth is flat.
Okay, so you might want to mute your.
All
right, so we don't claim that you could actually traverse Antarctica. There's a thing called the Antarctic Treaty, past the 60th parallel, which means that if you try to attempt to go over there uninvited, you'll be stopped probably by the navies of the world, whatever waters you're traveling on. They'll probably stop you and tell you to turn around because you're not allowed to go to Antarctica. It's a protected land, and it has been ever since like the 50s, late 50s, early 60s, something like that. If you just Google the Antarctic Treaty, it'll pop up and you'll see all the information about it. But all the countries that have signed on to keep it a protected land have done so in the idea that nobody's going to be able to travel there freely. So that idea that you have that we could just walk over there and go see what's over there, we can't do that. Nobody can. Now, that being said, there are scientists there doing some work at McMurdo Station, and there's a couple of stations that are there in Antarctica, and also there's some tours that go down there, like some boats that go there. Very expensive tours, I might add. But you can go down there in a tour, and the tour guide will take you certain places, and then you can pet a penguin or whatever and come right back. It's pretty expensive. But you can't freely go over there and check it out for yourself, or nobody can actually do that. So That would answer that question.
So one last question. I'm sorry for bugging you, right?
Wait, I have one after.
Ah, go ahead. Go ahead, man.
So, so it's cold all around the Earth, right? So if the sun, if it's cold around the Earth, because the reason why it's cold in the North Pole and the South Pole is because it's not facing the sun, and it's getting like the least amount of sun out of all the places in the Earth. So that's why it's all ice and everything like that. So if the Earth was flat, how would it be all ice all around if the sun was if the Earth wasn't round? How did that be happening?
Okay, here's the thing, and this is gonna probably throw you for a loop, but we can't. Flat Earth can't answer that in the way that it would satisfy you, the way the globe has given you an explanation with Antarctica. What we do say is that the sun travels from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, meaning that what is summer in the north, it's winter in the south, right? So whatever lands are in the south, like Australia or whatever, it's winter time for them when it's summer for us, and vice versa. Summer for them, winter for us. So wherever the sun is, that's where the most, where it's hotter. So if you think about it, the lands are beyond, or where the sun's reach would probably be Antarctica and the Arctic. So both of those would be considered the furthest reaches of the sun, like where the sun is, But of course, they do have what they would consider their summers, right? So when it's summer,
opposite. The north and south are completely opposite, and on a globe, they would be expected to be kind of the same.
Yeah, but they're not the same though. The Arctic is very much different. It's got life and it's abundant, and the Antarctic is kind of void of life, and it's a bit more frigid, and there's very little life. You got certain animals that can only endure that kind of temperature, but the Arctic is a bit more tolerable as far as that goes. But it would work the same on a flat and level plane, the plane of existence that we're on, because the sun would only need to travel above the plane of existence. So it would just travel above us, and whatever motion it does. But I wouldn't claim what the sun actually does, because there's this idea that with the seasons that the sun actually, and I'm going to show you a diagram. I was actually talking about this model yesterday with a couple of people on Flat Earth, and we agreed on it. So did you see that image I put up in live stream voice text, Oliver?
No, I'm going to it right now.
All right.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
All right. Flat Earth at the beginning of the movement was trying to explain the seasons in a way that it would make some sense to people coming from the globe. So they gave this model of what happens with the seasons and how the sun actually works and so on and so forth. But there's a problem with that model. I'm going to point out the problem with that model. On the equinox, the sun moves directly from east to west, and almost a straight line, very close to it. When you look at that diagram, that model, it shows that the sun is corkscrewing in and out over the flat Earth. But on the equinox, it moves directly straight on every location on Earth. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
So that diagram is a reification fallacy. It cannot work on flat Earth. This might bug some flat earthers who were actually looking at this model and claiming that this is how seasons work. But like I said, the equinox actually throws this off because it doesn't do a spiral motion. It goes straight across the sky in a almost straight path. So we don't claim that this is the model for us to give you for the seasons. What we do say is that the sun is closer to us in the summertime, when it's summer, it's closer to the north, and in the north, when it's further from us, it's wintertime. So we could say that with assurance because we have this. I'm going to show you another image. Do you know what that's called?
I've seen it before, but I forgot.
The analemma.
Yeah.
The solar analemma. Now, if we say that what we can visually see in the sky is that the sun is closest to us, like at the very top of that analemma, that's when the sun is closest. And at the furthest, you can see at the bottom of that analemma, where it looks like it's bigger, then that's the furthest away from your position, wherever it's showing you right there. But at the very top is when it's the closest it is to you. At the very bottom, it's its furthest away to you. But the solar analemma, this is taken over the course of a year. That's how you get that analemma there at one particular location. So that's what we can say it's actually happening, right? With assurance, because we could see that, and we could, do some time footage where it's actually taken over the course of a year, and we come up with this analemma. It looks like a figure 8. But like I mentioned to you before, that diagram that people were actually using, and I'll put it up once more, this one doesn't work. It's a reification fallacy because it's a model and it doesn't give us what we would see with the analemma. So seasons work perfectly, just not in that model that's being shown here. So I'd like to, at the same point I'm talking to you about it, clear the air with the flat earthers that are actually looking at this model and claiming it to be the explanation for seasons.
Model?
Yep. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah. Here's like the part where I don't know how you're gonna be able to defend this. Okay. What about like the pictures from space?
Okay, remember we're talking about that gas pressure needs to be contained. That was the third point of the vacuum of space, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we need a container to have gas pressure, meaning there has to be some kind of barrier there between us and whatever else is beyond that, how can somebody travel beyond something that is like you're not able to get to that location? Because they say they can actually go into a location that breaks the laws of the second laws of thermodynamics.
Does it have to be a physical barrier? Can it be an energy barrier?
Well, here's the thing, though. When we talk about gas being contained, like the air that we breathe, if it is contained, how could that be contained?
Can it be contained by an energy rather than physical?
Well, here's the thing. We can't ourselves know what the container is made of, but we know it has to be something solid to hold it in. That's what we can tell. Because if you have that much pressure over that amount of area, like as big as the Earth is, it would have to be something very, like, structurally saying it to be something super strong to hold it.
So, can you have a pressure gas next to a vacuum without something physical in between them?
No.
Can you demonstrate this?
No, because it can't. Yeah, I was just gonna say that, Oberico. It can't be demonstrated, Parmesan, and that is the problem. If you can't demonstrate, I'm gonna answer Oliver's question. If you can't demonstrate that gas pressure can be done in an open system, like you can have gas pressure in an open system, then you're gonna show us that you can actually do that. But if you can't demonstrate it, then it's not possible that people can travel into the vacuum of space. Because all gas pressure needs to be contained. So
if somebody was able to make some kind of a device or a demonstration that would keep gas in a pressure next to a vacuum without any physical divide between them.
That's all that we would require. That's it right there. That's the golden.
Okay.
That's the golden.
And the reason I ask is I think there is something that works that way, but I'm just going to need to check before I come back to you.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Go ahead, because
Please do.
A lot of people have checked this, and if you're thinking of gravity, gravity is not strong enough to do that.
We'll just wait till we'll wait till he comes back, because I think he's going to bring something that he's actually researched or something. But so far as we know, nothing has been shown to us over the years, and the many people that have been looking into it, Parmesan. But to answer your question, Oliver, no, it's not possible because of the fact that we would have a contained environment. It's a closed system for all intents and purposes, and matter cannot travel beyond the contained system because it's a closed system. Okay, go ahead.
All right, now I think my friend has to say something else, but I have like a final thing here. Now, this could obviously be faked, but I don't see why it would be. Now, all right, this isn't like hard evidence. I'm just putting it out there. There's a video on YouTube that was posted back in 2018, and they attached a GoPro to a weather balloon, I think it was, and they let it float into space, and it got like footage.
Okay.
Could I like send a link to you in DM or something?
Yeah, send it to me. I'll put it up in the live stream.
We have several of them down below. You can watch. You don't even have to pull it up. Don't we have several in down some of our rooms down below?
And like in the video, you can like almost see the horizon of the world and everything.
All right, let me put it up for everybody.
We've got plenty of those.
All right, so question I want to ask you, with the camera that they're using, or any camera, but before we get into the height that it actually went to, the camera that they're using has what is known to be barrel distortion, which means that it would give the image that it's represented as having some curvature onto it.
It's already showing curvature. Look at it. It's only a couple 100 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
And it's already showing curvature. So it's a fisheye lens right there.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that with you could pause it like maybe 6 or 7 seconds in, Oliver.
Yeah, see, it's showing it as a ball right now. It's not even up there.
Oliver, are you there? I don't know. Maybe he left. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah, I'm looking at what you're looking at right now.
Yeah,
cool.
12. You go to 12 seconds in there. It looks like curved, man. It's not even past.
Okay, you do have a point there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 black commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon PE shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise, you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. Your science guys have set that ass up properly, gassed up. Fellas need to throw it up. Shit, for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. Follow these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Okay, so that's a fair chunk there. I have to do the math here. It's going to take me a bit, but
Yeah, why don't you just look at the Beyond Horizons? They're the professional long-distance Guinness World Book record-winning photography. They've got all the information in their website. They're not flat earthers. They're photographers. So why don't you look up Beyond Horizons and look up the information they've done? Then you can put that together with what you're saying you're calculating or whatever. These are actual observations done by photographers.
Yeah, look at 29 minutes after the hour. It has all the information you need. The target distance is 255 miles away. The observer height is 9,136 feet. There should be over 12,000 feet of the target hidden by Earth curvature.
Do you have a favorite Earth curvature measuring program? Do you know how to do it? Grenade head.
oh, wait a minute. Am I on? Is my mic on? Oh, Dave, get the numbers here. I'm just seeing what's going on here.
Okay, so you see the picture right there, okay? You're not supposed to see any of that. We can see the mountains coming down to the shoreline, and we can see all the mountains. How does that work?
I'm
sorry.
I'm going to research this a little bit. I'm not going to sit there and make a comment about it until I know more about it.
Okay, fair enough. So you understand why we're saying it couldn't work on a globe, though?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I do. But I don't understand what's happening in this picture, so I don't want to make any...
You want me to throw you a life jacket? You want me to tell you what your side's going to make you say?
No, I'm looking at this. I want to find out where this is at.
Request? Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Because
this is just one of hundreds.
The photo's in infrared, by the way.
Yeah, which limits the spectrum of light, right? Which limits the effect of any type of movement of that light. I mean, this is so staggering. It's not even close. It's 3 miles should be there. 3 miles. Well, why can't I see the shore, dude? There aren't 3 miles there. There's nothing there. I can see the shore. 3 miles. That's super long, bro. So drive 3 miles on the road and then flip that up vertically. That's what should be there.
Yep.
I mean, you wonder why flat Earth's censored. You wonder why famous people would never debate a flat earther for the world to see. You want to know why I've been kicked off PayPal for being a flat earther, and Venmo, and Twitter, and Facebook, and Instagram, and YouTube, and DLive.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What makes you trust your own vision so much?
Well, it's not really about trusting my vision, right? It's falsifying the globe radius. Are you saying that if I can see mountains and they look exactly like they're there, and I can go touch them and know they're there, that it looks like they're actually there, like they actually are, but in fact nothing's there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that like almost every single quote unquote empirical science, globe priests, whatever, like one of the main first tenets of every science is that the first observer is the least reliable. So I'm wondering how come you're saying that your like measurements taken by your senses are reliable.
Okay, we can do this. First of all, measurements, right? So the way we have measurements is we measure the Earth. That's how we know the mountains are that far away, because we measured it using planar survey, right? We measured over a horizontal. That's how you have maps. That's how we measured it. So we know how far the mountains are. Now, if we can zoom in with a camera and see all the mountains, we know we did not zoom in through a mound of Earth curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how? I don't even know the question. And there's many ways you can do. You can shoot a laser over the top of water or a frozen lake, and it hits the other target completely horizontal without any curvature blocking it, when there should be hundreds of feet blocking the laser. You can use mirror flashes. Long distance observations test the globe, right? You're not supposed to be able to see stuff in the distance because we're supposedly on a globe.
And is there is there empirical evidence to suggest that a device that does not require any of your sensory input will demonstrate that there is no curvature? Because personally, I don't believe in anyone's firsthand accounts or anyone's firsthand experience on globe or flat.
Do you believe people went to space?
I don't believe any of their firsthand accounts.
Okay, nice. Just seeing if you're consistent. So we can throw the moon landing out in every story NASA said because we can't believe them. It's just first-hand accounts of people that are Masons.
I don't believe anyone's first-hand accounts.
Okay, that's perfect. We want you to go test it. I've done it. I did it around the whole U.S. for the last year. Almost everyone in this room has done it. This is one of thousands of observations. You can test it yourself. So would that fulfill your parameters where you can verify or falsify it yourself?
Sure. Can you explain to me the experiment?
Well, this is an observation. This is actually not an experiment. But yeah, you just take out a P900 or a P1000 and you zoom in to the distant object and you see if it's blocked by Earth curvature.
That sounds to me like your senses with a filter on it. Very rudimentarily.
Oh, so the 125 times zoom camera is making images up, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's filtering your view. It's still filtering your view. Your view is not.
How is it filtering it?
So it's not your original. Like it's the same. So light enters the camera. Light enters the camera.
So tell us how it's filtering it. Please.
Light enters the camera. It's refracted by lenses and changed and zoomed in whatever way you've set it, and it hits your eye. And that's not. Wow, that is actually incorrect. So light hits the object you're looking at. Light hits the atom you're looking at and bounces off directly at you. We're assuming that nothing else occurs outside of this. It bounces, goes inside the lens of your camera, goes through whatever reflective lens and whatever modes or settings you've put, and then hits your eye. So the baseline receiver of said at all interactions is your eye.
So you've been told to not trust your senses, and what you're telling us is a religious doctrine that comes from your school of thought that has basically been driven into you that you can't trust your human senses. So congratulations on that. We're talking about empirical evidence that could be verified by measurement. Do you know what a measurement is?
Yes.
Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Yes.
Could you explain the differences, please?
Sure. Do you want like a dictionary definition, or do you want my perception of it?
You said you know, so I want to know how you know the difference. Tell us the difference between calculation and measurement.
Okay, so a calculation would probably be. It's hard to say probably be, because I'm sure there's a universal definition for it, or
probably
some
is
like
not an answer to the question. But continue on.
I mean, I don't know the exact wording that you would prefer.
It's not about what we prefer. You're making statements. All I'm asking you is to tell us how you know the difference between calculation and measurement. So explain the differences, and I've heard nothing yet but evading answering.
Evading answering.
If you don't know, just say so. It's okay. I mean,
I don't know your exact wording, so I'm going to try and find the most universal wording that I can.
We're not
Don't be afraid of the exact words. We're just asking if you know what the difference is.
I didn't ask you to go find something. You said you know. Okay. So I'm asking you, what is the difference you said you know between calculation and measurement? And you can't seem to tell us. Okay, I'll just ask you directly. What is a measurement? A direct measurement. What is that?
A direct observation of...
No, I didn't say observation. I said measurement. What is the definition of a direct...
I'm trying to explain to you without using the word measurement.
I don't want an explanation, I want a definition. What is
Okay, so then I'll find you a definition. I'm not a dictionary.
So you don't know.
So I don't know the definition. No, I don't.
You don't know the difference between calculation or a measurement. You don't know what it's singularly, what a measurement is. You've just shown that to the whole entire audience. Thank you.
A measurement is the act of measuring something. I'm so okay, and then a calculation is like, wow. I'm not.
If you want to know if something is curving, or flat, would you measure it directly?
To answer your question directly, yes.
All right, so do you think that in order to know whether or not the Earth is a sphere or a topographical plane of existence, do you think we should measure it directly to know for sure?
I think to know for sure you can measure it directly, yes. However, for me personally, and the results of an experiment that I would accept would have to be again, where none of your human senses are involved, because I don't trust human senses. I believe that very simple things your senses are usually wrong about. Just like on a neurophysiological scale, it just doesn't compute.
So you already by default you're already
just saying we can't.
Real quick, can I just say this?
Please, one at a time.
I know, please, one at a time. Right, one at a time. Just 1 second. So you're already admitting then you don't believe in outer space or the globe religion.
I did not say that. I believe in the globe religion. Yeah.
So
no, this is like the guy who was on here a little while ago. Who's like a brain in a jar guy. He thinks he's a brain in a jar. Pretty much.
I joined yesterday. I joined actually earlier this morning. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, this isn't that guy. But real quick, you just by your concession of expectations and point of view, you don't even have a claim for a globe Earth.
I don't have any claims as of yet. No. I asked the question, but I have not received an answer yet.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy.
Yeah, you just have a belief, and then you don't want your senses to be true. So here's Marconi wireless telegraph. That's a transmission of 10,553 miles. That's impossible on a globe.
I mean, I'm hearing a lot of measurements, and this would be impossible. But nobody's answered my previous question. You guys assumed as to where I'm taking it, and given me answers to where you think I'm taking it. And
what's the question?
The question was what makes you, or by you, a person who believes in flat Earth, what makes you
It's not about belief.
trust your senses to this
We don't
degree?
believe,
I just
and
explained
we
to you
don't
something that
listen.
didn't require just your
One at a
senses.
time,
so what the
please.
fuck?
Listen, hold on. We don't. So stop putting words in our mouths. That would be a good start. For one,
Sorry,
we don't
I did.
believe that the Earth is flat. None of us in here have a belief. It's
so you
based
know.
on fact. Stop interrupting.
I'm sorry.
So that's the first starting point. Like, I don't have to believe if I measure my table. When I go into the restroom and take a pee, I know that I measured it. There's been a transfer of energy. That's what a measurement is. Okay?
Let me ask him a little question. And I'll just be real quick. Say you don't trust your senses. So if you look outside your car, your window, and you see a car out there, and you don't think you can walk up to that car, touch it, feel it, and verify for yourself that the car actually is there and you're actually seeing it, it's real. I mean, you can trust your senses at least that far, right? If you're looking at something and you can go out and touch it, you can then verify that your senses are not lying to you, correct?
In the exact scenario of the parameters you've laid out, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
Well, no, the second part was going to be, so if you go out and you use your eyes to see something, and you go out and take a measurement for the distance. Let's say you're looking at something in the distance, and you could guess, it looks like it's maybe 10 miles, maybe 50 miles, whatever. But you can actually measure that, right? You could get in a car, drive it. You could, whatever, look on Google Earth if you trusted that, whatever, and come up with a very close number as to the distance that you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Would you believe that?
In the parameters that you've laid out, yes.
Okay. Good, because we have observations that follow those exact parameters that show that the surface is flat, by the way. I'll let somebody else take it from here.
Okay.
Do you agree that the default position is that the Earth is flat and not moving, and that the stuff in the sky moves?
What does that mean, default position?
Yeah, like that's where you begin, because that's the observation. That's what we observe, and that's what we always have being the case, right? The horizon's horizontal. We have plains. We have the abyssal plain in the bottom of the ocean, 70% of it all completely flat. We have all kinds of planes on the Earth that are super flat. You've never felt the Earth spinning. Planes have to pretend the Earth's not spinning to work. Shooting missiles has to assume the Earth's not spinning. And you see the sun and moon move in the sky. You see the stars move in the sky. So our default position based on empirical evidence is that the Earth is flat and stationary and the stuff in the sky moves. So if you're going to make a claim opposite to that, then you would have the burden of proof, right?
Can you say what my claim was? But I don't
That the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics.
I just said I believe that. I don't think that.
Yeah, you believe in something. You believe in something.
I'm not claiming. I've asked a question, and I've received like your claim is wrong. You're you're going down pathways that I maybe would like to go down at some point, but like right now I just want to know like why like no quote unquote globe priest trusts their senses, but flat Earth, like everyone.
Do you have a citation? Do you have a citation for what you just said about no scientists believe their own senses? Can you give us a citation? Which scientists?
Well, I don't have a specific citation.
There we are again. So you're making these claims, bro. I'm just trying to point them out. I'm really not a bad guy. I know I sound like the bad cop today. I make a really good cop.
He didn't say scientists, Sonny. He said globe believers. He said globe believers. He said, I'm wondering why globe believers don't trust their senses, but flat earthers do. That's what he said.
Okay, there you go.
Welcome to flat earth.
Yeah.
I thought I just clearly explained to him why we trusted our senses, because we went out and verified what we'd seen was real.
Well, let's hear him respond. Let's hear him respond, please.
I mean, I thought I gave him an answer.
I have nothing to respond. I don't know the answer to the question I asked.
Because the globe religion, you can't trust your senses. That's all.
So here's the thing: why flat earthers we don't have a belief. Because see, you've come into a place where we've studied and we've investigated these things about the human eye, the sizes of things, ocular resolution, like all the how perspective works, all these different things that we've looked into. That's why it's not a belief anymore, because you can take the size of the aperture of the eye and you can make certain reasonings based on that are real, empirical data as far as size, distance, and so forth. So we've done measurements where we have known distances, known heights of objects, over and over and over and over again. It's like measuring your kitchen table 1,000 times, or measuring every kitchen table within 100 miles. Like, we've looked into this, so that's why it's not a belief anymore. I wanted to clear that part up. What you have done is a belief. You have a belief because you cannot provide any kind of empirical data of anything exacting or specific at all about your fairy tale globe.
I'm laughing because I have nervous laughter. I apologize.
There's nothing that you can provide. Listen, if you could even provide us a claim that a globe Earth is being used in any technology that is using real physical objects, over, under the water, anything like that, we would love to see that, because we've looked for it for almost 7 years.
I got a question too for the new guy. Why are all flight simulators, and yes, all of them, programmed over a flat stationary Earth? Why would they do that? Why would they teach them that if it's a globe?
Yeah, that's why it's called a plane, right?
I actually have not yet seen any simulation that well, except for Kerbal Space Program, which
that's a video game, dude.
Yes, that's what a simulation is it not?
We don't have to talk about simulations. I'm talking about the flat and stationary being used everywhere, all military, radar, rail guns, okay? Line of sight, hundreds of miles. Get out of here. It's not a globe.
When they train a pilot, bro, right? They put them in a simulation to learn how to fly. And in that simulation, they negate what's called the gravity vector. They just completely negate it in the simulation. And then the simulation is built to fly over a stationary flat Earth. That's how they're trained. That's how the blueprints of the plane read as to how they were built. That's what he's explaining to you, right? We're talking about a video game.
Yeah, it's not video games. It's real world shit, because those people are going to be in flight training in the real world. A lot of those people are going to be pilots who love to play those kinds of games, or they already are pilots. Again, why would it ever be considered once to teach someone about flat and stationary if it were a globe? Why would you ever have to bring up flat and stationary, let alone the amount of times that they already have, which is in the tens of thousands at least?
What's up, y'all?
You gotta admit that's kind of weird, bro.
What
up?
I'm sitting here watching. I know you guys are talking, but I just want to mention this as an aside. Like, I'm watching Vinny, Vinny B from the guy that was on the podcast with Dave Weiss. I went back to his original video that he did on there, and he's talking about the Jesuits and laying down so much information. I'm like, oh my God, I got to look into this. Talking about the Roman Empire is still running things. And the reason that these people have this strong heliocentric belief that they live in a ball in a vacuum is literally because of the church. The irony is killing me, bro.
Yeah, the Jesuits, bro.
That's got to be pretty shocking. I mean, think about that. Iron Dan, is it Iron Dan?
No, it's
Iron Dan.
Is it?
What do you think, Iron Dan, that your whole entire paradigm of the space thing, the Big Bang, was created by a Jesuit, a Catholic priest?
The entire thing?
Yeah, George Lamont.
Yeah.
He proposed the Big Bang.
And you know he was buddies, many meetings with Einstein, other pseudoscientists of the period.
Okay.
Which is why we say heliocentrism can't really be that old, because all of the other sources for it, they're not primary sources. Like Eratosthenes, nobody knows this man existed. There's no other literature surrounding where he's come from or wherever he's come. Like, none of that is. You can't really verify any of that, even from a historical standpoint.
Yeah.
Like, it's.
Isn't it
I
kind of
mean,
interesting that you were
so
never
crazy.
taught any of these things? Doesn't that kind of make you think, like, why wouldn't I know these things? Why do flat earthers in 2022 have to teach me about all these things, right? And we didn't get taught them either. We had to figure them out, but that should make you wonder.
Before you brace against it as like, all right, they're saying some more crazy shit and blah 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 blah. Just look up the name Georges Lemaitre and type in "father of the Big Bang" and see what comes up. I mean, none of this stuff is hidden that we're talking to you about. I think I heard them telling you about all of the government documents that in there reference flat Earth. Like, I mean, why would that exist? Think about it.
You can actually go get these documents and read them, where they say that they train pilots and build planes to fly over a flat plane.
What you do have is YouTubers who tell us no. What you do have is various YouTubers that popped up after people have been questioning flat Earth to tell you that, well, mentioning that stuff is in there is out of context. Tell me how you can simplify mathematics for a sphere to flat planar geometry. How do you? It's not even the same thing. When they say, oh, this is just the simplification and they're actually misleading people. Okay. Well, whenever we ask them for the complicated version, that doesn't really exist. So it's kind of like you have to fact check the fact checker. Because imagine you find out some bullshit, then you go to a person and you're like, why'd you lie to me? And then they give you their first objection. Do you normally go, oh, okay, I guess you're right? No, dig into it a little deeper. Have them give you verification for their justification.
Can you imagine flying a plane and trying to land on a surface that was spinning or moving at 1,000 miles an hour? And people want to say, "Oh, it's your momentum you took with you." What if you turn the plane and go opposite direction, and then turn around and go this direction, that direction? Then you go to land on an object that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. How do you really think that's possible? Do you really think a plane could land on an object moving that fast?
Answer your question directly, no.
That's exactly right.
Hey, Iron Dan, you can read, right? Simple.
Before you, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Because I'm just trying to dispel, because I know what people, like normal people, respond with. And okay, so obviously you can look and then people will say, oh, flat earthers are wrong again because actually it's 1,000 miles at the equator, not everywhere. But it's really an RPM, right? So if you have a surface of something that's moving like a sphere, matter of fact, I'll do you one better. Imagine something spinning like a tire. Does it matter where you put your finger on that tire that's going 100 miles an hour? Honestly, it's not like it's not going to be moving if you land on one place of the tire versus the other. Like if you land on, say, like the middle, like where the axle is.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's still moving.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as Earth's movement, there's no accounting for it whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a justification for why not. It makes no sense. I'm sorry.
We can't find any citations where it was empirically demonstrated to measure or detect the RPM of the Earth. So many people tried in history and never actually did it.
In fact, Einstein said that he's come to the conclusion no optical experiment would ever prove the rotation of the Earth, the movement of the Earth. So even Einstein said it can't be proven, and that it's because of relativity. And then, basically when things fall down, really the Earth is could be going up as well. It's all relative, and there's no way that you could know. So it may look like it's still, but it could just be moving. That's the actual, still to this day, best argument.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
But
sorry, my mic was done.
If he's new to this, he's getting all this information for the first time. So, I mean, it's all good. It's crazy, bro. It sounds crazy, but just keep listening. I mean, these are all verifiable facts.
If you really think about it, you've never seen Earth curvature, right? If you've been in a plane at 35,000 feet, because the globe indoctrination is so thick, people will see like the two sides of the window on left and right bend just a little, but that's because there's 7 fucking panes of glass between the viewer and outside. You think none of that's going to be bending? It's crazy. It's flat, horizontal, all the way up. The horizon stays right in the middle of your vision. How is that possible? The higher you go up, it should be dropping exponentially. We should be able to see half the fucking Earth from 30,000 feet.
Again, you got the. I'm sorry to bombard you. So I know I just jumped into the conversation and I said all this. I didn't even introduce myself. My name is Elijah. It's good to be speaking with you. Sorry to just unload on you like this, but I just feel like every time someone says something, I'm thinking about the counter, and it's like, well, let's think about that counter for a second. Like the fact that people, first of all, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out. There's another guy, planetarium director Paul Larson, came out and said mathematically, obviously, with the area that you can see with your field of vision, you can't see the curve. In response to us sending up balloons to, I think, 120,000 feet, and it was like, where's the curve? Why is this curve that they're telling us is the curve? Why do we not see it when we send up balloons? Which is why they had to start saying that. But ask yourself this, like for all of because there's a Flat Earth debunk website that says, yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong and he should apologize. Ooh, scary words. But if it is curving in your field of view, just put that image in your mind for a second, that it's curving just a little bit. And then begin to do a turn. And when you get 180 degrees in your mind, tell me how that curve makes sense. As a matter of fact, tell me what you can get on a plane and you're looking out and it's curving. So then you go to the other side of the plane and it's curving the same way. How does that make sense? But this is what they tell people, and this is what they've reinforced people with. I've seen the curvature on the plane. I've seen it. Because it's on like Good Morning America or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, people. Of course, people. No, they haven't. And if you claim you have, it's like, word, you seen the curve through that little window, and then you didn't really think about what happens if you did a 180 degree or 360 degree on that curve that you think you see. How does that even make sense geometrically?
Did you know that every single star in the sky moves east to west in a circle around Polaris, the North Pole star in the center, and it's done that for all recorded history of mankind. They say we're on a 66.6 degree tilt, wobbling, revolving around the sun, 66,000 miles per hour, as the sun drags us through space at 500,000 miles per hour, and the galaxy shoots through space 1.3 million miles per hour, and we're on an elliptical orbit that constantly changes, and yet the sky has done the exact same thing, resetting back where it started around the center star for all recorded history.
Which indicates no movement at all.
And that all of those stars reset at exact geographical locations over the flat plane of Earth, as they have for all those thousands of years as well.
Surely you've seen these ancient buildings that show the summer solstice. They show the sunlight coming through a little hole in the wall, and it shines on a specific spot. And they view that every year, year after year after year after year. If we were spinning, flying through the universe or whatever, you think that light, that the sun would shine on that exact spot every time, the same time of year, exactly in the same spot? It's impossible, bro. We're not moving. That's why.
Iron Dan, your thoughts on any of this?
At this point, I feel as though anything that I say is going to create controversy, give me name calling, and
no one's going to call you names, bro. That's not what we're about.
The
hasn't happened yet, has it?
Text would disagree with you.
Well, why not answer the question? What was that about? You know how weird it was to say, what are your thoughts on what's been said? And for you to say, well, unless you're going to answer with a non sequitur, aka things that are totally not related to what's been said, which would kind of piss off anyone in any conversation, why wouldn't you just answer the question as it relates to what we've tried to say? I mean, I know we've said a mouthful. Maybe you could say something like, could you repeat that thing about the Jesuit priest? Like, that was interesting. What were you saying? What was his name? Or something like that. Like, I mean, because unless you're going to say what we're saying is wrong, in which only thing we're doing is citing information. Why? Because we didn't make it up.
Right, but he's not being real combative, right? So, like, he came in here, maybe thinking that this was crazy. But to be fair, if someone was going to be honest, if we were unloading information on him like this, they probably would kind of not have much to say because it's a lot to take in. So,
yeah,
well, I mean, you can hold on. You can just say, I don't really have any comment right now because it's a lot to take in. That thing about, people be mad if like I said, only if you don't respond directly to what's been said. If all you have to say is, I don't have anything to comment right now, but I do have a question, that's honest. Or it's better than nothing.
Sure. I don't, it's hard to recollect a lot of the things that you were saying. I think it's interesting the analogy that you made about the spinning tire. You said 100 miles an hour, right? And you said at any point that you put your finger on the tire, it's still 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like if I comment at all in any way, it's just instantly, globe priest indoctrination, and you can't make assumptions based on your school of thought. Like, I'm really cornered here, at least intellectually.
Well, we don't make assumptions. Everything we've told you are not assumptions; they're just facts that can be verified. So
yes, but like, when I'm solo and there's like 30 of you, then everything I say is assumptions, and everything you say is assertable fact.
If you state a fact, we're gonna go with it, dude. We're gonna know if it's an assumption, though. We do know these things.
Yeah, so let's break through some assumptions and some of the stuff that we were talking about initially when it comes to planes flying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somebody mentioned that all flight simulators are, flat stationary, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do, just to get some participation here, is I'm going to post something in live stream voice text. It's from NASA. It's a nasa.gov website, and it's a PDF. Do you have the ability on your computer or your phone where you're at to pull that up?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Okay, cool. Can you do me a favor and just read me the summary? So you'll scroll down past the table of contents, and then you'll come to the summary of the document. Can you do me a favor and just read that aloud?
I'm not going to read it out loud. I'm sorry. I'll read it to myself.
I mean, you can go through it slow. Nobody's going to make fun of you whether you're mispronouncing something or anything like that. That's not the exercise I'm trying to do. And let me know if there's anything in that summary that stands out to you.
If someone read it to you, would you listen to every word?
No, that isn't my point. But yes, I see that it says that it's a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. So this is NASA.
Linear aircraft model. Okay.
Yep. So this is NASA's derivation of the linear aircraft model, right? Okay. Why would they utilize that language, and why would they use a flat, non-rotating Earth for their aircrafts? Why would that be the case? Why do you think that is? Because this is coming from NASA, right? Which is obviously you've heard us say that we don't necessarily trust NASA. So what we're doing is we're using what's called a hostile. Yeah, we're using a hostile witness. So we're using NASA as a proof of our point here.
Okay.
Fortunately, they're telling the truth on this document.
Well, yeah, so people's lives are at stake when it comes to flying planes, things like that.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So when people's lives are at stake, we have to assume that it's a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. I mean, that's the only way NASA can fly anything. I mean, what does NASA look like not being able to fly anything?
I mean, even if you go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna ask your thoughts on reading that document from NASA. Do you have anything that comes to mind? Anything on your mind?
I'm going through the introduction right now. The only reason I could think of that they would be specifying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is because, as you mentioned, that's what their current model that they're speaking of here. And what does it say? 1988. The model that they have for linear aircraft. It doesn't even say flight. It just says just a linear aircraft.
Right. So why would they have that in the 80s if they went to the moon in '69, bro?
Those sound like two totally separate topics. It seems like the only reason they would support that would be because they're, especially early models like models and simulations definitely just couldn't compute a full rotating body beneath you. To do that, you have to render the whole body.
That's ridiculous.
Otherwise, it's just like a treadmill.
So you just assume that the thing is the exact opposite of what it really is when you're preparing to fly over it? That's ridiculous.
Hey, you want to know why they? You want to know why they can't do it?
Wait a minute.
They actually. Okay.
What's it? This is one of those moments where everybody just needs to take this in, because realize everybody, we all know this matches reality. This matches reality. Isn't that crazy? And that's the point, is that this model matches what we experience. Wow.
That is kind of ironic.
I want you to know, though, like, they can't even mathematically propose it on a spinning ball. So they actually can't even come up with an equation. It's called the three-body problem. They can't do the math. They have no choice. Like, they can't even mathematically explain this model. But like you said, they model it based on reality because they're flying in reality, and if they don't do that, people would die.
So the linear verbiage there, linear being a straight line. Yeah. So that would insinuate that this model craft is flying at least in a straight path.
You see kind of how this kind of comes back to what I told you at the beginning, bro. Like how this is actually the default position, right? Because like all observations and measurements show the Earth is flat and not moving. And to do anything successfully in the real world, practically, whether that fly, shoot ballistic missiles, use ground weapon system towers, whatever it is, you have to assume the Earth is flat for the practical use case to work, right? For you to be able to practically do things, you literally have to treat the Earth as if it's stationary and flat. So it's the default position. It's the only way anything works. So if you're going to claim anything else or believe anything else, you have what's called the burden of proof, right? You have to substantiate that what you're claiming is true, even though opposite to all evidence ever.
So, for example, in this case, can you find us a document that describes how nonlinear aircraft work on a curved Earth?
I can't, no.
You could try. You didn't even try. Come on, give it a search. Give it a whirl.
I mean, you agreed with me a minute ago that it wouldn't be possible to land on a surface that was moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
I agree to your direct premise. Yes, I don't agree in the sense that a plane taking off, like you said, you know, the detractors would say, is that that Earth constitutes an inertial frame of reference relative to the rest of the quote unquote heliocentric model, and when that plane leaves the ground, it still maintains the momentum of the rotating Earth relative to another body that is within the same heliocentric model. So that would be relative to the moon.
Yeah, but you didn't. I guess you didn't hear the part where I said the plane went up and turned and went in one direction and then another direction and another direction, which takes away all that angular motion, all that momentum. It's gone at that point because you're going in completely different directions.
There's also a problem when you're traveling from the equator and towards the imaginary poles on the ball. You're going from an area of higher rotation to an area of lower rotation, so there should be a deceleration somewhere.
So turning in a plane is not just turning; it's also I'm sorry, what are the four forces? Lift, drag, thrust, and load. No, weight or load. I don't remember.
All on a flat Earth. Yeah.
So when a plane is turning, there's a lot more involved than just turning. There is first it has to bank, right? It has to.
I'm not talking about turning. I'm talking about the change.
I'm answering the previous gentleman's. I'm answering the previous gentleman's thought, where he said that you're losing all of the inertial momentum imparted on you by turning. I don't believe that's the case, considering that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. Not exactly right. It's not.
Give me evidence of this.
I'm sorry. I was told I shouldn't interrupt anybody. So could you?
Well, when you make a baseless claim, I'm asking you to clarify your baseless claim. Can you give us evidence of the gas being attached to the rotating object?
I'm not saying it's attached to it. I'm saying that it's a part of it, so to speak. If we are to follow the premise of the globe model, my point ultimately, like I'm not going to go into stuff that I can't prove to you or that I don't know personally, but I will tell you that.
You know that violates gas law 100%. No. Gas does not attach or bond to anything. That it violates all gas laws.
Sorry, that was wrong. That was wrong of me. I didn't mean to phrase it that way. I meant to say that the air still acts upon the aircraft, and still, like, the momentum is still conserved somewhere, right? So, so if a plane turns, that momentum, the momentum of the plane changes, but some energy is still dispersed into the air, some minimal amounts of it, but it's still primarily efficiently pushed in the direction that the flaps are turning it in, and thus going in that direction. However, you're still conserving the same momentum that you had when you took off, because if that were not the case, if there was no atmosphere, for example, and it was a rotating ball, then yes, you would have to, depending on the speed that you attained in the plane, and that could be honestly however much the proportion speed, whatever of said thrust generating source. This
is what I wanted to ask you before we got. Look, okay, because I just wanted you to think about the words that you're using initially to justify this. But I'm going to ask a question, which is kind of annoying to us, so I would understand if, but trust me, it makes sense to ask this.
Sure.
What kind of momentum are we talking? Linear momentum or angular momentum?
That you're discussing right now?
Well, when you say it has to conserve momentum, which kind of momentum are you thinking? Because I would be thinking angular momentum, seeing as that you're traveling over a curved surface.
You are, but as the globe priests say, you're moving at 1,040 miles an hour before you even take off, right? And then depending on the direction that you take off,
That's kind of a red herring. Let me explain why. Because it's not dealing with the kind of momentum you're saying you're conserving. I'm just asking you which one you think it is.
I don't know. I just know that there's no such thing as absolute motion, and that every motion is relative, and the plane is relative to, at least in the context that we were discussing, the plane is relative to the ground from which it takes off. So
right. So the ground is curving and the air is curving. So you would have to conserve angular momentum. How would you be doing that? Seeing as that you're flying a linear aircraft. I mean, have you thought about it before? You don't have to force an answer.
I'm trying to force an answer that makes sense to me, let alone applies to either globe or flat.
Okay.
But it doesn't make sense.
Like for instance, if I spin a yo-yo, the yo-yo portion is attached to the string and it's attached to the rotation. However, if I cut off the yo-yo, it's going to fly off in a linear fashion. Well, obviously, it's going to drop to the ground at some point, but we're talking about moving in a linear path. So,
and without the influence of gravity or any sort of atmosphere or anything at all, then yes, it would most likely be linear motion. But it's not, considering there's so many other factors involved when a plane takes off the ground, like 4 forces, right, that I mentioned, which is drag.
That's what we're saying. Why aren't the ones that are actually manufacturing the aircraft or flying the aircraft, they're not doing any of what you're saying? Why is that?
Well, they're not doing it in 1988, and they're not doing it based on this assumption of a linear.
No one's assuming anything about a rotating globe underneath the aircraft. Only flat and stationary.
So I think it's because it doesn't make sense to assume that it is rotating, because it wouldn't have an impact. In the sense.
Do you realize that all you can do to argue for the globe is go on and on trying to explain why we never experience Earth as a globe?
I also want to point out, like,
you could put it that way, yeah.
This argument now a couple of times of in 1988, like, it's just so outdated. Don't you think if they came up with new information, NASA.gov might have updated that information?
Yeah, because actually, the other gentleman is right. All you have are excuses for why none of us ever experienced, nor has anyone ever experienced, a rotating globe.
Yeah. Just nothing unexplained ways.
That's
How long has the Boeing 747 or the 737 been in use? Do you know?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
Well,
because we've been flying planes the same way since 1988, right? The surface of the Earth hasn't changed. The way that we fly these aircraft really hasn't changed much, right?
Okay.
So at what point does the spinning, rotating, and curving Earth come into play? What year? What year did we have
I'm
to
not
account
saying
for
that it does come into play at a certain point, but I just like it doesn't. I can't even give an example that makes sense. Like it.
Well, okay, so the because the problem is logical fallacy. And so we're saying, well, the documents say that you're flying for all intents and purposes over a flat, non-rotating Earth, which is in opposition to what people believe it is. And so when we ask you questions where we think, well, if it were curved, if it were moving, shouldn't these problems happen? Like I mean, obviously, if you simulate it in your mind, it presents a problem unless you accept the ad hoc explanation for why none of this would happen. So it's actually begging the question, because the conclusion already is, well, it is a globe Earth, so the reason that we don't experience it is add whatever ad hoc explanation you like. So the question for me is, why do you believe that?
I want to hear it.
Yeah,
no, I'm just asking why one would believe that. I mean, it's like so many different. I mean, you can believe what you want. I'm not telling you not to. I'm not telling you not to think what you think.
I feel like I haven't fleshed out like what I'm trying to say. It's that in the reason that they're speaking of linear models for aircraft, because I think especially at that time, and probably even now, there aren't aircraft that it could make. Well, actually, maybe today there is. I don't know, but at that time, I don't think that there were aircraft that could end up in a situation where a curved Earth would have an impact. And what I mean is that if you were to, let's say, for example, that you are flying through an atmosphere filled with air, because that's what you can't have quote unquote flight with.
Can you provide? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Dan. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but can you provide a citation for what you just made a claim for?
Sorry, sure.
In the very first part of your statement, just now, you made claims. Can you show us a citation where that is, or are you just making it up?
Could you repeat the claim that I made?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. Look, I'm not tracking what I say. If you're tracking what I say, then you should be able to repeat it.
I don't think you even know what you're saying. That's what sophistry is.
Sonny, everyone, can I just point out what he just said, though? Right before Elijah started speaking, he said, when asked about it, he said, I don't even have an example for the globe Earth. He said, I can't even come up with an example for why we would need to operate over a globe Earth, and nobody noticed.
That's not what I was referencing to, but sure, I guess.
Yeah, no, nobody noticed.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I did notice. That's not what he said, but I get your sense of it is what he did.
No, it is what he said, Elijah. You're not paying attention.
That's not what he said verbatim. No, it's not.
No,
what
he clearly
did
made the. Bro, you guys need to open your ears, please.
But can you not interrupt and allow me to actually repeat what he did say, so you could say, you know what, you're right, that's more accurate, or no, that's not what I heard. Do you have to be this oppositional? Okay. So what he said was a whole bunch of trying to explain why you would have a plane conserving momentum after I made the thing about the yo-yo and yada yada yada. And at the end of that statement, he said, it's not really making sense to me right now. I don't even know how to explain it.
I'm saying I can't give you an example where that would where like
where that would make sense.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not like I'm not an aeronautics professional, but I can say that like I do know that there are 4 forces that act on a linear aircraft when it's traveling through an atmosphere. I mentioned
That's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted the citation for, right there. I need something stating that those 4 forces, right there. Sorry to interrupt you, but you move too fast, and it's like a moving target. So right there, you said there's forces acting upon it. So we need a citation. Can you provide that citation for that statement?
Sure, I definitely can't. If that's
and how it's used in linear aircraft model, please show us where that is.
He said he can't do it, man. Like, this is the only beef I have with this place sometimes is like, it's probably pretty hard for someone new to the subject, right?
Yeah.
And so if someone is being decently honest, where he's speculating answers, and when he's told why it's wrong, he's trying to figure it out, and he admits it doesn't really make sense, we don't need to make it more difficult. He said he doesn't have the citation. I think the point is that instead of just making claims in your head, right, it'd be more productive if we can actually discuss things that can be verified. We actually know your side's information and all they have to offer, so the more efficient way would be to stick with empirical, verifiable things. And I think that's what Sonny's kind of trying to say to you when he keeps on bringing up the citations. I do think that
Oh my God, I found it by accident. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I found what I was talking about by accident. If you go to page 26 of what you linked me, 1.3.4 discusses energy-related parameters and then force parameters, and they discuss these quantities are total aerodynamic lift, total aerodynamic drag, total aerodynamic normal force, and axial force, which I'm guessing is.
And how does that? And how does that relate to the actual in-flight, physically flying the aircraft? Tell me how are they adjusting for those forces?
So,
no, it is actually what that page is talking about is exactly how they engineered the plane to fly in reference to a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's the point.
And I can probably see how all 4 forces would still apply on a flat Earth. What I can't see is that it would make sense to think of it as a rotating Earth, because there's just like you would have to travel a very fast and very far distance in order for curvature to apply, especially at that altitude, and then you would have to adjust for that.
So the thing about
I don't know how far.
Oh.
So the thing about curvature, right? Let's get into that.
Mm-hmm.
When we're talking about curvature from where you're starting, it's an exponential equation that you're talking about. So when the plane takes off and it's flying in a straight linear line, right?
Exactly, where height is not increasing or decreasing.
No, we can do it. We can do the math. I'll help you out, and then I'll let the guy that was just talking previously take back over. 500 miles an hour. So how much drop would you have to negotiate with that?
I don't know, but it would have to be relative to the plane. I'm really sorry. The spherical plane on which it is in the atmosphere relative to its height above sea level. That's the only universal one on the globe. And so as long as that doesn't change, then no extra force would be needed to climb higher, because then gravity would be, a different load, a different weight force would be.
It's not about extra force to climb higher. It's about the floor that's dropping away from you at 500 miles an hour.
So think of it this way.
Yes.
Think of Everest as a plateau that has a airport on the top of it. Your plane takes off from the top of Mount Everest.
Okay.
And you have a slope. We can even use a slope, which isn't an exponential curve, right? If that plane takes off and it flies flat and level, like planes do,
mm-hmm.
as it takes off and the mountain below it begins to drop away, Is it gaining in altitude?
Above sea level, yes, technically.
So at what point would it be going downward to either follow some sort of curvature? Does it do that? Does the
Depending
plane
on how long
follow?
it flies, right? Like it has to fly a certain distance in order for it to even begin to account for curvature. Otherwise, if it didn't, it would technically be climbing as it went straight.
Right. So think of it this way: no matter where you're at on the ball, from your perspective, you're on the top of it.
This is why I interrupted the first time. Because he seems to think that you have to fly a vast distance to have to negotiate the amount of drop there would be in an hour. We can even break it down to minutes.
Yeah, I was just trying to
assume it was an hour. I didn't say anything about distance or time.
Can somebody just pull out like a quick Earth curve calculator and figure it out for him? Because that seems to be his main point of contention. So let's deal with it.
Well, I was trying to display the fact that when that airplane takes off and it's flying flat and level, you are flying tangential to the curve, right? So then we can do the math and we can figure out how much curvature it would be that would be falling away.
So if the engine is never given extra power, and if the engine never decreases in power and maintains straight and level flight, no extra force is applied on any floor, then on a curved Earth, like the simple act of traveling straight would technically make you go straight. Like you're not going to fly off the globe just because you've changed trajectory. And if you do,
you would be gaining elevation.
more. You would need more power from the engine in order to continue to move further away.
Exactly. That's exactly. I don't understand why you're saying that. You can't say fly straight, aka in a tangent, when the ground is not. The ground is curving in relation to the tangent that you're flying. Like it doesn't.
And a certain amount per distance, right?
That's what I'm trying to get to. Do you not think it's significant?
So it depends, right? Like if we're doing the example of Everest,
doesn't really
right?
depend because you can use the example of just say zero altitude. Just use the curvature of the Earth. Obviously, it would have to be more because the radius would be increased the further in altitude you go. But just using zero altitude to tell you how much curvature there would be would suffice. The question is, does anybody ever have to account for this kind of drop when they're going straight in a tangent in relation to the curve of the Earth underneath them? Before we even answer that question, we have to figure out some kind of hypothetical number so that you understand what we're talking about. But can somebody just whip out an Earth curve calculator and figure out how much drop is in an hour for 500 miles?
Well, Matthew Learns helped us out there and posted something in chat where he said it would be 8.33 miles per minute would be the drop.
That's false.
Well, either way.
It has to go by the 8 inches per mile square drop. It's about 2,790 feet per minute.
Yes, well, I just wanted to point out Napalm and Sunny. So Napalm, this is what you said. At what point does the spinning, curving, and rotating Earth come into play? And Iron Sophist's answer was, I can't even get an example that makes sense answering that question. And I just can't believe that these can constantly ignored. We're reviving a dead dog with electroshock therapy when the guy's admitting he doesn't have a claim.
I don't have an example that would make sense to somebody who's looking for exact.
All right, I've heard enough. Someone black swan me.
Please, something.
All right, black swan me. So look in the voice text. There should be something called the black swan coming up. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get straight to the heart of the issue. Okay, so they say the Earth's a sphere and has a radius of 3,959 miles with a circumference of 24,901 miles, right? So we have something called geometry. That is the measurements of shape. So if you claim the Earth is a shape with a certain dimension, which is a sphere with a radius of 3,959, you can use geometry to measure and test that, right? So we're going to use this radius value and see if it's true. Now, if we are on a sphere with that radius value. If we're 1 foot above the surface, we would see the curvature of the Earth, the geometric horizon, at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which I said was 1, which means you would see the horizon at 1.2 miles away. So very simply, if the Earth's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, if you're 1 foot above that sphere, you have to see the geometric horizon no further than 1.2 miles away. We have an observation right here, 1 foot off the surface. The horizon is over 10 miles away. This is utterly impossible, geometrically impossible. On a sphere, the radius would have to be 264,000 miles. What this means is we have falsified the globe Earth radius. Did you understand that?
Wait, did you just plug in 1 foot and 1 point? I think it was, you said 25 miles in the same equation without equating the variables first?
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is how you determine where the curvature is based on geometry if you have a radius of 3,959 miles.
Are there different variables in that equation? Because if not, then they have to be weighted.
Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department. Comes from your side.
That equation. Could you post that equation if at all possible?
Wow. Sure. So real fast, we encourage you to verify the equation. This is not our equation. He just now invoked Andrew Thomas Young. That's the subject matter expert for your side. We are using your side. We are testing your claim. So if the math is correct, which it is, do you understand the argument?
And do not forget that a sea mile is bigger of is 1.8.
If you're talking about nautical miles versus statute miles, you would multiply the nautical miles times 1.15 to get the statute miles, the regular miles that we're used to. Roughly, it's about a 6 bigger than a nautical mile.
Yeah, it's a nautical mile.
Well, you really need to make sure you understand this and address it, because if that radius value they told us is wrong, the entire model is also wrong. The entire model requires the radius value be accurate.
I just... Light is bending exponentially?
Okay, that's just, you're just saying words. So
I'm trying to read. People are speaking and reading at me at the same time.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not. I'm trying. I don't want you to get worked up, man. I just want to help you out here. You were lied to about the Earth. Not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's a big deal, but it's not a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Don't make it weird.
It's not. Just because you're based in Red Pill doesn't mean it has to be awkward or weird. It's just, facts and stuff. That's all.
So once again, if the radius was 3959 and we were 1 foot above the Earth, we should see a geometric horizon. That's a curve, a mound, a hill, a physical obstruction that's tangible, real, actual, has to be there blocking us. Like a pregnant lady can't see your feet. Like you can't see through a hill of dirt. Like you can't see through a corner to the other side. The Earth has to do that if it's a sphere. And instead of it being where it's supposed to be, blocking our view at 1.2 miles, it's 10 miles away. Actually, much further than that. We're just going to rock with a 10 to play it safe. That means that it's 10 times too far away. So if the Earth was a sphere and that horizon we see is actually curvature blocking us, that would mean the sphere would have to have a radius of 264,000 miles. Yet they claim that it's just under 4,000 miles.
That's a 1,000% error. Is there any explanation that would account for an 1,000% error? Like mathematically, that figure, 1,000%. Is there anyone anywhere on this green earth that would account for that kind of margin of error? I'd love to see that citation. I would love to see the citation, regardless of that word, which is misapplied all the time. I'd like to see it used to explain 1,000% discrepancy.
I mean, there is no reason to talk about planes. There's no reason to talk about how you think it could work, how you think it could be a ball. None of it matters. It all comes down to this right here. All of it. Let me explain to you why. We have day and night cycle. The Earth says it's because the Earth's spinning. That's what makes the sun look like it comes up and down, right? That uses the radius value, day and night cycle. Quote unquote gravity uses the mass of the Earth, thus the dimensions of the Earth, thus the radius value. The distance to the sun, to the moon, and every other quote unquote planet uses the radius value. Distances on the Earth that we use and are mapped out and we use daily to travel, they all use the radius value. Every time they've ever claimed to go to space, they need to attain gravitational orbit, quote unquote. In order to do this, you need a radius of orbit requiring the radius of the Earth. Every story they say about going to space cannot be true if the radius value they were assuming was wrong. So all the conversation boils down to this one point, and that's if the radius is accurate or not.
And we've got dozens of observations that verify this exact same thing, that the radius is not what they tell us.
Now, technology just outpaced the lie. Now, we have Nikon P900s and P1000s with 83 times zoom and 125 times zoom, and we can go test it for ourselves, right? When they came up with this idea, they did not have the P1000. So technology outpaced the lie. They actually discontinued the Nikon P1000 at Best Buy recently. Maybe the number one selling camera in the world for like 3 years. Maybe you would wonder, why would they ever discontinue their number one selling camera ever?
Too many truth bombs.
People are going out there and measuring flatness, regular people.
Like someone went to Best Buy to buy a P1000 and the employee said, I've never seen this before. I don't understand. It's just discontinued in the system.
So without an atmosphere, you should be able to see to the other side of every body of water?
No. What?
That's what I'm getting from this. That
No,
without
look,
an atmosphere and without...
Well, there's no such thing as without an atmosphere, right? So that's just completely detached from reality. There's no
The moon doesn't have an atmosphere, allegedly.
Well, hold on. Look, can I take this one? Because I would like you to respond to, everything that Witsit just talked about. But to your question, looking at what's your question? Can you ask it one more time so that I'm clear?
If there is no curvature, should you, without an atmosphere, be able to see to the other side of every single body of water?
No, because every optical device has an angular limit.
And this angular limit increases with the devices like the P900 and...
Well, you can look at it depends. You have to look into the specs of the camera with the lens and all of that. Yeah, it all depends.
Yes, that's what they do. They increase angular limit.
Now, with an atmosphere, obviously, well, with air, let's just say, because atmospheres, the air takes the shape of a container. It doesn't just have an inherent shape. The atmosphere denotes that it does. So obviously the meteorologist that comes on to explain the weather tells you the visibility for that day. So hypothetically, not even hypothetically, it's just you would never be able to see more than 5 towns over, let alone over the entire ocean. Like that would just never be possible. I mean, this is obvious if you live in a high elevation location. I live on an island. I live in New York City. And when I'm on Park Avenue looking over to the east or the west, the trees in the background are grayed out for this reason. So what's the point of your question? Because can we get back to what Whitsitt said? Could you respond to that?
He's asking why can't he see China?
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. So, I mean, do you have any thoughts about what Whitsitt just laid out?
Nothing that makes sense.
Right. So maybe I'll break down the basics for you so you understand. There's a fundamental difference in the horizon, okay? Which is, of course, horizontal. That's why it's called horizon. Now, Flat Earth knows that the horizon is just an apparent location. It's defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground. Now, the sky and ground never physically converge. It's just apparent, right? It's a vanishing point in the distance. Like if you stare at the end of a long railroad or street with streetlights or hallway, it'll look like the floor and the ceiling or the walls are converging. They're not. That's just an optical effect because you can't see forever because of limit of view, angular resolution, right? So that's all the horizon is. When it's clearer outside, you can see further, so the horizon's further away. Whenever it's not very clear outside, the horizon's closer because you can't see as far. It just moves around. It's just apparent. It's not an actual place. Now, on the globe Earth, the horizon is an actual place. It physically blocks your view. It stays in one place and blocks your view. That's the fundamental difference. Now, when we make this observation, we see that horizon is 10 times too far for it to be the physical, actual place that the globe necessitates it be at. That is the fundamental difference.
So, wouldn't a radio telescope be able to see to the other side of every single body of water then?
Radio telescopes don't even have as high of a zoom as 125x.
But they can penetrate through any kind of atmosphere, any kind of gas.
That's inaccurate. It can't penetrate through any type of atmosphere. But did you what did you say? Microwaves?
No, I said radio telescope.
Oh, so you can shoot radio waves 10,000 miles on the Earth. That doesn't help. Radio doesn't help you. Like, you're saying that if we use a radio telescope, we'd be able to see all the way across the Earth, but the reason we can't is because
No, I'm saying that I'm saying that that without an atmosphere, you should be able to see across every body of water if the Earth is flat, right? So if you'd wanted to get through the atmosphere, it would just take a radio telescope.
Now, see, the radio telescope still has an angular resolution limit. The telescope just helps you increase it, right?
Okay, so then you should be able to get across any body of water then with a strong enough radio telescope, because radio telescopes are observing quote-unquote nebulae from apparently millions of light years away, so a couple thousand.
That's just a cool story. The fact that you think that
it still indicates their capability, does it not?
I'm trying to explain to you why it's not accurate.
Sorry.
So when you take the telescope and you point in the sky, for one, you're looking straight up to the less dense part of the air. If you put it over the surface of the Earth, you're looking over the surface. That's the most dense part of the air. You can't see as far through dense air as you can through less dense air. In addition, those lights are in no way thousands of light years away or anything like that. That's just a story. That's a mathematical claim. It's just a story. So when you look up, you see the stars that are there. You see them the best you can, right? And even if they were that far away, which they're literally not at all, it still doesn't matter. It's not analogous to looking through the dense part of the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way they came up with the distances is they use something called redshift and blue shift, and they constantly have to fluctuate it, and then they misapply the idea of the Doppler shift. So it's not like they measure this or anything. They literally just mathematically work out what they think it is, and it constantly changes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I definitely have a lot to learn and review.
Yeah, of course, man. It's a lot of info, bro. Just stay honest. Like, don't be combative or anything, right? Like,
have I been? I'm really sorry.
No, I don't think you have. I think you've been pretty cordial. That's why I keep them coming in and trying to calm it down, because people just get they're like passionate about it. It's a big lie, and we hate to see people that seem decently reasonable be tricked into doing these mental gymnastics, right? Where we have researched this for years, and we know people don't know anything about it, but they just kind of assume that it has to be a sphere. And so people get a little frustrated. I do try to remind people to be patient, because when you first hear this, it seems wild, and it is a ton of information. But that's why I brought up the radius to you, bro. All the rest of it, you can figure it all out. I encourage you to do so, but you need to hone in on that radius value, and you can go test it for yourself, right? So, provably, they lied about the radius of the Earth. It is not real, provably. And so now we have to deal with that reality. We were lied to about where we live. So that model, those cartoons, all those cartoons, all those claims of space, they are not real. They are not real. They cannot be real. They've been falsified. So, which is why they're all CGI pictures anyway, right? So.
Well, thank you. This has been kind of enlightening.
Well, it's really funny when you go back and look at old videos, especially like other countries like Russia or China's moon landing. It's so bad. You have to really be wanting to believe it to not obviously know it's Photoshop, CGI.
Okay, well, thank you guys for your time. I'm sorry if I angered or triggered anyone.
You're fine, bro. You're fine. Like, just look into it, man, and just be honest. Because you're going to find out that everything proves it. Nothing works on a globe. Like the magnetic field, Harvard still can't explain the magnetic field on a globe in 2022, nor can Stanford, nor can Yale. So, like, the only way to understand where you live is to throw away that model, right? It's patently false. It's a big lie, and it makes people uncomfortable, because it's like, wow, are you saying these countries work together? And then they find out, well, every major country in the world actually does work together. There's something called the Antarctic Treaty, and they've all agreed to it, including China. And it's illegal to go past the 60th south latitude. It's illegal to privately explore Antarctica. So yeah, all these countries do work together openly. All the space agencies work with NASA openly. NASA worked with Nazis openly. It just doesn't stop. The rabbit hole is endless.
But I mean, in regards to that, I feel like there's a certain risk that comes with opening the public to dangerous places, like, for example, Everest, which has been open to the public for, I think it's now like a couple decades. I'm not gonna presume to give any level of facts, but like tourists go up there to die, and apparently like more than half the mountain is covered in shit, and it's mostly just rich people that really badly want to say that they've climbed Everest, and they go there and they usually get injured or die or like get Sherpas killed and things like that.
Well, you're making a great point. Like, Mount Everest is dangerous, but if people decide to go take that risk themselves, they're allowed to do so. You can climb to the top of Mount Everest and jump off if you want to.
Exactly, and I'd say that in some ways Nepal is kind of responsible for those deaths, because they're earning money for tourism on that, and that's the only reason they allow it. But in Antarctica, it's a bit different, right? Where a bunch of nations have decided you can't go here because it's extremely dangerous, and even if you do want to explore, like, you should do it with these sorts of organizations that know what they're doing. And like I don't know, I have yet to see many people to say that like we're being prevented from coming here.
Yeah,
or like
people have tried to go and they've been intercepted. You can't go. The only way you can go is you go on an approved guided tour. It costs anywhere from like $10,000 to $60,000. You're not allowed to go anywhere except for where they tell you, and typically you're not allowed to come off the ship. But so you don't actually. It's okay, but you don't know the history of it, right? So Operation Paperclip, we brought Nazis over here in 1945. The very next year, we then went and explored Antarctica in Operation High Jump, which is also declassified. And they went and explored that area for many years. And after they explored it, they founded NASA and signed the Antarctic Treaty within 1 year of each other, saying it's illegal to go where they just explored. So if they were to find something they didn't want us to know about, that's also exactly what they would do, right? It doesn't require some benevolence on their part to take care of everyone. And that also comes with the illusion the government is responsible for taking care of you, when actually, as a man, you are responsible for that and for protecting women and children. But my point is that the government doesn't just give you rules to save you. The government didn't shut the whole world down on the same day and give you lockdowns and curfews to keep you safe. It's because the government likes to have power over people. And the government's not a person. So that's why as it gets bigger, it gets more corrupt. So anyway, the point is they went and explored that region and they came back and said, we can't go there. And if China's our mortal enemy, why are they in an agreement with us?
Do not know. I will try to come back with more information next time.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm saying I know you haven't heard all this because they intentionally omit this from any type of education. And so what you're going to have to do is, if you actually do want to know the truth, you're going to have to learn a bunch of stuff that was hidden from you. Not that are lies, just that was hidden. That's what it comes down to. And you're going to have to face ostracism, right? Like people ridiculing you or acting like you're crazy, as I'm sure you thought we were at first. But just stand tall and represent the truth and find it, bro, and then you'll be fine. And that's the biggest lie ever told. So it's like it's a big deal, right? You don't know where you live, and they told us that there's nowhere else to go. And don't worry, we went and checked this place for you, and you don't need to go there. It's too dangerous. They drew a circle on everyone on the earth. It's like the Hunger Games in real life. It's actually insane.
Well, thank you. I actually do have to go. Sorry I can't stay longer, but thank you for the information. And again, sorry if I triggered anyone.
Nah, you're good, bro. Come back, man.
Have a good one, guys.
Later.
With that sound. Gas pressure. Everybody pause for gas pressure. Give salute to gas pressure. Salute. That was a good conversation. The last couple of conversations, very good conversations. Don't you agree?
Oh, yeah. Most definitely.
Yeah. Good stuff, man. I mean, it's good to hear it over, because a lot of times when you're in the middle of these conversations, I recognize a lot of times that, wow, this is a really amazing occasion right here that's happening. But when you hear it back again, it's even more profound for me a lot of times.
I agree. I got a better understanding of entropy with that one.
Yeah, didn't that just dovetail really nice to what you were asking about? And then that was perfect. segue right into the gas pressure part, and then the rest of it. Yeah, awesome stuff. See, this is why this place is really a great place, because, you know, we can line up this content and let it play, and just like if it's a slow day, like Monday, Tuesday, sometimes the middle of the week, it gets kind of boring in here, you know, no one's talking. So it's good to have a long playlist on, and then, you know, if nothing's going on, we can stop, and we always seem to get a good conversation based on the conversations, right?
No doubt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see. I'm not sure what else is
Like,
left.
for most of the morning, there was only like 3 people in the live stream chat.
Yeah, it's a little like
silence.
yeah. I'm only it's only noon right now for me, so it's still fairly early. But I got to get moving earlier in the day, because I'll end up being on Discord all day long, because I got my comfy seat and everything's right there. If I want to stop and watch a movie, like I could stay in all doors. All doors. I could stay in all day. Indoor doors all day, all doors all day. Sorry.
That's usually what I do.
I gotta get sunshine, man. I can't. I won't make it unless I get the light on me. Like, I can handle a couple days inside, but that's about my limit. After the third day, I'm going, I feel really squirrely, and I don't understand. Oh, I haven't been outside in 3 days? That's the reason.
Yeah, you can burn yourself out, can't you? Like, proper run yourself down just being on stream like 24/7 and stuff.
Yeah.
You need to find a balance. Like, I've done like 4.5 years ago, maybe 5 years ago now. I was on Sun and Moon and that lot. And so that will, like, show used to start about 7 o'clock till 9, 10, 12, I can't remember. The after hangout used to be like till 4 o'clock in the morning. And then owner at channel used to like get in touch with me about 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. So you're on call all day and stuff like that. I joined FPVs for a bit, which a bit more chilled out and stuff like that. But then when I went on to Dudes, Flat Earth Dudes channel, then that was like 24/7. And you had your quiet periods on there, so it's the quiet periods encourages me to come on more. You know what I mean? Like, you've had like the music button all day and stuff like that. So if nobody talking, it kind of gives me kind of like, if there's loads of people talking and it's almost like there's no room for you to come on. You know what I mean? But if there's barely anybody on, then you kind of think like, yeah. But yeah, I drain myself. Like being on Dude's channel and stuff like that, we're exhausted. I've got that brain damage thing as well.
Seems to be a flavor for everybody's taste, you know. Like, some people like to go to those other servers. Some people are really into the debate thing. I just like it here. I don't know. It's like the homestead, so I don't mind just hanging out. I don't really. I rarely go other places. I will, like, if there's absolutely nothing happening, or like I'm not digging the conversation. Like, we're not gonna like every single conversation. It's not gonna fit our mood at every given time, right? So sometimes wandering over to some other servers, see what other discussions are happening. But, you know, I don't know. Sometimes I'll do that, but not very often. Because if no one's in here, I'll just start playing music, so I can use it like a little radio box, and everybody else seems to enjoy it too, and good content through there as well, mixed in. Which actually, the music actually is good content. Look at all the information, like specifically like ODD songs. Like, he packs a whole bunch of information into those songs. I like that stuff.
Yeah, it's good, yeah. For like getting information out and stuff like. But I mean, well, like, things change, don't they? Like, you know, like in the terms of like a community sense, like being here on panel just as like part of the community is one thing, isn't it? Being here for debates is another thing and stuff like. But then like, it's difficult to just sit in that one position. So sometimes I want to debate. It depends what. it depends who comes on usually. Like when I run dudes and stuff like that kind of thing. Like sometimes you had
Yeah.
guests on, and sometimes they were kind of like, I suppose like Globers or whatever and stuff like. It was kind of rare, but you had like more community based, I suppose. A lot of people wanted to come on and talk about different exploratory subjects of flat Earth, like spirituality or whatever else and stuff like.
Right, that's true, and there's definitely a place for that, and it'd probably be good for me to go to some of those kind of discussions as well from time to time. Yeah, there's a kind of break. I like take a break from the. We talk like presuppositions. Okay to talk about. It's one of the most fun things to talk about, actually. Like thinking about like what could be, what it could be, especially now, what Earth actually is and how far the extent of it is more profound. You know, like that's really wild that we know it stretches out horizontally. So how far? What does it look like out there? I dream about these things quite a bit, you know, or at least I did in the beginning. Like it stoked my imagination to the point where it's like, wow, there's a whole new threshold of undiscovered territory. Yeah, so it makes the mind like go out. Interesting.
When I think about what the Earth is and stuff, I think in terms of organicness, you know, like Earth being an anagram for heart, but there's also, like in the human body, the relationship with the heart and the brain is really important. So then, like, when you look at, I've watched like documentaries on rainforests and all this kind of stuff, like years ago, kind of thing, like. It would be for researching, you know what I mean, for a site called Ninja Video, like, what do you call it, like Netflix, but it were free. It would be for Netflix and stuff like that kind of thing. Like, they had like loads of documentaries on there. And I watched this one, which were like in 3 parts about the jungle or rainforest, and it told you about like the root systems and the flora area, and then it had a 1-foot canopy and all that kind of thing, a 1-foot midsection, and it kind of described it all, how it all works together, like the plants, the trees, the animals, the everything kind of thing, like. And they say it's like a brain, it's like a network, you know what I mean. Everything works together in that kind of way that it functions in such a state, like in even in a small woodland, if you've got like one tree which is ill, the other trees respond to it. And the fungus and everything else which is living there, which will provide the correct nutrients for it to survive, if they can, you know what I mean. Obviously, some trees die, kind of thing, don't they? But in terms of the rainforest being like a brain, you know what I mean? And it's like if the giant trees were there and they were all cut down, then it's basically like the Earth has brain damage in a sense. Yes, how it's full of that kind of meaning and stuff.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, because the natural form of this bio network, if you will, has been damaged. Yeah, and disconnected from itself, and different like barriers crossing area. Oh, that's a good thing. Barriers crossing areas.
I think this is why we all have amnesia. We can't remember who we are or where we came from, or as past reincarnations and things like that. It's because, like, what Earth used to be, it used to be like way better than what the metaverse could offer, or the internet and all that kind of thing. Like this communication we've got now, we probably could do it 10 times better when the giant trees were there, because of the auric fields they were giving off.
So the communication network has been like severed, like areas have been severed, disconnected from each other. So so disjointed, like the brain. So that would mean the memory too, like our history, the memory, it's all been cut off. Yeah, that's been purposeful, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
The number one thing controllers need to do is separate you from your true nature, because if you still have your true nature, you're going to follow that no matter what. But you're convinced that your nature is something.
It's like they want to replace what we've got, don't they? Want to replace like their technological replacement of things is a cheap imitation of what we used to have. You know, I mean, it seems better to us now because we're so disconnected from what it used to be. So also, if they're trying to reintroduce a new reality, then they're trying to like put that reality like as an overlay onto this one. So you got like stuff like 5G and all these other frequencies which are battering our auric fields and stuff, and they can like impose a new god, a new reality, a new way of seeing the world or whatever, which kind of connects to like Mandela effect things or whatever and stuff like that. But if you follow and subscribe to their deity, if you follow the heliocentric model, the non-god kind of way of seeing the world and stuff like that, then you fall into that kind of reality. You know what I mean? If you keep yourself separate from it, you know what I mean? You connect to nature and all that kind of stuff. You'll stay in touch with what your reality is and stuff. But that's their intention, to disconnect you, isn't it? Are you talking? That's kind of I see you unmuted, but I can't hear you. I still can't hear you. I need to mute to make some noise for a minute. I'm back. Still got no audio from you. Hey dude, you're roboting.
Anybody around? What's up, Davey? Flat, left, you there? Yeah, I'm roboting.
All
right, give it a second, man. It'll.
Nah, you're alright. It was just warming up. I'll say it. It's just it will like catching up, yeah.
Takes a minute sometimes. Let's get that satellite lined up right, man. No, that was some good some good information there a little bit ago with Danny. Anyway, hopefully. Anyway, I was listening on the watch page. Anyway, what are you guys on about? I heard you were talking about the trees and being the forest being a brain. That's pretty cool. Good stuff.
It's got amnesia.
Yeah.
Amnesia in the biosphere. Oh, well, biosphere. Maybe I shouldn't say sphere.
You're really quiet, Sonny.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, Sonny, your mic dropped really low. I don't know what happened.
Oh, I accidentally turned off the 48 volts. Sorry about that. That should be better.
Turn off your phantom power, man.
Yeah, I just bumped it. I touched it. I reached over. I must have touched it. Didn't even know it.
Yeah. Phantom Power. Love it. Cool, man. I'm just doing piano work, hanging out, listening to you guys.
I figured you were. It's kind of cool working with that.
Doing some bench work right now.
Fixing a bench, or you're?
Nah, I'm sitting on a bench, doing piano keys.
Oh.
Piano keys. There's 88 of them.
Yeah, right.
Why 88, man? Why did they come up with that number, man? I've heard some different explanations for that, but
good question.
It follows a very synchronistic pattern. You've got kung fu sets which are in certain numbers. I can't remember what the numbers are. Like 118 patterns for the Tai Chi thing or whatever and stuff like that.
Right.
It'd be multiples of something.
Right.
Freeze for one thing.
Probably has something to do with the symmetrical nature of those numbers of notes from end to end. Because look, middle C, why it's right in the middle of that piano, exactly right. Right?
Yeah, it is.
So, I'd like to see maybe physically. I bet it is too. I'm just kind of assuming it is.
Well, it's the 40th note. Not quite dead middle.
Slightly off.
Not that. I think it's 440 hertz, right?
440, isn't that A? A is 440.
440, A 440? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's C432 or something. That's it. Hello. I think I need some lunch. .432 hertz, middle C. That's it. They say that you should tune your instruments to 432, right?
That's true. I have actually a tuner, and it's just slightly down from. It's only 4 little notches. I wish my Snark tuner was a little more accurate, but I have a universal tuner on my phone, and that I have that set to 432. So it does seem more relaxed. It just it just drops a tiny little. It's like a little small whisper of a breath down, you know.
Yeah,
it's a real trip. Because my instrument seems to ring in a different way. I do notice it, and it seems to affect me slightly in a different way. It seems more relaxing.
Right.
Or the other kind of more exciting kind of.
Yeah, they changed it.
Like
when
only in the
came
30s?
They came up with a higher tension because they had more stability on what holds the 2 strings on the piano. Once they got the more stability with the cast iron, man, yeah, they jacked it up because they could.
Mm-hmm. And it provides more tension, actually, more literally, not only tension in the system,
physically, yeah,
literally the sound tension.
Oh yeah.
So they tweaked it up a little bit. That's funny to put it. But that's going from thermodynamics to frequency. Yeah, that's a stringed instruments are very
frequency dynamics.
Frequency dynamics, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so here we go. Hold on, we get to the bottom of it. Yeah, me read this paragraph. An encyclopedia of scientific essays, frequency of middle C. In music, there's an octave that is made up of 8 notes that go C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, and continues up and down a standard musical. The middle A above middle C has a frequency of 440. To find the frequency of a note octave higher, the frequency is doubled, and the frequency 1 octave lower is halved. So wait a minute, about C here, hold on, it goes... since each scale is different frequency for middle C, the frequency has also been known as 262, 256, and 264. So the frequency for 1 trial comes out to be 262 hertz because the frequency of C of the C 1 octave higher than middle C in that scale is 524. In order to find a frequency of a note 1 octave lower, the frequency is halved. In general, the frequency of middle C is between 256 and 280. There you have it.
That's interesting.
I'll put this.
True.
Yeah, so depending on which octave. So, but that's the range. 262 and hold on, 256 and 280. Middle C. Obviously. That's weird. That is weird. Okay, so the A I'm talking about is up higher than that on the guitar. A440 is the guitar A string. That'd be different than the A that's lower or 3 half steps below C, B. 880. No, couldn't be. What would that be lower? It would be half 220. Yeah. 220, and then you got middle C at 256 to 280. Weird stuff.
Frequencies, man. We're surrounded by them.
Yeah.
Hey, frequencies only work on a globe, man. What?
I doubt it. Frequency. Okay, if they ever say that, have them explain the Doppler effect then on a globe. It's funny, actually, refraction too. If you look at anything about refraction, it starts out with a plane of incidence.
Right.
Like all the papers written on it from way back when, from the 1700s. Yeah.
Don't they say the plane of existence? Ooh,
the plane of existence. Why would they say plane? Boss, why would they say plane, boss?
Is it plane?
What was that show called? Oh my god, the weirdest show. Like I used to see them filming
Fantasy Island.
Fantasy Island, and those people were walking around in my town. Like I would see them all throughout town.
Fantasy.
Sissy Spacek over
what about, in, it's like the Fantasy Globe, man.
What's that?
Fantasy Island is the Fantasy Globe.
Fantasy Globe. Yeah, the Fantasy Globe.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, Starsky and Hutch, they used to be filming up over there. I would see them, I'd be riding my bike by, I'd do drive by and take my hands and feet off the bike and ride by like, why'd you film me? That was crazy. Back then.
Anyway, Lev Kung Fu is my really good friend, man. He found the server, joined the other night.
Yeah, we've been talking for the last little while here, about the last week.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been good. Good to have him around, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's some good signs on Dude's channel and stuff.
Yeah, we hung out for years, man. It seemed like it was good and bad,
Well, the weather's looking really nice now, and yeah.
Yeah, man. I was looking forward to the weekend, man. Damn.
It's looking like. Are you talking like Friday or Saturday? You're coming down.
No, I'll be over Friday. Pick you up. We'll go down and meet Steve down at the boat around 3.
Yeah.
I'll probably get to your place a little early, or we can go get some lunch or something.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm like really proud of myself. I've been straightening up this place because, like, there's no need to have certain things. Like, I now insist on having all my counters completely clear for. I mean, sometimes I'll have a dish or a couple of things drying, but other than that,
right?
Nothing. No dishes in the sink. And who wants to do that? Nobody wants to do that. So it's forcing me. I have to clean up after myself every time, every dish. I can't leave anything in there because I see it. No, I'm not putting anything on my counters. Like, I'm having them perfectly clean, and I'll bleach them every now and then so they're white. So it just looks like things are put away, except for a few jars that I keep around for things, which are cool to have some jars around anyway.
Oh yeah.
Certain things. Got some kefir water and kefir. I usually have kefir going on my counter, but that's it. And my water boiling. So I love it. I'm back to fixing everything. Things get broken a lot, so there's a lot of room for someone that repairs stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I've always liked fixing things.
Yeah, it's nice to walk into a clutter-free shop or a house.
You're right. Literally what I did is I totally changed it. So, like, I don't know, I moved where I usually have my TV screen, so it's right in front of me on my table, but usually at night I'll move it back over, so eventually maybe I'll have a small one for in here and just leave the other one in there, but I have everything set up so at each location, either in my kitchen, this is my office really, my kitchen.
Right.
But I have like my living room area, you know, and then I'll just have a different screen over there at some point. But what it did is just moving simple things. I made the whole room just completely walk through, and I have everything, and it's just situated. Everything's off to the side. Nothing's blocking the walkway, so it's got a clear path all the way through, and it changed the whole mood of the room for me.
That's great, man.
Just a simple, like a couple of simple moves of things and a different idea about how I want to operate in the space just changed the whole thing. Like, I guess that's what they call feng shui, right?
Feng shui, baby.
Feng shui.
Yeah.
Those weirdos, the feng shui weirdos. But yeah.
I'm sure there's some.
You'll find them at like Coachella and places like that.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. But a great room for playing music. Like, I got the amps, I got a badass stereo, and so with the Discord, when music's playing, it's coming out of my 1977 Marantz. Is it Kenwood? That's right. With the original Sansui speakers, and it's badass.
Yeah, it is.
It's really great. So, like with this boomy of a amplification, these speakers, some people's speech, I have to change the frequency, the dynamic of the bass and treble, because their certain area of their voice will start to reverberate with itself.
Right.
It won't be able to understand. Lev was one of those people. But Crypto's voice at a certain range in the upper mid, starts reverberating, and I had to turn. I don't know what I had to turn. It's strange. I had to shift it so I could understand him. That's bizarre.
Wow.
So, I guess if I had a more advanced equalizer, like let's say on my laptop, I could adjust it more specifically. That's what I'm gonna look for. I know Linux has that just fine.
Yeah, you should have a mixer on your audio settings.
Well, I put in graphic audio equalizer. Audio graphic equalizer. Let's just put, oh, there's only one. Let's see what this does. I'll read it. 10 graphic visualizers, audio amplifier compression, equalizer. Yes, that sounds pretty good. Wait a second.
That'll work.
Audio equalizer, audio tag editor, online and offline lyrics access. Whoa, audio effects, scene, small room, auditorium. All right. Called LW Zicky Amp Community. I'll give it a shot, but I bet there's more equalizers. I'll just have to try this one. I should probably monitor with a headset, but I hate wearing a headset because my hair gets...
Yeah, it's all sweaty. And yeah, I don't like headphones.
I'm not cutting the hair, sorry.
No.
Not sorry.
Not sorry.
I'm only a little sorry when it's above 80 degrees. Yeah, then I have to do something else. It has to be soaking wet, or else I will be sorry, hot mess.
Yeah, this last weekend, you got a lot of rain down there, didn't you?
Yeah, flooded the streets, man. Flooded the
Wow.
area.
That's awesome.
Flooded. They were flooded from, pretty deep, like 2 to 3 inches of water on both sides, 4 inches of water on both sides. Yeah, at the heaviest. But I like how it clears up my little area of the creek I go to.
Right.
And I just pulled down. Yeah, and I just pulled down about 30 pounds of fruit.
No shit.
Half of it's still sitting. I covered it up with leaves. It's just, I went and looked at it again last night. Perfect shape still, because when the quince comes down this time of year, way up in the tree there, they're big fat fruit, but they're hard. So when they come down, they drop to the ground. You can't just eat it off the ground. You have to let it sit for about 3 to 5 days.
Excellent, man. Well, you got to bring some on the boat.
I could bring some of it on the boat, yeah. And then what I'll do is I'll take about half of it and make a mash and let that ferment in a bucket, in a sealed bucket, and like I did last time, and skim some wine off of the top of it, and then take the rest and distill it, and I make pure 98% alcohol with it.
Beautiful.
I have a tiny little bit left, but I don't touch it. I'm smarter than that.
Yeah.
Like literally, I have like an ounce. Wait a minute. No, I have about almost 3 ounces, and I've had it for a month, maybe almost. I had a total of almost a quart, but I used it for solvent for cleaning my bike parts, and I use it for like regular alcohol, and I spray insects with it and shit like that. So I used like half of it already. I sold a little bit, a pint of it, a half pint rather, and But you can take literally like a fourth of a teaspoon. Less than that.
Yeah.
Less than a fourth of a teaspoon. Yeah, and the desired effect is there of taking a shot.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, a quarter of a teaspoon. Well, yeah, so then it goes all the way down. It just has this warming effect all the way down, and you don't get a hangover.
Nice.
No hangover. But you could get sick as hell if you drank too much. You could actually die if you drank too much of this. It's like drinking vapor.
Yeah. It's turpentine, basically.
So sometimes I'll do I have a bunch of shake and stuff and stems, and I put that all in a little jar. And I got it soaking in a cabinet for over a month. So it's got a bunch of THC in it. I can take about a half a teaspoon of that.
Yeah.
Then it works in different areas of pain relief.
Yep.
Which is pretty cool.
Yeah, they sell all that shit at the dispensaries now.
Yeah, didn't somebody say that's called if you put pure alcohol with cannabis, that's called Ryan's Tears or something like that? I don't know.
Something like that. Yeah, I used to just soak it in vodka. I'd make a little.
Yep, same thing. Except mine is 198 proof vodka. That's crazy.
That's turpentine, dude. That's turpentine.
But you can't drink it. You could take a little teeny little bit of shot, not even near a whole shot, literally. You're talking a tenth of a shot. So then you just chase it with some tea or something, That's pretty good.
Shit.
Oh, yes.
All right. Get a thinner one.
Might try a little bit of this. A little teaspoon. Might not hurt. No.
Oh, wow.
Oh. Okay. Half a teaspoon.
Half a teaspoon.
Yep. Wow. I mean, it's so small, but still so. That's enough of that. So that's kind of pleasant, and actually, for one reason or another, that alcohol that I got from fruit all the way to the end product, it's really relaxing for me. I don't know. It's like the whole thing was like a spiritual kind of exercise, or I don't know. But it's pretty fun. I fixed the basket on my bike. I've had to do this quite a few times. I learned somehow the unusual art of lashing, how mariners, I've made mariners knots since I was young. I love making lanyards and things like that. Turks, what is it called? Turks, I don't know. Turk's head, yeah, knots. And so this framework that holds the basket onto the front of the handlebars is made of this thin aluminum, and it's riveted together where the cross section is, so it's really weak right there. And as soon as it bends there, they end up breaking, and all it takes is me to drop the bike one time, which I've done every time I've dropped it. It's bent the hell out of that front thing. But anyway, so I fix it where I took a long piece of stainless steel.
Yeah.
A rod of stainless steel, and I bend it in a hook around the bottom where it hooks into the basket. The basket sits on that hook. And so it has a double piece of metal now, and it's all lashed around with cordage, parachute cord.
Yeah.
And lash it, and then I make knots along the way and keep lashing both directions all the way around till I get to the very top and tie it off in a real super tight knot. And that sucker's strong, and not only is it strong, it's like its own shock absorption. Like it acts like a shock absorber because it's all taut together. Like if it stretches apart, it makes it tighter. If it bends, it makes the lashing tighter. So sometimes I'll do something like that and then soak it in epoxy.
Yeah.
And then it's like, it's more than double strong of the original.
Wow.
Those have lasted, but I literally almost have to design my own equipment to carry things. I'm trying to figure out how I can carry things on my suspension shocks in front, but have them be like saddlebags. But I don't want it attached at all to like the upper part where the handlebars. It's got to be all on the bottom section, and it's not an easy way. There's no easy way to do it.
What's it for? Like, how strong does it need to be?
I want side bags on my front wheel, but it's a suspension fork, so it has to be mounted on. Well, theoretically, it could be mounted to the bike, but it couldn't be mounted to the bike itself because it has to rotate with the front wheel. So it has to be on the lower portion of the fork. So there's nothing there unless I can strap it around the tubes, which that is going to be probably how I do it somehow. But in order to strap it to the tubes really securely, which I could do with even hose clamps, a bunch of them, something, or lash it around with even wire ties and hose clamps, something like that. But it's going to have to go up and over in a shape that's rigid so that it stays in place when I put weight in the bags or the saddles. I need to make sure it doesn't like shift the weight. Like it can't, it's going to have to be pretty straight. So I probably have to have, 2 bars coming up and over to the front of the wheel more. Slash some, it's getting an idea now. And then on top of it, I'll have to have some kind of crossbar going across those 2, and then it's going to have to extend out more to the front to accommodate for the total length of the saddlebag. And the saddlebags I could just throw over the top and lock in place on top of this structure. But they would have to be secured at the top, of course, where they fold over for both sides and each side. So that wouldn't be too hard. I could figure something out. Now that I've thought that through.
You'll figure it out, bro. I have no doubt.
That kind of reasoning with myself, that's what it takes for me to like figure stuff out. And now my next project, I have an old freaking CB radio microphone, and I'm trying to figure out, I want to turn that into a harmonica microphone because it's perfect.
Oh, yeah. That would be cool.
I just have to figure out how it's wired. I didn't spend enough time. It's got like
it's 3 wires. Yeah.
It's got 3 wires and a ground. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 4 wires and a ground. A green, a white, a red, and a black. So I don't know which one's which. Probably could just connect to. I just got to figure out which ones are the right ones. And I might want to disconnect or tape down the button that opens it so it's always open.
Yeah, I've made an old telephone handset into a microphone.
This is a Telex. It's a CB radio microphone. So.
All right, that's done. Okay.
That sounds good.
That's a nice piano, man. Damn.
pretty cool stuff to work on.
Made in Germany.
Yeah.
No, I'm looking for a sticker. I think it's China though. Kingsburg. Upright. Full size. It's brand new. Beautiful.
Which make is it? Which company?
Kingsburg. I'll take a picture. Show you guys.
Where these are, I can find out. I already got this perfect phono jack attached to this. If I could just figure out how. Okay.
There you go. All right, time for break.
Okay, I think I heard that right. I know I hate running out.
I could be done in like an hour.
Malcolm X got him. Yeah, darn.
Smoke 'em if you got 'em, baby. Smoke 'em if you got 'em.
That's what they used to say. You know, it's a trip. This place I go to a couple of weeks ago. I was at the beach at Spanish Landing. You're probably familiar with that, huh?
I've heard of it. I've driven by it. I've never gone hung out there.
Yeah, it's right over by the airport. But the point is, it's right across the street from this actual place I was sitting. I didn't realize how close they were. Is the actual line of barracks that I think I went to in boot camp in 1985.
Wow.
And they're all wrecked up. They're all behind, but the whole world has changed around them because there's a bunch of hotels and stuff that weren't there. There's Liberty Station, a whole retail area that's there, that including like a Vons and a freaking or a Ralph's or something like that, and like yoga classes and dancing classes and piano classes and a bunch of different shops, and like it's totally changed. Big old soccer field, like places where kids to play along the waterfront. That's where like along the parade grounds where I actually was marching in graduation from boot camp is like a big old soccer field now, and I can ride my bike along the front of it and remember when I was actually marching around on the grinder.
Damn.
Trips
that was a
me
long
out.
time ago, man.
Yeah, it's like a time. It's like a time. It's like
time machine, baby.
Yeah, for me, it's like going back in time, and I can go to these places out there where it's like now it's all grown over and stuff, and it's like it's so weird. I could sit on this bench out at the end of this point, and all used to be part of Naval Training Center, where I was where I went to school, where I went to boot camp. Yep. Very strange. I wonder where those people are that I went to boot camp with. You know, they all went to all these different places, parts of the world.
Well, you got to, if you know their names, man, you could probably look them up, man, on Facebook or some shit like that, man.
I used to have some of their names, but
you know,
any of that stuff. I lost a bunch of stuff, man. Lost all my
it happens.
possessions. Before I got here, I was relieved of all of my possessions.
Well, you've got a few back. You got.
I got what I need.
More than some. You got less than others. You got more than some. And
I probably have a bunch of stuff. I probably got rid of a bunch of stuff I didn't actually need, and maybe was holding on to
Yeah.
tightly as physical objects. I had to learn that lesson. Yeah, I think that's what that was about.
I need to thin out my shit. I've got a lot of instruments and shit I don't play. It's like, fuck, I just need to sell them or give them away or something. I don't know, man.
Thin the herd, huh? Well, maybe this next year, if there's anything good, I'll buy it from you because I should have more money next year. Starting next, I'm waiting to see.
You don't need it. Well, you got to get your Les Paul. You got to get your Les Paul from your brother, man. And,
no, my SG. Yeah, exactly. Right.
Your SG. Yeah, we got to get your SG back, man. Oh, nothing like an SG, man. So dirty. Ooh.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, growl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had one for a while, man. I liked it. I like my tones a little bit cleaner. I wasn't in love. I wasn't in love with it. I sold it. Exactly what I paid for.
They're very particular on which one you get. Like they're all unique. Like mine was made in Memphis.
My kind of shy.
Bozeman, Montana is the other place. Bozeman and Memphis, or is it Nashville? No,
Nashville. Well, they moved. Yeah, they're in Nashville now.
Oh, they were in Nashville. Maybe that's where they were in Nashville.
They're still there. They're still making guitars there.
Yeah. So it's a 1980 solid walnut, the SG. So it's a special, but it's based on just a very standard version of it, but it's a solid walnut one.
Beautiful.
It's pretty killer. It's like the Paul, they had a series, the Paul and the SG. Those were the maple, solid maple versions.
Yeah, I've got quite a few encyclopedias for guitars over the years. People give them to me for like Christmas and shit.
Yeah.
I've probably got like 10 of them. So anytime there's like a weird guitar comes up, man, I gotta grab those bad boys and start flipping through there. Figure out what the hell is this?
That's a great resource, though.
Mm-hmm. It is.
What the hell?
I got a bunch of NASA bullshit too that I was picking up at like thrift stores. All these killer picture books and shit. And for like $2, you got this fucking $100 book. It's like an inch thick of colored pictures, diagrams, all kinds of cool shit, man.
Yeah, I like that stuff too. I have an amp book like that.
But yeah, your amp book, that was a good one. We were figuring out what kind of super reverb I had.
Yeah, it tells how to actually like make your super reverb, even if it's Silverface, make the tone controls blackface, like I did my Blues Junior.
Right.
You make blackface, that's badass when you got the blackface controls for the tone. Because then you could scoop out all of the mid range and make it bass and treble, and it has a really freaking awesome sound like that.
I'm gonna have my amp guy do that. Man.
And then listen, it's only a couple. I think it's only a couple of resistors.
He knows how to do it.
But the other one is I can do the same thing with my Stratocaster. I can take all of the is it series in parallel? I forget. And what is the normal mode? Is it series? For three
series,
single
right?
In series, right? So in parallel, I can use one or all or any of the three pickups. So I can do the outside pickups and leave the middle off, or I could just play the middle, or I could play just the neck or just the treble. Or now in the standard way, I have to have two on it at the same time always. but that's still the standard strat. Now in the parallel, it creates any of the two pickups that are on. It makes them humbuckers. So I can actually have 3 humbuckers instead of having 3 single coils. They're all humbuckered together, so it's a 3-coil humbucker. It's badass. It is, man. It's so fun. And then in that position, then I can turn this little switch that goes. Okay, so you have series and parallel. Then you have in phase and out of phase. So when I switch that one, it makes the bridge and the neck pickups out of phase with each other. So it gets this real squawky freaking sound. It's really a trip, man. Squawky sound like a Telecaster in that position. Or I could just do the treble pickup in out of phase, and it is super, super duper squawky treble, like treble booster. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's no end to the tweaking of pickups and amps, cables. I mean, I'm seeing it all, man.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
Pretty cool stuff. Well, I don't know. I guess I would just take these 2 wires. It looks like the green and the white one, and those are the main ones. Find out what I get continuity all the way through, which combination, and just leave it that way, huh?
Yeah.
I bet. I'm thinking the red and the black, if I connect those together, that would be the switch. I probably still have to hold the switch down. I'll have to see how that works. I don't know. Someone gave me this base to try to fix, and I cannot figure it out, man. Because it's got all this electronic stuff on board. It's got these double freaking pots, and the pots are all jacked up. They're all probably missing connections. So as soon as I opened it, I couldn't get signal, and I couldn't figure it out, which is really odd. Usually I can bypass something and bypass a whole pot and get straight sound, and I couldn't get any sound, so I don't want to spend any time on it because it's a basket case. It's a piece of crap. And I told the guy, what you need to do is take all that crap out of there. You'll never find replacements that work, that won't break again just like this. And put it in there, a regular set of controls like you have on a Fender P-Bass or something. And if you want, you can put a little switch and make it make a little booster in there, audio booster, and you'll get all the sounds you need with that. So I think it's stupid to be trying to fix these things that are like unfixable. Like it's so you're gonna spend more money trying to find original parts for that. You're gonna have to regut the whole thing, and that's gonna cost more than the whole instrument is worth. So it's stupid.
Exactly.
Yeah. So if you like the instrument it plays well, those electronics got to go. You just got to get regular controls, or else you're always going to run into these troubles, and it needs to be fixed so it's shielded right. Like my instruments are all super quiet, they don't make much of noise. The pots aren't scratchy, and go with. So I don't understand people.
Keep your pots clean, man. We like
they're
clean
all
pots.
up. Yeah, horrible, man. Stuff was probably spilled on it. Anyway, I could continue playing what's on this playlist if you want. I'm gonna get ready and go outside, get some exercise, sunshine.
Cool, man. Yeah, that's good. Whatever, man. I'm gonna be making some noise, so I need to probably mute up anyway.
Yeah. Oh, good talking with you, man.
All right, we'll talk soon.
Ooh, I want to play that Bart Sabril thing. Is that supposed to be Stanley Kubrick or something? Yeah, probably. Anyway, I'll continue with the previous playlist. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's been cleared. Let me see. Oh, yeah, it's been cleared. Okay. Nice piano. Heck yeah, look at that, man. You know, I like those uprights, actually. They sound pretty cool. I've tuned up one of those before. It only had like 1 or 2 strings off. Let's play that thing now. Let's see here. Where did that go? Oh, unrecognized format. Okay.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Hello everyone, this is Taboo Conspiracy again. This video is intended to prove to the reasonable skeptic that there is no curvature to the Earth. Based on the official numbers, the Earth's alleged curvature should be easily detectable and measurable so that any person with a high zoom camera or a telescope should be able to go out and measure the supposed curvature for themselves. You may laugh, but I actually do have a bachelor's and 2 master's degrees. I took astronomy and geology in college, and I did get A's. I know the official model pretty well, but I sincerely believe the evidence of the flat Earth far outweighs the evidence of the spinning globe. At the very least, I hope this video will help you to sense that there's a problem with the official heliocentric model, and that you may start to think for yourselves. Flat Earth is just a form of true skepticism. We don't trust our lying governments, their lackeys, and their many hired propagandists who will spam this video. Academic conformity has rendered too many so-called scientists into mere parrots of their progenitors. No one challenges the official story ever, and if you do, you're ostracized. You'd think that true science would welcome challenges to the official model, like those that will be shown in these experiments. Instead, these fake scientists make fun, demand that you conform, appeal to authority, and respond with stupid arguments like dropping microphones or claiming that ships disappear behind the curvature, even though that claim has been proven false in hundreds of real-life examples. In contrast, Flat Earth says, prove all things. It's funny that Flat Earthers seem to be the only true skeptics nowadays. Those who call themselves skeptics are rightfully skeptical of religion, but have failed to hold their fake sciences to the same level of skepticism. Official science demands that you trust them, and to not investigate their underlying fantastic claims, like most fake religions. In contrast, we flat earthers say, don't trust us. Go out and test it for yourself. research it on your own. Rely on your own intuition. And this is one thing you will never, ever hear from the globe propagandists. Go out and measure the alleged curvature yourself. In this video, I'm going to share with you 37 of some of my favorite flat earth experiments, tests, and videos from a variety of flat earthers and even globe believers. But each one of these videos debunks the globe model that you've been programmed to believe in since you were a child. It's time to open your eyes and ask why you were indoctrinated from birth to ridicule and reject flat earth. Yeah, I know, it sucks to find out there is no Santa Claus and no curvature, and that everything you've been programmed to believe in is a lie. But that's why we're here, to extend to you our flat earth friendship, because we were all former globe believers at one time, and we all thought that flat earth was silly. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, I really had to stop adding experiments, and so I have left out a lot of good tests. I just stopped at 37, but there are a lot more. Please don't be offended if I didn't include one of your experiments. But I do ask all of you, flat earth researchers, to please leave links to your other favorite experiments in the comments below for everyone to see, and I'll try to add them to the description and make a part 2 to this video as soon as I have another good collection, assuming more than a few people care to watch this long video. But let's get started. We're going to begin with some of my taboo conspiracy experiments as the first 4 experiments. Yes, that's not very objective to include my own tests, but hey, it's my video, so you can go watch something else or just skip forward to number 5. Number 1, my sunset mirror test was my first flat earth test, and I'm proud of it. I was not a flat earther at this time, but purchased a Nikon P900, like many others, to see it for myself because I was incredulous, wondering whether flat earthers were faking their experiments. I conducted this test at Willard Bay, Utah on April 16, 2016. I chose this location because my brother claimed to have seen the curvature at this exact reservoir. For the test, I had my wife, at sunset, take a 4-foot mirror and place it in the water at the opposite end of the reservoir. And I filmed the entire thing from 6.3 miles away with a camera height of 32 inches. The 4-foot mirror should have been entirely hidden below the horizon with a target hidden height of 12 feet. These are the official numbers of how much should be hidden by the curvature. This isn't some fake flat earth math. These numbers have been confirmed by engineering software like AutoCAD as well. You can do the math yourself. It's not 8 inches per mile. It's 8 inches per mile squared. You just need to subtract the alleged globe distance to the horizon first. Sorry, my globe faithful, this is not a mirage. Okay, we're here. That is my wife carrying a mirror along the beach. It's at 6 miles away. Fortunately, it's very windy right now, so I don't even know if you can hear me well. She is walking straight towards the water level, and she's going to put the mirror right at the water. So you can get a perspective of how far away we are.
Holy shit, what the hell was that?
Oh, it's just playing the bot, man. I was expecting you. I was expecting you to drop in like this. I wonder when CB's gonna show up. I know it's gonna be soon.
I was listening because I like. Is that BMLS B69?
That one. Let me see.
I'm pretty sure that was him. It was either him or Mitchell, but Mitchell is from Australia, so he's got the.
Wakey. Yeah, it's Wakey is
that was Wakey. Damn.
Wakey.
Okay.
Pretty sure that's one I was playing, but
kind of like my boy B, but yeah, no. Good clip either way. What the hell was he doing, dude? What the hell was that?
He was out doing a mirror flash with his wife on the other side of a lake 6 miles across. So he was just talking about that. It was going to go on to the next part of whatever. There's several different points that Wakey Wakey is bringing up in that video. So that was just one. It was just a little loud because of the wind right there, but that subsides afterwards. So anyway, good stuff to watch when you. It's pretty good to watch. Yeah, it's okay. I think it's good to leave those playlists on, and that way, after if there's a lull again, then you can just start playing it again.
Yeah.
That way, we're never out of content playing, so we don't have long periods of dead air. We have something going on.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, it's definitely good to fill the. We're running a live stream, so we want to fill the air.
Especially with stuff that newcomers can chew on,
Yeah, that as well. So how you boys doing?
Fine and dandy. How about yourself?
I've been trying to wake up and notice the Earth rotation, but no luck yet again today.
Yeah, I feel like taking naps would be pretty hard on a globe Earth. I don't know. But,
Exactly.
If I were moving it up to 1,000 miles an hour, let's be generous and say 500 or even 250. If I were moving 5 miles an hour, I couldn't.
That'd be worse. That'd be worse than trying to take a nap in the back seat of a NASCAR Indy 500.
Yes, the NASCAR would be a breeze compared to it. Do you get it?
Yeah.
You get the pun?
Daytona 500.
Woo-wee.
That's funny.
Daytona 500 is so boring.
Well, you know how Globers are always trying to put you in a car. Well, imagine you're in a car. Why do we have to be in a car?
No shit. Let's talk about being on an Earth.
Yeah.
In a car? What are you talking about?
Why do they go to car? Yeah, that's a good question. They go to car. Like that's a lot like the Earth, right? A car?
Nothing like the Earth.
The only reason they bring it up because they think the Earth is moving like a car. But it's like, well, first of all, you need a convertible.
You'd be liquefied against the side of the, depending on which way you're turning. Like, what? Liquefied against the inside of that car.
Yeah. Not only are you going around a NASCAR track, that track is going around another track, which is going around another track.
It's like when you see a car wreck in a video game, it goes and goes all over the place, different directions and spinning and shit. That's like a third of what we should be experiencing right now.
There was a video game called Burnout, I believe. I used to play on PlayStation back in the day, and the whole point of the game was to create massive wrecks.
Awesome.
So it's like, yeah.
Twisted Metal, too. Did you play Twisted Metal?
No.
It was basically the same thing. Here, let me GIF it. Let me GIF it for you.
I'll see if I can find I'll see if I can find a GIF or something for a Burnout. But it was fun, dude. You would there was some racing elements. You try to win a race, but there were also elements where you try to create the biggest pileup you possibly could. That was really fun.
Yeah, man. Check out the live stream voice text.
Man, all these
same
vectors.
deal.
All right, let me check it out. Okay. Yeah, kind of like a dirt.
Yeah,
dude, Twisted Metal was it. They made like 105 versions of it, but it was good. It was just shortly. Actually, it was probably coming out at the same time that the first two GTAs were coming out.
Nice. This is Burnout.
Okay, yeah.
You would body a car, and they'd be like, "Oh, nice takedown."
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys know by off chance? Do you know of any online racing games like that you can just go online and they don't cost a membership fee, or did they all cost?
Yeah.
Just Google it.
Nah, dude, I don't play video games anymore, dude.
Yeah.
Every now and then, I wouldn't mind racing around a track though, just for a couple of minutes. I like Porsche Unleashed and stuff,
GTA was fun, but you get older. I guess.
I still play video games. Lots.
No, I'm not against video games. I'm not against it.
I know you're not. Just letting you know.
I just, haven't played it in a while.
I've always
Good
wanted
times,
to
though.
collect having fun. Collect fun things. To always be having fun. Life's a party.
Amen.
And if it's not, why the fuck am I here?
Yeah.
At least that's what I thought.
Yeah, I had a good time. Video games were a blast. It was a good time. No Rugrats.
No Rugrats? Oh, you didn't watch the TV?
Well, I actually didn't watch the show, but it's just a way of saying no regrets.
Oh, no. I got it.
I didn't really like Nickelodeon, dude. I was more of a Cartoon Network guy.
Yeah. I grew up on Nickelodeon simply because of the timing, and then when Cartoon Network came around, I was like, well, that's the new shit. That's the hot stuff right there.
Yeah, that's that hotness.
And then I would laugh at Nickelodeon, like, hey, dude. Hey, dude. What was other shows where, like, they'd Double Dare, where you'd have the big green slime come down on you if you got something wrong.
Oh, yeah. The slime. I forgot all about the Nick slime.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just thought the shows were different. They were just... I don't know.
Nickelodeon was weird. I mean,
it was weird. It was weird, dude.
But Cartoon Network did so many more weird things. Like, well, in between Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon was on MTV was Liquid Television for a little bit. It was Beavis and Butthead and Aeon Flux and all that stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, never really... As a kid, never really got it.
Well, and it was only a few years, and yeah, it was cool though. It was definitely a different type of cartoons, a more adult style cartoons.
Right. Edgy.
Yeah, super edgy. Aeon Flux is nuts. If you still watch that, it holds up like today as being really cool looking, and stories are just wacky.
I guess I was busy
futuristic.
watching Sailor Moon.
Sailor Moon? You were watching Sailor Moon?
Hell yeah! What you mean?
Oh no! I was wondering why you had puffy nipples. I'm just kidding. That was deep. That went deep.
Oh, come on!
Too much estrogen in that body, you get the puffy nipples. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I was like, the earliest I can go back is probably Speed Racer. I think
Speed Racer was sick, man.
Yeah,
cool
that was
show.
my earliest. That's the earliest I can go back in my memory. Speed Racer. I love that Speed Racer. But yeah, man, Dragon Ball Z, a little Sailor Moon every now and again. Come on, now you like that?
Okay, no, I get it. Sailor Moon was a cool show.
It was dope, dude.
I just remember kids in middle school would be like, I bet you watch Sailor Moon. I'd be like, what's that mean? But they made it, like it doesn't even matter if you say that in that tone of voice, like, I'll bet you're the sheriff, aren't you? Oh, you're the sheriff. Ooh. Like
I don't remember jack about that show. I just remember just like, I don't know, it was kind of cool, man. Some bad bitches on the scene,
Yeah, it's all like super crazy action in front of you, and they can take chances with their imagination. It was all nice growing up seeing all that shit.
I actually just recently stumbled across this YouTube channel. Maybe I can pull it up because I don't remember the name. But he goes back and covers old cartoons. And it's been really fun watching some of his breakdowns. Let me see if I can get a channel name.
Yeah, I'd rather watch that than like the Mario playthroughs for the millionth time. Like, no thanks. I get it. I got it.
Jordan Fringe. Jordan.
You better post that link. I'm a lazy researcher now.
I'll go ahead and pop up a link but it's just cool because it seems like he's going back through all the cartoons that I don't know about you guys, but my generation. So he's going back through all the old cartoons and giving breakdowns, how they ended, weird episodes, things you didn't catch, and it's been fun watching it because I forgot about a lot of this stuff and a lot about the shows. So let me post it for you here. Yeah, Jordan Fringe. Just stumbled across the channel like a couple days ago. This isn't Flat Earth related. Maybe we can get back on track, but
No, but I love it. I love talking about stuff like this.
me too. I guess a good way to get this back on track is like in these maps or in these universes of these shows, like how many of them were based on globe versus flat? Like right automatically comes to mind is like SpongeBob.
I know.
SpongeBob
I
was
just
underwater, flat Earth related,
and he lived in a
was no
dome and this shit. Yeah, I get it.
And Sandy had the dome, which required gas pressure for it required.
I know, but it's just cartoons. And then if you do that, then we can't go after the Globers for them believing mere cartoons.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You know what I'm saying?
But it is fun. It is fun to like notice how some shows don't induce the globe at all. They don't bring it in.
Well, yeah, it is funny
Sometimes
to notice.
It's not necessary.
Yeah, it's funny to notice how like the cartoons, especially the ones made for adults, will both reference and make fun of reality and make fun of like science but also like I don't know, like our imaginations can only go so far because I guess I'm pretty sure because we can only base stuff off our experience, but like some cartoons make fun of our limitations and I think it's hilarious.
Mm-hmm. I actually love that when shows make parody of real life. I think Grand Theft Auto does a good job about that. They parody.
Yeah, and there was only going to be one game like that, right, where they try to take as much from reality and society into a virtual free world kind of deal.
Yeah, I still remember the episode, or there was a mission where, like the Mark Zuckerberg, they created instead of Facebook, it was called Life Invader.
Life Invader. Shit.
And so you had to invade you got to go to the headquarters in downtown California or whatever. You had to get in, plant a little bomb or whatever into the phone, the stereotype, and then the Mark Zuckerberg guy was going to go on TV and announce the phone, and then it's just this whole mission in the game, which is really funny. I love how Grand Theft Auto really does a good job of parodizing like reality really well.
Yes, making it satire, I think is what it's called.
Yeah, satire. I mean, like instead of Apple, it's iFruit. I forget what they did for Android. I forget something, but they do a good job of keeping things really close. Sprite was like something, like Spree or something like that.
Esprit.
So, yeah, Spree. So, yeah, I love that. I love that element. But they didn't really get into globe or flat, I feel like.
Not really.
Yeah,
kind of, but it's more like if you go back to certain cartoons, you'll find like, oh, what is the shape of the earth? And then they'll just do something stupid about it, or like stupid about space, or the whole Futurama show, I guess.
Yeah.
That stuff is close.
The theme in general is just cool, and just leave it for fiction. Let it be a fiction thing. It doesn't have to be reality. So for me, it fits better in shows like Cowboy Bebop, Dragon Ball Z. I didn't watch Star Wars, but Star Wars, Star Trek, all that stuff. It's a good theme for shows. Just let it be fiction.
Yeah, because growing up, it was like, well, they say they've been to space or whatever. I won't go, so I just have to sit here and say what if. But it's cool, like what if the ISS? What if?
Yeah.
It's pandering to our adventuresome spirit.
Right. When our adventurous spirit could be applied to exploring this realm. Clearly, we haven't explored it all.
Right. They want us on the internet yelling at each other, sending pictures instead of going out there and checking it out.
Well, it's funny. You have goofballs in the chat earlier today saying things like, "Oh, well, just send me a picture of the flat Earth from space."
Okay, just listen. We've shown you that. Go out and try to see that instead. Like, don't come to us anymore. It's out there.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, we've been trying so hard to open that part of the brain and the heart to admit, might not be what you've been told.
I've come to the realization that people are more comfortable believing a narrative that they have drafted up in their head as opposed to what you are directly telling them or what the truth just is.
Yeah, it's because everybody wants to. It's like tradition almost. Like, to me, maybe traditions are stories we tell each other to just keep each other kind of in line and focused on one thing.
Yeah, people don't like the truth.
Right. So they'd rather believe a system.
Yeah, they'll just draft up some other type of thing to believe in instead of the truth.
And it's a distraction. Like, it's a purposeful distraction that we let happen, whether or not it's nefariously created or not. You know what I mean? I think we're just like, okay, well, I'm going to crave the comfort of this certainty instead of work hard to figure out where I'm at.
Yeah. And what's sad, too, is like it doesn't just happen in this topic. It happens with people all over. Like, in many... Sorry about that.
You're good. Yeah, it's a thinking process error, and I'm trying to be as respectful as I can now when I start talking about it. I know I joked around a lot earlier, but I'm trying to stop that and just notice the things that are. It's a thinking error that can easily be fixed with decisions, deliberate decisions to further. Or it's not. You know what? I don't even want to sound arrogant to say, oh, it's better. It's you're furthering your thought process. God forbid, evolving it. Like, it's not like that. It's just different information that I've found very beneficial to my understanding.
No, but you're right, though, Glad. I mean, we are literally teaching you how to use your brain better.
Right, and that's okay. It's like, hold on. School says all this. I'm studying psychology now. That says all this about this. But then there's my interpretation, and then there's other people's interpretation. And I think earlier in Earth Awakenings, they're talking about ether and creation and whatever. And I'm just thinking to myself, I can't get to the point where I think I have the faculties to come up with answers to even those questions. Anyway, I don't know where I went with that.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Yeah, no, but like, I just recently stumbled across this, just how you will directly tell a truth to somebody, and they will, instead of sort of just fielding what you're putting out there, they'll start drafting up in their head, rough draft, some like alternative narrative. It's crazy. We see that with these Globers all the time. You start telling them about a flat Earth, and then they start responding with, "Oh, so you're talking about a space disc?" When did I say that? Like, it's like they're more comfortable drafting up and believing what they created instead of just kind of fielding. You know what I mean? Like baseball, you hit a good solid line drive. If they are going to make a play, they field the ball. But a lot of these guys, they don't want to field it.
Right, they just let it pass them, and they're like, well, I know that the other team's scoring now, but you know what? It's irrelevant. I've got a way bigger team.
The expert behind me, he'll get it.
Yeah, yeah. They're like, I've got a way bigger team, so I don't even have to field that ball.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah, man. Just people are more comfortable with sort of.
Everybody already has the biggest team. It's God.
Well, I don't know about that.
Okay, maybe not everybody has it.
Well, but who's the opposite team then? If
we have that in our fucking planet right now, bro.
What's the planet?
Yeah, what planet?
The plane.
Okay, the plane. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, hey, we're in this new. You know how video games, you get a new DLC, and episode or shows get new seasons. Season 3. So we're on like season 10 here, boys. Season 9.
Yeah.
So the new season is we ain't on no planet. There is no planet. The Earth is built different. You look up in the sky, you see quote unquote planets. You slapped a label on this thing in the sky. Planet. Okay, the Earth doesn't resemble anything in the sky. There's you see any trees up there? You see some
No,
lakes
and the
up
thing
there?
you're making me think of when, in one of my favorite sayings, because my head as a child used to be so in the clouds, I was searching for real truth. It's aside from what I've been told, and everybody would tell me, you need to bring yourself back to the ground. Get, what's the term? Back to Earth. Come back to Earth. Yeah, and feet on the ground. This kind of stuff. And I never took credence. I was like, yeah, but there's a lot more out in space. Like feet on the ground, yeah, it's fine. You gotta be enmeshed in this place while you're on the ground. But shit, there's so much more. Like it's infinite. And then, and then now it's certainly it's not. Come to find,
it's not. Yeah.
Well, okay. Let me put it this way: I can neither confirm nor deny that anything is infinite. No one can, but my opinion is that if it's infinite, that's still a measurement. It's still it's weird.
Well,
it's a paradox.
Let's just say it this way, Glad. Let's just say it this way: it's not what they're telling us. It's not infinite pointing up.
Right.
I would say it's probably, if it's going to be infinite, it would be pointing out. Like if your arm was horizontal to the ground. Like if it was going to be infinite, it'd be that way, not down or up.
Well, it's always
But
up.
even then,
Apparently, according to the globe math or globe narrative, it's always up. And then what's tricky is that if I'm in space, let's beg that question real quick. If I'm in space, there is no up or down, left or right. It's all the relative to, let's beg this question, the spacecraft that I'm in, right? There's no up or down. And so then it's like, well, wait a second. You can make up anything you want because all you have to say is it's nothingness that we know very little about, and just take our word for it.
Yeah.
And remember, guys, it comes down to the question of who's claiming what and what evidence there is to support claim. So we're not claiming that the Earth's infinite or that the air is infinite or that the volume of the container we live in is infinite. But they technically claim that it's essentially infinite, the vacuum of space, which is an extraordinary claim.
Doesn't infinite just means we haven't found the barrier just yet? Isn't that what that means?
No. Infinite means just going on forever. And basically the idea of that would be that the ground beneath our feet would go on forever.
But isn't saying infinite a direct claim?
Well, yeah, it is. Yes.
So how do you know that it's infinite then? You can't make the claim of, infinite is still...
No.
What? Go ahead.
Well, yeah, exactly. No one does. So the thing is, if anyone could ever demonstrate infinity existing in physical reality, then we would have a logical reason to assume that.
I know,
it's
but
possible.
why? How would you ever know if it's infinite? That's the paradox.
Well, no, yeah, but see, that's just it. We're not claiming it's not infinite.
Well, that's true.
But I'm just pointing out that we have no reason to assume that it is.
Well, sure. Yeah, I agree with that. No, I can neither confirm nor deny, Sergeant.
In fact, but it's not even just that. We have no reason to assume that it's even possible.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, that we can't even, we can say the word infinite, and that's about all we can do with it. I can't go down the thought process of, well, how do we test it? How do we this, that? It's like, we can't. Sorry. Okay, next topic.
Yeah, it's really simple. It just boils down to the question of, do you have a demonstration of infinity? Simple answer, no. All right then, well, we can throw that out the window for the moment.
Yep, it's like a demonstration of -2 apples. You can't do it.
Oh, well, I started growing a negative apple tree in my backyard.
I know, I heard. How's it going, man? Are you still seeing nothing? Or is there more nothing there now?
They're actually starting to look kind of pear-shaped, but they're very valuable. Even though they're negative apples, they're extremely valuable.
Well, don't eat that pear. Don't eat the pear, man. We're apparently we're not supposed to know what the fruit tastes like. Yeah, please.
What do you think they're actually doing at the CERN Super Collider? Because they just doubled the energy.
Double the energy? That means they doubled the budget. We don't know what the fuck they're doing there.
Listen, I seriously think they're trying to open a portal for demons. Well, I'm not joking. I seriously think that's what they're trying to do.
Here's my opinion then. Get it the fuck over with so we can do something else. I don't care.
Yeah,
I really don't care.
On, bro. Hurry them demons on up.
I know, right?
The Revelations is coming soon.
I'm getting bored.
Man, come on. Revelation. World's been ending since the beginning of language. Get out of here.
Well, whatever it is, they need to hurry on up.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I know that's what that was. It sounded that way. I'm trying to say.
You can be disrespectful as you want. I don't care, dude.
No, I'm not trying. I'm trying to work on it. But anyway, it
doesn't bother me. That's what I mean.
Okay, let's stop. Let's start. I'll leave it there with the apology because I got stuff to do, and I love you guys. Love talking to you, but I gotta get going here.
All right, Glad. Always a pleasure.
Yep, likewise.
Glad Flow, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that respect. Look at the respect. Everybody dishing out for Glad Flow. It's class. No one can say flat earthers are not classy. Just pure class. Anyway.
What the hell happened?
Yeah, what were we talking about?
I missed Glad's exit. I was washing my hands, but Glad, later on.
Well, he just had to bat in an RBI real quick, but so.
Check. I hope all is well, folks. Kodak Black, it's good to see you as always. Cuddy, Daisy, he's on mute though. Whoa, Garbage Man 420. What's up with that?
Do you remember me from somewhere?
I've seen the name. Welcome back.
Oh yeah, Kodak. Have I talked? Oh, I've talked to you before.
I'll be rolling around with them C's and them B's, my G.
A few times.
Yeah, welcome back, man. I'm glad to have you.
Hello. I'm playing Mountain Blade Bannerlord.
Yeah, good time killer.
Just got I just got the Steam Deck. It's coming in the mail.
Good way to bend and warp some time off the clock.
Yeah.
What do these ballers have anymore? I mean, we're over here doing victory laps. Do they have anything left?
What do you mean by ballers?
I mean, that's a good question. I guess we are the ballers at this point because we stole the rock. But if you're a globe earther in 2022, what are you even saying? Like, what are you arguing for?
The system.
Yeah, the system. Peer pressure. Who was that other guy? What's up?
No, I literally mean the system that's been imposed.
Yeah. Yeah, I just call it peer pressure. When I step out of line, you're going to lose your Twitch followers.
Demoralization could be part of it.
Hey, being a baller in 2022 is explaining why you shouldn't see curvature on Earth and why you don't.
Oh, so making our point for us. Yeah, great.
Yeah, they don't have any way to do it. That's all they've got left is explaining why we wouldn't anyway.
Yeah. It's fantastic. Because meanwhile, they'll say, well, we'll just get in a plane. But they don't know that, like, according to their own globe, you shouldn't be seeing curvature in an airplane. So it's just funny, man. Like, we're not even debating the flat Earth at this point. We're educating. You could just call us globe Earth educators, because we're not. There ain't no debate.
Have you any idea?
The debate is over. Like, we're just teaching these dummies about their own worldview at this point. It's not like they know. They come
You know,
here
it
and they're
makes
like,
sense that
yeah, go
NASA
ahead.
would lie.
Yeah,
It makes
why is
sense that NASA would lie because they have lied before in the past. Anybody remember all the duck and cover shit? You know, when they first just discovered atomic bombs and the fact that they would be deadly. But they just told people to duck and cover and not to worry, and that they'd be fine as long as they duck and cover under a test when an atomic bomb goes off.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Duck and cover.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Just listen to what your government tells you. You'll be okay.
Yeah, but you know, like it's not a lie. It's like Santa Claus. You know, it just kind of keeps the joy. You know, you don't want to suck the joy out of people, so you just tell like a little white lie, like Santa Claus. It's not really a lie.
I think what they really mean is if you duck under like 100 feet in a bunker, like the billionaire politicians are talking about what they do, then you'll survive.
It's bullshit. Nah, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. And they told you to duck and cover, and they lied to you because
No,
they
they
tried to
didn't.
keep
They're
you
ducking
calm.
and covering just 100 feet deeper than you.
No, that's
Paid for
actually
by your
so
tax
funny.
dollars.
No, but
Oh my
you don't know
God.
that if you get under your like paper mache desk, that's actually
Oh my
creates gravity well.
Oh my god. Yeah. I could hear the sarcasm from all the way over there. Okay. But yeah, it's not the first time NASA's lied. Why wouldn't they lie about a global Earth? Because they're trying to hide a mistake that they made. Just like they hid many mistakes before. I mean, you could also debate, and this is me, I'm just on the fence here. You could also debate the fact that it'd be really, really hard to keep Flat Earth a secret for a very long time. So you could also debate that. But the point blank is NASA's lied before, so we can't exactly trust everything that NASA says.
Hell no.
You mean not a space agency?
Yeah. I mean, sure, they study it, but I definitely seek out words of independent scientists that are not a part of NASA along with NASA. Because you don't know. They could be lying to you. As it is connected with the government. Which is why independent scientists are extremely valuable. In fact, there are some independent scientists that do believe in flat Earth. Just as there are independent scientists that believe in global Earth.
A lot of them believe in God, too.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
But a lot of them don't allow that to affect their research, which is good. However, there are scientists out there that have that affect their research. In fact, my great-great-grandmother believed that the Earth was flat.
Nice.
And she believed, but she did not believe the flat Earth that we believe in today. She believed, because she was a Bible thumper, she believed the Earth to be exactly as it was described in the Bible, with four corners.
Well said, well said.
So
So
still
it wasn't. Yeah, still flat, but she believed in the four corners of the Earth, similar to how it was described in the Bible.
Wait, so how do we believe it today?
We believe it to be kind of like a disc. Because
That's like the known area, isn't it? The four corners could be
most
further
most
beyond
people believe flat Earth to be in the shape of a disc.
No, we don't.
Well, if you're not a Bible thumper, you know.
Even if you were, or regardless of the Bible, we don't know what shape this place is.
Well, based on ships that have gone across, it would be really difficult to have. There are routes from ships. They generally avoid the North and South Antarctics.
Yeah.
But overall, they still move freely country to country, which is why people believe in the disk theory. That way people can freely
Yeah.
travel.
But you can still go around something that's irregularly shaped. Like, take a lake. I usually ask Globers, I'll be like, all right, if they ask me what shape is the Earth, I'll be like, well, just tell me what shape is a lake. And they go, well, I don't know. It's kind of irregular, isn't it? I'm like, well,
that makes sense.
So, so if the Earth is, if you can't tell me what shape a lake is, like, I can't tell you what shape the Earth is. And so what if the Earth is kind of irregular like a lake? So you can still go around something that's not like disc shaped.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know
Yeah,
what
that makes
shape
sense. I thought you were saying
wait,
that it was
hold on, CB. There's a problem with that analogy, is that you can see through the water, so you can actually see the shape of the lake because you can see the bottom of the lake.
Well,
where it
okay,
comes in contact with the mud.
Some people go that route, Orion. Let me just clarify. So, like, what I mean is, like, from a bird's eye view, if you were to trace around the lake, right? Like, what shape is that? That's not a shape that you could just put a name to. Kind of irregular.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So
that makes sense.
Yeah, but it's one that you can determine, though. That's the difference, though. It's one you can determine. You can determine the irregular shape, but the exact dimensions of a lake.
Yeah, but I guess my
because you can see through it, because you can go through, because there's no lake that we don't know the bottom of. Like, we know what the bottom of the Mariana Trench is, and it's hard to get down there, but nonetheless, it's mapped out. But you see what's far below the Mariana Trench, though, the bottom of the Mariana Trench, what's far below that, many miles down. We don't have that mapped out. That's why I don't think it's a good metaphor.
Yeah,
but just so you know, I would just give him a different answer. CB, I just give him a much more simple answer. Just tell him it's unverified, because technically that's the truth. Anyone can make a claim about it, but it's just unverified. Just like asking you, what's the sun, moon, and stars? Unverified lights in the sky. What's the shape of the Earth, like under the Earth? The whole Earth. What's the shape of the whole Earth? It's unverified.
I don't think the disk theory necessarily states that it has to be a perfect round. In fact, I doubt it would be. But I think the purpose and the description of the disk's shape is to point out that the Antarctics would be basically the, quote, corners, while the regular, that's kind of what I mean, is the current belief of flat Earth.
Interesting.
Wait, I just joined. What are we believing in? Sorry.
The current up-to-date actual flat Earth theory is that it is surrounded by the Antarctic, and all of the countries other than the North and South Antarctics is described as, like, NASA says North and South Antarctics. That's why I'm saying that. I don't really have a name for it.
Yeah, Clay. So her grandmother, right? Her grandmother said that, like, she views the flat Earth as the four corners idea, which I think most of us
it's outdated.
Have an understanding of what that means. But then, so then the contrast is that there's a newer or like an updated version, and that's kind of what we're talking about now.
I mean, the four corner thing is just based on a biblical cosmology, right? But on the other hand, we do not know, because the scriptures don't tell us, we cannot define where these corners and these angels are positioned. It could be in an area of where our limit, where we can't go to because of a limitation. Who knows if the Antarctic ring, an Arctic Circle, is just at a certain point as cold as created to not being able to move on by the creator. So there's like no vehicle, nothing we can make to even get to a point of reaching something like a firmament or the end or whatever, because in a sense, what we need to understand, the same way as he can create the most complex and crazy things, why wouldn't he be also able to make a boundary which is not able, with every technology that we maybe have, to just go over, the same way as they tried to build the Tower of Babel, right? And he brought it down. The same way they can't reach space because there is no space to go. This, and the funny thing is, Christians believe in NASA and all that stuff, while they just overlook that there was another time where they already tried to reach heaven and he brought them down. So why would he allow it now, right? There's nothing in the scriptures telling us there's any dominion over the moon or the stars or reaching heaven or whatnot.
Keep in mind that the Bible was written by man. It was divinely inspired, but written by men.
I mean, not
So it may not
inspired.
be.
It was written by the Holy Spirit, the same Spirit which everyone can freely receive.
Well, let's not get too deep into that. Right?
In
Let's try to keep
Catholicism,
keep it focused, right? We try not to get too deep into that on the live stream, of course.
Yeah,
Like, we
but
all
by
know
the
that.
way,
but let's
by
just
the
say
way-
this. Let me just
no,
say
no,
this
one
really
second.
quickly. That
Yeah.
let me just say this really quickly. Because one thing that I try to highlight, especially if we were talking to a baller, we would say that flat isn't a shape. So if I say the word flat, you're not supposed to be putting in some sort of object in your mind. And I think that the problem with the disc thing is that most people will start to they'll take an object, they'll put it into outer space, they'll swap out the globe, put in this other object, disc, and then consider that flat Earth being some disc.
I'm assuming flat Earth probably has some shit under it.
I just wanted to just quickly underline the last thing you said. I just want to say, and at the end of the day, everything else you're gonna ever read in your life has been written by another human being. So there's nothing you're gonna find in this world which has not been written through the hands of the created being, which is you and me and everyone else. So the argument, is written by man, blah 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 blah, is really nonsensical. It's just, I mean, it's a good statement, but if you're gonna have the same standpoint as being critical towards what man has written regarding the scriptures, the same way you should be with everything else that has been presented in your life regarding information that has been written down or created in a video or created in music, because all of this needed to be either wrote down or came out of the mind of a man. So regardless of that, there's never going to be it's never going to be a good argument, and from my perspective, and especially it's many people are very serious about this because man wrote this, but at the same time they're not really serious about regarding other things or everything else which they have been presented in their life with the same respect or with the same what is it called, critical mind or whatnot. So if when people say this is written by man, it makes no sense, because everything else in your life that you have ever presented with, even the information your parents, it's all by man. Even what your parents tell you is by man, in a sense, is by a human being. So I guess you get what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I wanted to respond to something someone said in the voice text. Liv is correct. I didn't really mean a floating disc. I kind of meant more of like, when I say north and south. Okay, so Round Earth believes in a north and south Antarctic. And the common belief for flat Earth is that there's a center and external Antarctic.
Picture in chat.
Kind of. Oh, yeah. There's literally someone who has a profile picture that is exactly what I'm talking about. The little live person. It's literally exactly what I'm talking about. That's literally what I'm talking about. Ah, yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The center Antarctic and then the external Antarctic is what I'm referring to. So I guess, like a pizza or a frisbee. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
Well, you just have to be careful because there's a lot of new minds. And so if you say disc, they're going to put that disc in outer space. You know what I mean? And you're already giving them, you're planting a bad seed. So you just got to be very careful with your terminology. Circular, maybe. I don't know. Who knows, right? It could be irregular like a lake. But can you go around it?
It's likely.
Sure? Yeah. I mean, maybe
it's
your grandma's
probably
right.
irregular.
Shit, maybe your grandma's right, though. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Quick question. You know that the Earth is stationary and measures flat, Audrey?
Oh, what?
Do you know that you're living on a stationary surface which measures, especially over water, flat? That it is not adding up? Oh,
Do you think the Earth moves?
Because, see, the thing is, what I've read about flat Earth from actual sources and not like government sources.
Yes.
From actual sources. I wasn't sure if that was you being sexist. I wasn't sure, but
no, I mean human. I mean,
yeah, it kind of sounded a little sexist. The way
I mean, no. Listen, I mean human when I say man, because you are a woman, and then there's man. You have been created out of a man. That's why you actually why we say woman.
Yes, I came out of a man's vagina. Thank you.
That's weird. I didn't say
I'm
that.
kidding. I'm messing with you.
Okay.
Hey, according to Google, it can happen.
Yeah, it came out of his dick hole. I'm sorry.
Any woman that would talk about...
That's what she said.
Any woman that would talk about scripture and dick hole in the same context of a conversation has my vote. Well done.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
For the win. Welcome to the community.
Google would like a word with me. Yes, Google. Can I help you?
So, obviously,
fuck your government.
Observe the...
Well said.
You observe the firmament as well, then.
All right. So going back to you said, so you wrote something from another human being about flat Earth.
Fuck
So
Google.
what did that other human being gave you as information to consume, and what did you make out of it?
In referring to the movement of flat Earth. Generally, what I've heard is that flat Earth, because of the sense of gravity, would actually be more so moving energy. What is that called? Kinetic? No.
Yeah.
Is it called kinetic? Am I doubting myself?
Yeah,
Is it connected?
You're right.
Okay. Yeah, kinetic energy. As the Earth is, because you know how when something is in space, it does not stop moving. If something moves in space, there is nothing to stop it. It just keeps moving.
Right.
I believe that the Earth has something similar. Well, not that I believe. I'm considering. One of my ideas is that the Earth has something similar to this. The Earth is constantly moving upward, which is causing the thing that we perceive as gravity.
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that at all.
Quick question.
Yeah. So I mean, it kind of moves.
Yeah. So a quick
that
question.
boat.
So you don't believe that there is a pear-shaped / ellipsoid-shaped / roughly a sphere tilted on its axis, wobbling, spinning, hurtling around other planets, shooting through ever-expanding space?
It's a possibility. I'm kind of on the fence.
Okay, that's a possibility. How in the world that you live in, literally, how when you look into the night sky, see the moon in that perfect, wonderful view that we sometimes have at night, how can you consider that you're tilted, wobbling, spinning around other planets, flying through ever-expanding space? How do you like that? Every time.
Clay, can I help you out here, Clay?
Yeah.
So let me just ask her the same question. Let me just ask her the same question you're asking, but at the base level with the epistemology of it. So Audrey. So Audrey, I'm going to ask you these 3 questions, and if you can ever find sufficient answers to these 3 questions, then in that scenario, you would know for sure, not just blindly believe it, you would know for sure that you're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. But if you can't find sufficient answers to these questions, then to the best of your knowledge, the Earth is flat, stationary, and we live in a closed system. So the first question is this. Do you know of any time in the past that anyone's ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth and the method of how they did that to find the radius value of 3,959 miles?
I do not.
But you believe that someone may have done it, right?
It's a possibility, yeah. Someone's probably done it.
All right, so fair enough. You're allowed to have beliefs. We do our best to, not beat people up about those. So, but it's all right. So that's question number 1. Question number 2 is, do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the axial rotation of the Earth and got the 1,000 miles per hour speed at the equator?
Like physically or mathematically?
Physically.
Like
then no, that would not happen.
In
No
reality.
No one would ever be able to get close enough to the equator without straight up exploding.
All right, so no one's ever measured axial rotation, and then or that you know of
physically.
And not directly. Only abstract on paper. They wrote it down as possible, but that's just on paper.
Yeah, they'll make that note that it's make the note that make the note
it makes sense on paper, right?
Yeah.
And with that third question,
but that's just it. You know, like you can have even negative numbers,
but not physically.
Yeah, just keep in mind though, math doesn't always reflect reality. So I can write -5 on a piece of paper, and it makes sense on a piece of paper, but I can't have -5 apples in reality, can I?
Right.
No, but if you do grow a negative apple tree,
negative,
you'll probably be really negative tasting apples or bad tasting apples.
I mean, they taste like pears.
Kodak?
Negative numbers are weird.
Orion. Didn't you know that everything is possible if you just imagine a certain specific mathematical equation that then makes absolutely no sense regarding reality, but as long as you have that equation and everyone agrees upon that, it is the truth, right? Isn't that?
Oh yeah, it seems like that. But I like the way you began that, Clay, which is that that's exactly the point I'm trying to make, Audrey. Is that everything, literally anything, is possible on paper. That's why we have libraries where they have a section called science fiction, and it's got a whole bunch of stuff there that.
Well, actually, unfortunately, you can't have
reality.
curvature on paper. Unfortunately, because paper is flat.
Well, you can bend the paper. But anyway, to the third question.
Be a straight line.
Well, I don't know what we're talking about.
Hit up that third point.
So the third question is, do you know of any time that anyone's ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Because we were told in school that the reason why we have gas pressure, air pressure here on Earth is due to gravity. But we only know of this thing existing, gas pressure, inside containers. So do you know of anyone to demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity?
Round 3.
That was for you.
Sorry, talk to my grandma.
Oh, well, just ask her.
Wait, does her grandma actually knows that you have a friend stationary?
Yeah, probably. Unless she got, swooned by Elon Musk. He's so handsome with his new haircut.
I would want to meet her grandma.
No, this is a different grandmother. The grandmother I was referring to earlier was my great-great-grandmother. She is passed away.
Based.
Still of the generation of where they have not been yet brainwashed. That's great.
You knew your great-great-grandmother?
No, not personally, but I've heard stories about her. From my grandfather.
Right.
Legendary.
People were like, I'm off to a good start. No, I just became unfocused.
No, but the third question was about the gas pressure. So gas pressure without a container? Can we see that?
Of course not.
No?
Well,
all right. Yeah.
Depends. Everything is a container if you think about it.
Come on, man.
Well, not in the way that we're asking for, because we're asking for specific gas pressures in the algebraic X form. All right, so it would actually have to be a specific pressure and a specific volume, contained with gravity, not a container.
You can show us.
And no, we don't have an example of that. So I'll give you an example that's a little extreme. If you could somehow demonstrate 36 pounds per square inch of air pressure around the rim of your car without the tire due to gravity, can you do that for us?
Right.
I'm so sorry. I'm still tired. Can you repeat that?
Come on, man.
Yeah, bike tire. You got a car tire. Can you have that pressure without the container? Without the tire?
No,
Yeah.
not without a container.
So why can we have earth pressure, air pressure on the earth without a container?
That's a good point.
No, we can't. That's the answer.
And don't ask me how I got the eggs on Space Station.
All right, Clay. Hold on, buddy. But yeah, the answer is we can't have gas pressure without a container.
Come on, man.
Yeah. So it's like when you go outside, you're really inside. Shit's crazy.
The cool thing, once you wake up to understanding that what you have been taught about the so-called universe you live in, that everything is just based on scientific belief system and the heliocentric religion, the sun worshipping religion, you really get to have a lot of fun because essentially you understand that actually everything else regarding your life has been pretty much a Hollywood show, kinda.
Take everything you see and hear with a grain of salt.
No, that's not what I said. I'm just saying the general thing, the thing that we have been taught about society and how things work, and that you're a speck of dust in ever expanding universe, that you're worthless, coming from stones or apes being your ancestors and so forth. Yeah, that was a big lie, That's actually just there to hold you down and make you a good slave, essentially. And that's by the way, don't get angry at me. Don't get angry at me when I say this. I'm a fellow slave, okay? I still also live in the same system as you. I go to work and so forth. And I actually like work, I think work is essential. And there's good work out there. Not saying that.
Yeah.
But
I work at a theme park. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. But essentially, when I tell you these things, don't get mad or anything. I sense you're not getting mad or so forth, but some people get mad. and the thing is, don't get mad at the fellow slave. Get mad at these people who made us.
What fellow slave? Who's the fellow slave?
He's talking about slave to the government. He's talking about slave to like.
I ain't no slave. I don't pay my tax.
Tax evasion?
So wait a second. You can decide to hop on a plane without security, without showing your ID, going without any observation of without any observation of your person to the next country. No, you can't.
But
okay,
I mean, wait,
you're a slave. They track you with every step you make. And I even want to
but you just have to face the government consequences.
Yeah.
Come on, stop the cap.
Audrey, you know what I mean. Come on, to a fellow slave. Let's just be honest. We can talk honesty, You might
slave to slave. Come on.
Yeah. So I have an ID. I can't drive my car without having this little card right here that I have in my hand. I can't go to the bank and get money without this plastic card and chip. I can't even pay for it.
Clay, wait, hold on, Clay. Why would you go to a bank? Clay, in Germany, do they have these things called credit unions that we have here in the U.S.?
What?
Fuck credit union.
Why don't you got that metal card, bro?
You know what a credit union is, Clay?
No.
Well, it's something. It's an institution that functions kind of like a bank in the sense of you can keep your money there. They have safety deposit boxes. You can have debit cards, take loans. It's not a mega bank. It's not a bank.
You're like a part owner of the bank. Because I'm at the bank.
Not necessarily.
It's a section.
It's a little more simple than that. It's just Clay. It's a community credit union. Is an institution that functions kind of like a bank, but it keeps its money local. So when it takes the money that you keep in it and reinvests it and loans it out, it only loans it out to people that live near you.
Yeah. That's I just translated. I'm in a Volksbank, which is a bank for the people, so to say. And I'm once you join the bank and you put money on there, or you get your money, whatever, you're part of that bank. Like you invested in that union, so to say. So yeah, I'm a part of the bank where my money is at. So there's no real head of the bank. Everyone is involved in being the bank, so to say. So yeah, that's where my money is at. If that makes sense. I think it's similar to what you just said of the credit union or something.
Hey, even if it is a bank, it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world as long as it's not a mega bank.
Yes, I understand.
Let me hold 20.
Okay. I'm about to say something really fucking based.
No, go ahead.
What is it?
Fuck Social Security.
Hey. Someone
So
play
again-
for Rob right now. Someone put a ring on that.
Are you now a little bit more interested
Allahu
or curious about the whole topic that we're all hearing for Flat Earth?
I think she's writing her congressman right now.
Yeah, I kind of am. I'm like
Okay.
saying, like, okay,
So
Social
do you
Security
think we
needs to
went
be
to the moon?
eradicated.
Quick question: do you think we went to the moon? I want to get back to the topic because it's just
Okay.
Good question. Good question.
Do you want to know if we got to the moon? It's really easy.
I can't be sure.
Okay, listen. You can be sure. Very easy. So there's a man called Buzz Aldrin, right? You probably know his name.
Who?
Buzz
Who's that?
Aldrin.
I'm so sorry. Who?
Yeah. Okay. So he supposedly went to the moon, right?
Back
So-
up. Reverse. Say his name again.
Buzz
Buzz.
Aldrin.
Buzzed
Buzz
Aldrin.
Lightyear?
Buzzed Aldrin. Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
that's
Buzz
not.
Aldrin.
That's not his name.
No. Look it up. It's Buzzed Aldrin.
Okay. Anyways,
yeah, but
you know
he
who
said
I'm talking
bald.
about.
He said bald.
No. Buzz.
What?
Buzz.
Buzz. Sorry, maybe my German accent or whatever is it. Buzz Aldrin. He was in an interview with a little girl called Zoe, okay? And she asked, why has nobody been to the moon for such a long time? And just listen to this.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
Whose voice
That's
changed?
not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know.
I'm scared. Please take
that?
me home.
Go there and
Do any of you
and
here
that's
love
the way
Joe
it
Biden or
happened.
no?
And if it didn't happen,
Fuck Joe Biden.
it's nice to know
Yeah,
why
Trump
it
2024.
didn't happen.
Happen.
Nah, fuck Trump. Fuck Joe Biden and fuck Trump.
No.
They're both stuck.
No.
Yes, get Hillary in there. Get Hillary in there.
No.
No, good God, are you insane? No, Hillary's
Can we
even
not
worse.
talk about
Exactly, even worse. She's a warmonger.
Guys, can we not talk about these little games where we have the same system as in the Roman times, where you just create things
Oh,
like
I'm in the mood to talk about politics.
No, what
Listen,
are
those
politics?
people
It's the
got
same. You
infiltrated
can
by
say
demons. They're possessed by demons.
garbage man, stop for a sec. You can
Okay.
you can call politics the same thing as soccer. It's the same thing. You have teams that people choose to follow, and then these teams do certain things that they find interesting or good, and then people are getting divided.
Clay,
But who here wants to hear me talk about politics?
Politics is just a game to keep your slave mind entertained, okay?
Yeah, but I'm
Because
with her.
if
And
anybody
divided.
wants to talk about politics, we can go to a VC for that.
Is my fellow slave sister getting what I'm
All
saying?
right, yeah, I do. I want to talk about
It's
politics.
the same. It's the same.
I want to talk about Trump right now.
Guys,
Garbage
I'm
is
gonna
talking
shatter
about
that
soccer.
highest, greatest.
Okay,
flag
go.
Hold on.
Hillary
No,
said
we're
she's
gonna
gonna-
go to a different
Politics are
VC for
flat.
it.
Hillary said she's gonna shatter the glass shield. I want to shatter.
I'm going to the
glass shield.
politics VC for anybody who wants to join me.
You guys don't want to shatter the firmament? Come on, Hillary said she's gonna.
Houston, we have a problem.
I find it really interesting that Clay was trying to show her something and she didn't want to. She just spoke over the top of it.
Yeah, I didn't help with that. Sorry about that. Was my fault too.
Some fellow
Yeah,
slave.
CB, come on, man.
Well, shit. I mean, Clay was playing a good clip, right? But she didn't even know who Buzz was.
Yeah,
She
true. Or was she being facetious?
Be right back.
She said the Earth might be moving, so that's cap.
Did you, when you got up this morning, did you find it or not?
No, I'm still working on it, man. It's like meditation. When you first start meditating, you have to go, 1 minute, then 2 minutes. So,
How long are you willing to wait?
I mean, I got up this morning and I tried for like 5 minutes. I didn't get anything. So it's like tomorrow, I guess I got to try a little bit longer, right?
Yeah, just keep going.
I mean, maybe eventually I'll notice it or something. Maybe it'll hit a bump or something. Black hole. I don't know. I'm still waiting though.
I saw that Barley Song guy back in. Was that?
Yeah, I'm here.
Bali Song.
Ah.
Oh, I thought it was Bale Song. What's up, Bali Song?
What's up, man?
What's up, dude?
I just woke up.
Yo, you pushing content, bro?
Not today.
All right.
Or I mean, not yet today.
I guess you're not hustling then.
Hey,
you don't have that grind set.
I don't have image permissions, but I have a picture with the moon and the sun in the same picture. They're right next to each other, and the crescent of the moon is actually facing in the opposite direction of where the sun's lighting, if anyone wants to see that.
Yeah, I can post it for you.
Yeah.
I'm looking at
the DMs, but your DMs are closed.
The sun's up right now, and I'm looking at the moon. So it's not unusual.
Yeah, how does that work?
Timbo, I'm saying that the crescent was facing the opposite direction of where the moon was, or where the sun was lighting.
Yeah, how does that work on a globe?
Have you got a picture of that? Have you?
Yeah, I have a picture of it.
Is that real? Is that legit? I've never seen that.
I'm unsure, but I found it yesterday.
Yo, hit somebody in the DMs. Let's see it in the chat. I just hit your DMs, but they're
I just added you.
Coffee.
All right.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Let me see that. Let me see.
Coffee.
Bring your moon to the table. Let us see.
Yeah, all right, cool. Go ahead and post that in the chat. All right, cool.
This was the...
So I see the sun.
Caught that one last night.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband.
Oh my God. This soon needs an update.
Look at that.
The moon's in the top left.
Bruh.
Oh shit. That's not
Look
real.
at that.
That's not real.
Right.
Ain't no way.
Huh. What the hell?
What?
Yeah, it's like the complete.
You didn't take that picture.
Direction.
You didn't take that picture, did you?
No, I didn't say I took it. I found this yesterday. When I looked up. Here's exactly what I looked up. I looked up sun and moon on same side of sky.
No.
And then I was like scrolling for hours.
Looks like a lens flare.
That's cap.
Yeah, that's
weird.
not real.
I mean, if you look kind of closer, it looks like there's some form of something up there. I don't know. Could even be a cloud or a lens flare. Who knows?
But in saying that,
Well, I can speak to the authenticity of my two images posted by the first one was posted at 5:45 in the morning. You see the quarter moon present, maybe an eighth moon, anyways, and the sun is present before you see the sun, so the sun is coming. And last night, I took that one at about 9 p.m. Eastern, and the sun was orange in the sky. So, yeah, man, it's pretty cool. But that one's really weird. The other question, and anyways, the other question I had was, how do you plan to land on something that disappears every 28 days? But that might be a complex question.
yeah, I know that would be scary. How do you do that?
Yeah. I think anybody that thinks there's dirt in the sky or land in the sky, that's weird. The dirt is under your feet. It's not above your head. But bros, do you thinking that there's like land above their head. What's up with that? Like, the ground is under you, bro. Like, why would you think there's ground in the sky? The hell is that?
It is photoshopped.
So weird, dude. Like, there was a dude arguing in the chat earlier. Oh no, we landed on the moon. How can you land on something if there's no land?
We will go to the moon. We will go to the moon. Blah, blah, blah. To the moon. Funny thing, just coincidentally, the first movie that was ever recorded, I think in France, is yo, what is this? No, not the first movie recorded, but this famous the first movie with special effects. Golly, the father of special, George Méliès or whatever his name is. He made this movie where they shoot people into the eye of the moon. Anyways, before the moon landing, there was so much indoctrination going on regarding Hollywood movies showing people landing on different planets and moon and so forth.
Houston, we have a problem.
But hey, who wants to land on the moon if we have people in space right now, right? On the ISS, people like Don Pettit, who's a great astronaut. I love to listen to his great speeches because he always has cool things to say.
One of the things that happens, you were telling me about, is your skin goes through changes.
It does. You molt, sort of like birds molt in the spring, and human beings molt, particularly the skin, the calluses fall off the bottoms of your feet because, well, it all happens at once. For whatever reason, the skin, all the calluses on the bottoms of your feet fall off about the 2.5 to 3 month period of being in space.
Okay, yeah, this sounds actually pretty disgusting.
Well, it is. But it's part of being a human. I mean, and you're breathing in their skin flakes, and you can get these allergic reactions.
Yeah.
How do they catch all those skin flakes?
You breathe in their skin flakes and you get those allergic reactions. Oh man, nice. That's a great thing to be an astronaut, breathing in other people's skin flakes and getting allergic reactions. I wonder what else flies around, I mean, when you talk, how you spit all the time, like even on a microscopic level, so to say, like there's always water coming out of your mouth when you speak. Isn't that nice that stuff is all flowing around and into your eyes and on your skin and
Well,
but,
also
yeah.
they've done tests where if you're in the vicinity of a toilet, even the next room, they find E. coli on the surfaces of whatever's in the next room. So how do they do like a shit and then not get coli floating around in the atmosphere, in the air in the ISS?
Well, actually, they did. That's why Don Pettit got sent home.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the Corvid.
So, I mean, you're right, though. I mean, it does spread.
Turn yesterday's coffee into today's coffee. A cup of coffee.
Oh, golly.
Oh, this coffee smells like shit.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
Glad Matthew finally came to our side.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. The Earth is flat. No, it's not a lie. The Earth is flat. Yes, that's right.
All right, all right.
The Earth is flat.
Don't burn a hole in that damn button now, boy.
Yeah, we got it. So how about this Bally Song YouTuber guy?
How's he doing?
I'm good.
That's great.
You okay? Can I help you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like a number 6. I'll take a number 3.
Actually need to eat soon.
Hey, Bali Song, do you think NASA is a serious institution?
No, of course not.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
But
that's
why
cool.
not? Why do you doubt them?
Because they're
Why
a
are
huge
you-
laundering company.
Yeah, but what specifically have they done that makes you skeptical of them?
Every fake launch they've done.
Okay, so the launches are fake.
A lot of them are, yeah.
Cup of coffee.
And kicked and then signed back in. Anyway, how did you determine that their launches are fake?
Because when the Americans eat their popcorn and watch the empty tubes go up in the sky, and then they fall in the ocean, and those people go home, and they retrieve that empty tube, after they showed you someone being filmed in a station acting like they were inside of that tube, that's what I think's happening, so.
Okay,
it's actually true.
Okay, because you see the rocket going parabolic over the ocean. So that's what you think's happening.
Hey,
it's definitely
you know
not
what's
leaving
even-
the atmosphere.
You know what's even greater? That what everyone can do. Watch these rocket starts where you have the camera faced on the faces of the astronauts, and then look at the G rate these people are experiencing. Then go ahead and look at a pilot training and look at the face of the pilot when he's experiencing the same G force as the astronaut on the rocket. And see the difference, you know, the real pilot who is in these centrifuge training thingies, his skin, his whole face is like a mask almost at 3G or something, and it's like, you know, it's like the whole face changes. Funny thing is, every time I've watched all the videos of astronauts supposedly starting inside that rocket, nothing changes in their face, you know. They're getting blasted into space, going through 3 or 4 times their body weight.
They had to
and
take the
nothing
space
changes.
drugs. They had to take the space drugs.
Yeah, there must be like I don't know, aliens or something. You know, it's just so funny. There's so much inconsistency, and people just buy it. They're buying it. They buy all this nonsense. They buy astronauts from SpaceX in their supposed $30 million suits or whatnot, looking worse than a biker suit. That's what they buy into, and they mock flat earthers for not believing in this nonsense. How crazy is that? They're literally people mocking us that we do not believe in you know, this. I mean, how can you believe this? That this guy is going to space? If you look in the live stream voice 6. And man, it really blows my mind how, you know, I don't want to say the word people are today.
Like you got like all your support, like back support in a biker's suit, haven't you? You know, I mean, it's really protective, isn't it? Like it's got like back support and all that kind of thing. Yeah, like modern bike suits and stuff, that kind of thing, like the protection in it. If you combine it with like any extreme sport and what the protective stuff we've got for it, it's not really showing that in astronauts and stuff like.
Imagine you have a crack in the vacuum of space and you get soaked out, and you know supposedly that spacesuit that he's wearing is gonna make him survive, but and then you're gonna you're gonna hit certain things in it. And while being sucked out, there's no protection, nothing, man. It's just all a silly show. It's just all a show. It's science fiction. You know, I think if I'm gonna look up Star Wars pictures of some spacesuits, they look even better than this.
Mm-hmm.
It's like openly mocking people. The people are so brainwashed. It's unbelievable that they think that these people going to space. Like, there's nothing more to say. Like, I don't care what people think about me regarding flat Earth. Everyone else who believes something thinks of something else being, you know, or no, thinks that the narrative is true of the heliocentric model with these astronauts going to space. Well, these people really, I'm just sorry for them. Actually, just sorry. They have been successfully brainwashed.
Yeah.
Like, there's
what does Valley Song think? Where did he come
Yeah.
to his conclusions from?
I mean, I've always had a skeptical mind, but I also have a rational one too.
So we asked you a question the other day and said, how did you become a flat earther? And you said you had always been, and that your school didn't really teach the solar system. Now, you're in Florida, aren't you? Wouldn't you have a normal school curriculum? And one of the first things they teach you about is the solar system. So are you saying that they never taught you that and everyone around you didn't believe in it and they all believed in it and you're the only one that came out not knowing anything about flat Earth but thinking that the Earth was flat? Is that what you're saying?
No.
What did you mean by you never thought the Earth was a globe?
Yeah, it wasn't. That's not what was taught to me in school, but that doesn't mean that's not the only place I would have heard that. I still saw tons of movies and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the movies, of course.
So when you were a kid, you knew the Earth was flat. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah.
Nah.
How did you know that?
Because the ground's flat. So is the ocean.
Okay. So you went, as a kid, with a malleable mind, you went against what everyone was teaching you and just said, oh, the ground's flat, so the Earth must be flat. I know this. Everyone else is wrong. Is that how you came to a conclusion?
I mean, I wouldn't even consider that a conclusion because there's no other way to think about it.
Well, it's conclusive in your mind, isn't it? So it's kind of a conclusion.
Well, yeah, and then you just look at the only company that says otherwise is being paid to tell you the difference.
So when you were 6 years old, you investigated NASA. Is that right?
Yeah, and then they're just complete liars. I mean, I literally watched, I was telling someone this, I forgot who, but I watched a live stream of this lady who was being interviewed on NASA, and they were claiming she was a teacher, right? And so she said a different name. She actually introduced herself with her actual name, not the one that was on screen. So I thought that was odd. So I looked up her actual name, and then I looked up her screen name, and the screen name showed that she was a teacher, but her actual name showed she was an American actress, and they were both the same person, same pictures.
And that was when you were how old? I'm still confused about how you became a flat earther at such a young age, like and went contrary to what you were being taught.
Yeah, because it's one thing to be a NASA skeptic, but how did you get to the conclusion that this Earth itself is not a ball?
I never thought it was.
Really?
Where are you from?
That's weird, man.
I did.
Okay, I have some questions.
I've worked with people in India, people at work and stuff like that were from India but were never taught the globe at school, in one sense. But
What? Hello?
They had
what are you talking about?
Where the globe weren't taught. You know what I mean? Like,
well, he doesn't sound Indian to me.
Get him, Andy.
Well, no, but it's just an example. It doesn't have to be. Maybe his other areas and stuff like that. I think like.
I know, but he's from Florida and he was in the normal school curriculum. So it's the whole his story just sounds weird to me. And I've watched some of his YouTube videos, and you know he's very, very sarcastic about flat Earth. And, I'm curious about when he's gonna, if you are a flat earther, when are you gonna actually do a video that with some really good content about Earth's measurements instead of going up into space? Why don't you do a video about that?
So on my YouTube, my idea is just to entertain. I'm not looking to teach anyone anything because the age demographic is younger, so it.
Because what you were essentially doing in your video was mocking and making it look stupid by using that sarcastic tone that you've got.
Yeah, the funny thing is a lot of the stuff he says is true, but he just says it in a mocking tone.
Yeah, when you change the tone of your voice, no one takes you seriously, and they know that you're doing satire. So
I actually have a video explaining my tonality and how it can be taken sarcastically out of context.
So you make a video explaining something and then it's true? Or just because you explain that your voice is a certain way, that's the way it is, and people just have to deal with it because you speak in a sarcastic way. That's yeah.
I mean, I gotta give him credit. I didn't watch the video, but I mean, this sounds like a really political approach from you there, for Bailey Song. Very, very nice.
I don't understand what you mean.
Well, do the video in a, kind of like joking away, and then politically be like, oh, well, I explain how typically I speak this way, so that's just good. It's political of you. Very, very nice.
What side of politics would you think that's on?
You know how like kind of politicians are kind of slimy, a little greasy, that kind of thing.
Well, I can tell you right now that I hate politics more than anything else.
Oh, okay. Maybe I should watch the video. But
well, isn't that an original thought?
Didn't the last new member
What's the name of the video?
Talk about politics?
I'm gonna I'll link it in a second.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I mean, shoot, if it was a globe, I would just rep that. You know what I'm saying? I would proudly rep that. I would have no issue. I'd wear the badge. But and I did my whole life, right? But when you find out it's not a globe, how can you just proudly represent something that doesn't exist? That makes you a shill and a liar. You can, people can make fun of flat earthers all they want, but I don't have a choice.
When you get paid money for it and then do that, then you're a shill.
Yeah.
When you're doing it for free, you're just an idiot.
Yeah, good point. I was just saying, like, at this point, I don't have a choice. You can make fun of me all you want. Like, I'm as tall as I am. I'm over 6 foot. So you can be mad at that. You can call it a theory, conspiracy, or you're just mad. My height ain't gonna change. It is what it is.
Right, where can I link the video?
Did you measure that 6 foot, or did you just come up with a mathematical equation?
Well, I sure as hell didn't DM it to somebody on Instagram and ask them to calculate it for me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if we want to...
God damn it, I keep getting booted out for some reason.
Here.
need you here,
Kodak. I sent the video to you.
All right, let me check. I got it. I mean, I don't know why Globers have such an issue with measurements all of a sudden. It's like... All right, cool, I got the link. Let me post it for you. It's simple stuff. It's like your height. It's really no different than that. That's the best way to think of it, in my opinion.
So, did you delete some comments as well? Northern Rebellion said you were deleting comments on your videos from him.
Oh, that's not good.
Are you saying I did?
Yep. There's.
No, I don't delete comments, but YouTube can remove them.
Northern Rebellion says, Barley Song, why did you delete my comments? I have it on video, bruv.
I didn't delete any comments. I don't delete comments.
Okay.
But YouTube can delete comments based on what it's like, what they say. Like there's keywords that can't be said and stuff like that that get held for review.
True. So did you not allow them for review? Sometimes
keywords like this Discord link.
I don't know, but like I don't know exactly what they look for, but like there is a long list of comments that say held for review. Yeah. And I normally allow everything, but YouTube can go over me and take them away.
Okay.
I could probably look for his name and see if it's actually held for review.
All right, well, boys, maybe let's not get too sidetracked. Maybe give him a chance here. But I mean, so what do you think? Do you think the Earth moves, dude, or what?
No, it's stationary. It's
stationary. I mean, because people are saying that flat earthers are crazy, but like, if you just put me side by side with a glober on this one topic, and we were both like looking at a couple buildings, and we're like, all right, well, are those buildings moving? Like, the glober's gonna say yes, the flat earther's gonna say no, but for some reason, this world thinks that the flat earther's the crazy guy for saying that the buildings don't move.
The sky moves. That's about it.
I mean, I see the sun moving. What about you?
I just think the sky moves. I'm not thinking those buildings are moving. Otherwise, the people in there would be in trouble.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if my house was moving, I could just jump up and my wall would just slap me in the face. But I guess that doesn't really happen.
Yeah, I don't see how you could not believe in the globe being... I don't know who this guy is, but... I mean, are you telling me that you never watch TV?
I already said that.
Sorry, I missed it. I joined the conversation late. I'm ever so sorry, Doug.
Right.
Did you never watch TV?
I'm aware of the globe model, if that's what you're wondering. Yes.
Oh, wait, well, you just said you never believed it when you were like 6 or something.
Correct.
That don't make any sense to me, that's all.
I was put into private schools.
You had objections to the globe model when you were a little kid?
Yes.
I'd be really interested to hear what those were.
Yeah, tell us.
I'd fall off.
Yeah, I mean, that was my favorite. But what about gravity, bro?
Gravity's a lie.
This claim says
you can't just say that. You can't just say that. I mean, you need to know why is gravity a lie?
Water. I mean, it's the easiest answer.
But so what is gravity? Like, can you define it?
It's not anything.
So wait, you can't define gravity?
Okay, what is it
say
supposed?
It's the pull towards mass, but that's
not even it. That's not even it, though, dude. I mean, you gotta get technical with it. If you're gonna debunk it, you gotta get kind of technical with stuff. So can you
gotta know what
give us a definition? Go ahead, Google it. I mean, but we'll wait. But can you provide a definition?
I just saw the short clip of the comment being removed. Yeah, I think it's because it's a link that YouTube just automatically removes it when he refreshed that.
Yeah, I think that is the correct definition of gravity. Yeah, nice.
Why am I being attacked?
You're not being attacked, dude.
He is kind of being attacked. I just read the comments, like, I don't know, 100 of your comments. Your viewership, they cannot tell if you're joking.
Yes, that's actually why
they cannot tell.
That's why
that's kind of what you want. You want people to not know if you're being serious.
Well, I mean, I am sarcastic, right? But it's not all of the time, so it becomes a problem because my tonality never changes because my sarcasm is technically dry sarcasm, which is why it's not delivered in any different, tonality. Like, that's why it sounds
I'm not asking about how. I'm asking, is that your motive? You kind of want people to not know whether you're joking or not, or
but somehow I'm attacking.
Is that kind of where you're coming from?
To me, I find it entertaining.
Shit.
Question for you. When's your birthday, dude?
August 1st, 1994.
Happy late birthday.
Leo?
94, let's go. 94,
yeah, I'm a Leo.
Baby.
Interesting. I was actually thinking you're maybe a water sign because you have, again, this dry aspect of humor. You go to the bottom of stuff and then you let people kind of figure out what they want with it.
Oh, no, that's just me, Kiwi. I'm a Pisces.
Listen, I don't need to. I'm not talking about you right now.
Hey, but 94 gang, good to hear from you. Hey,
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Squad.
Young mind, I guess.
Hey, how dare you?
I mean, we're just skeptical, you see, because there's a lot of fakers. There's a lot of actors, you may have noticed. And the latest little thing they do is they come in and pretend to be flat earthers, and it's hilarious, frankly. So that's why we're being skeptical.
No, I
We're not
completely
attacking
understand. I guess only time will tell. So you guys can just pick me apart, and I'll stick through that, and then you guys will see that I'll still be here. But it's regardless of which way I think about something or the other, I just want to let you know that out of like any way of thinking, the closest one I can find any settlement of a group to like that has like-mindedness for me is this group right here. So yeah.
So you must be a freak then.
All right, Trojan horse, boys. What do you think?
I think if that dude is telling the truth, he has the most sensitive bullshit detector of anyone I've ever met.
We'll see. I've always said that it's very difficult to LARP as a flat earther. So either way, if you're gonna go that route, number one, it requires skill. You can't just be a low-level trench ball-tard and LARP as a flat earther. It requires you to be a couple levels higher than that. So already,
I literally debated the other dude from that other Discord, and it's on his stream.
Number two, even if you are faking, I'm not speaking directly to you. I'm just saying this in general. But like, even if someone does want to fake as a flat earther, you're like low key, silently red pilling yourself with all these different arguments. So go ahead. I don't have a problem with that. Go ahead and red pill yourself.
When did you discover the flat Earth movement?
Well, too bad. I mean, there's no flat Earth movement because the flat Earth doesn't move.
No, I mean like as like a movement, online and stuff.
No, I'm just messing around. I'm just joking around, dude.
Because if you were kind of like always believed it was flat, then when did you discover the when it became like a resurgence on the internet and stuff? But also, if you always knew it was flat, then you would have always known that the government were lying. And where did you put that?
I've never believed in any government ever. I'm completely against any form of. I'm anti-government, definitely.
Your parents must have been known about all that.
No,
but you didn't believe it were a globe. Were your parents flat earthers?
No, they're globist and they're liberal.
So, didn't they try to make you think it were a globe? I don't know. It's like people generally have an allergic response to the term flat Earth, and they instantly think it's like some sort of sanity problem that you've got because you've become a flat earther because they've not researched it themselves and all that kind of thing. So.
I've always just figured the Earth is the Earth, regardless of its shape.
So when did you become active to speak about it?
What did you talk about? Like recently, when I just joined this?
I'm making content, speaking about it online, etc. I don't know. Being
I haven't actually made content about it online. I don't plan to. I may have mentioned.
Yes, you have.
Yes, I may have mentioned, but that's not what my content is. You understand? Like, if I made a mention of it, then it's not serious form of content, which is why you might be like, turned away by it. You might be like, oh, he's making fun of it, but it's not my content.
We had a conversation with you the other day, and we were explaining to you about Earth curve, and you didn't know anything about what we were talking about. So if you had been a flat earther for so long, you would know about the Earth's radius, about how the drop over miles, You would have known what we were talking about, and you didn't know
Get him,
anything
bro.
about what we were talking about.
Yeah, I don't need to know those things.
No, you do. You do.
No.
Yeah, you do. Even if you're a baller, you
You
need to know
kind
those
of
things.
do, bro. You really kind of do.
Yeah.
It's like you basically lie all the time. Like
I
it's
may
always there, like
have to know
news
those things to explain to other people, but I'm not explaining anything to other people.
No,
I
you
just
need to know
what
those.
I know.
You need to know those to debunk it. Yeah, you need to know.
Well, that's weird because I'm not debating anyone. So
Well, it's fine. You need to know yourself so you can know for yourself. It doesn't matter. You don't need to debate. You need to know, right? If you're going to debate, you need to know still. So, yeah, you definitely need to. If regardless of the thing is, like when people come to this server and they want to start debating this flat Earth, the first thing you do is go, hold on, stop. Do you know the globe? Do you know the radius? Do you know these different elements? No, you don't. So step one, go learn that first. So yes, it's important whether you're a baller or a flat earther to know the claim that is on the table that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. It's
I think that's wrong, actually.
Well, then you're wrong.
No, I'll explain why. No, I'll explain
you don't need
why.
to explain. You don't have to explain anything. We've been doing this, bro.
Well, but
you're
here's
new.
the thing: there comes a teetering point because I feel that if I know that there's enough corruption to turn me away to think one way, but then I go to the other side and you tell me that I need to be indoctrinated into your side. You get what I'm saying?
There's no indoctrination, dude.
Well, it seems that way because look, I believe that the Earth is definitely not round, right? And
Yeah.
the reason I think that is because I notice corruption myself, right? I notice that
But
there's
that
far
doesn't prove
enough to
anything.
know that what they perpetuate is not true. But
that
then
doesn't
for you
prove
to tell
anything.
me that I need to learn absolutely everything that you know is also not going to happen.
That's not what I said.
Can I help you guys out here? Can I help you guys out?
Yeah,
I'm
help us
actually,
out,
I'll
help
let
us
you
out.
know, I'm going on my own intuition. Like, I actually fall under the exact same category this guy does. He's going on his own intuition. I'm going on my own intuition. Let me just ask a simple question. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? None? All right, then. The Earth is flat.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I mean, what are you going to do?
Wait, let me just clarify really quickly, Orion, because you made a good point there. But I didn't say you had to know all this stuff. I just said you need to know the claims that are on the table, right? If you go knock on your neighbor's door, hey, what shape is the Earth? Oh, it's a globe. Okay, well, what size is it? Well, I don't know. Let me just Google it real quick.
I would answer, you don't know that it's a globe. And when they say, well, yeah, I do because of this, I'll go, well, that thing's not real. And I'll explain why there's corruption involved and how it's like how laundering companies are perpetuating that. Like, that's what I'll do.
Yeah, that's fine. But that only introduces skepticism into the person you're speaking to. That doesn't prove anything. Go ahead, Orion.
Well, so I would suggest saying that don't criticize him by saying he's not a flat earther or whatever you were saying before. Let's say he is a flat earther, but criticize him for having a lack of motivation.
Yeah.
Okay, that was me. I was criticizing him because he said he was a flat earther from the beginning, never believed in the ball, and I just wanted to know whether he knew the actual measurements and curvature of the Earth if he's been a flat earther for so long. That was why I was getting at that.
Yeah, he's so unmotivated, it's pointless to even ask him that. Like, it's like you might as well ask a brick wall that question.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so I do think it's important to know the claim that is on the table because that's what you're up against.
Well, to help you with that, I am looking into more of that stuff now. So.
All right. Well, that's good. That's good. Well, because that's the thing that you have to go out and test those claims. Right? Because they're telling you that, hey, it's this globe with this size. Here's the geometry. So you just go test that geometry. What are you testing
I already
if
know
you don't
a lot
have
of
those
contradictions that I've invested myself in, which is why I feel I know enough, but it's in specifics. So like when you say specifics about things you know, I may not be too keen on it or know a lot about it. But like, for example, I was backing up someone the other day in another server. I don't know if you guys know him, Dan the water guy or something.
I know Dan a lot, man.
Yeah, anyway, he was getting attacked by 3 people about gravity being a law and whatnot, and I hopped in and I defended him because I said gravity in no way is a law because it can't be proven, because I do know about that part, and I know why too, because even in the Glober's definition or whatever, the thing is they never figured out that with the black hole, that giant one that they're claiming is in the center of the galaxy called Sagittarius A, they have no understanding on how that affects motion, because gravity, would not even be a thing if they factor that in and figured out what percent that affects motion at, because it clearly has an effect since it, in their terms, moving their galaxy. So yeah.
Bro, what? Nothing's moving.
I think you point out, hey Bailsong, keep in mind what you just told us. Like any argument, any debate between any 2 individuals about what you just told us about, keep in mind this falls under the category of what is it? Derivative arguments. Derivative arguments are not main arguments, base arguments. And it's important to just focus on base arguments, because you can't have derivative arguments without base arguments. So they can't have their heliocentric model without a direct measurement of curvature. So
I get what you're saying.
So yeah, talking about black holes and the vacuum of space and having any kind of debate or discussion about them, really, it's the intellectual equivalent of talking about fairies and debating about fairies in Netherlands or Narnia. All right. When in fact the debate about Narnia is really more about whether or not Narnia itself exists or not. You could debate about the fairies.
I get what you're
really
saying.
The bigger question is, does Narnia even exist? Period.
The way I look at it is, even if it's nonsensical to go that route, I believe that if you poke enough holes in the arguments that people present, then it will point out their flaw. Like, because I know that there was no point in pointing out the whole, black hole and all of that stuff, but I was just pointing it out to the avail of there not being gravity or any proof of it. But yeah.
I think it's pretty simple, guys. I mean, if it's a sphere, there would be a curve. There's no curve with the math that they've given us.
No curve. Isn't that funny? It really is that simple. There's no curve. That's it. You don't even have to get into guess. There's no curve.
What is that?
A curve has to be there. It's really that simple. And they want us to look at the stars and the moon and black holes. There's no curve.
In their mind, they get the curve back if they tell you that there's seasons and that the moon does this or that or the sun does this or that. All of a sudden, there's curve again, but you have to keep reminding them that it's not there.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Logic seems to just go out the window when you go up in a belief system.
You guys want to talk about airplane routes?
Well, I may be the only person here who hasn't accepted any model. I don't know about you guys. I know a lot of you just gone, yep, it's definitely flat, it's definitely this, it's definitely got dome on it. I don't do any of that. I just go, what the fuck is it? I'm still waiting for this curve. I'm not anticipating it like, oh, we're definitely going to find it. No, I might be waiting forever at this rate. So I don't know what it is. But it does fascinate me, these actors everywhere. Don't you think? Like every time we look into a little thing that's gone off, that's swaying public opinion, we just dig below the surface, just that veneer. They're actors. What's going on? And now they've come into this server. Well, I suspect they were there a long time ago, long before I got here. And it's funny. I just I want to get to the bottom on it. I don't know. I was talking about this with that, what's his name, Forte. I've got suspicions about this guy too. But I was telling him about this thing called the Smith-Mundt Act in America. I don't know if you've heard of it. But it basically came in 1948 from Nazi Germany. The idea was that they weren't allowed to propagandize their own people. This is America, right? And then it's overturned in 2012 by Obama. All right, think about this, and just think about how much outdoor theatre there was after 2012, shall we say? I mean, there were plenty of psyops before that too, but technically they were illegal. Isn't that funny? Because we live in a contract place. This is a contract realm. From the moment you're born,
obvious, I think.
From the moment you're born, you signed over to the government. Literally, as soon as you sign that, your parents sign that birth certificate. Boom. That's you. That's your straw man, Bill. That's why they're so upset for your signature. And every time you click to submit to something, right? That's who they're sending the bills to. And you get that, right? I mean, this Forte, he didn't have a fucking clue what I was talking about. I'm like, dude, if you're going to start somewhere, you need to start there. That's a really good place to start. All right? Living man, straw man.
I heard on the radio today.
I see Professor Sasha's here.
I think another good thing to look at is not everywhere in the world, but I know at least in America, for example, just about 85% of everybody all believed in Santa Claus at one point in their lives.
Mic check.
I never did, but I believed in the globe for a long time.
15%. There you go.
Whoever said mic check. Yeah.
Mic check. Good,
yeah,
dude.
dude. Yeah, dude.
You guys are talking, and maybe there's a question about fairies. There's an expert on the panel here, Lev Kung Fu, man. He's checked out the whole fairy thing. He's got quite an extensive book collection on fairies. So if anybody was doubting that those things are real, Lev might be able to clean that up for you.
It's all about history.
Can they demonstrate one to exist?
That's different. You need to take your own faithful path in that kind of sense. You know what I mean? It's like with any kind of spirituality. It is spirituality, basically. It's just a different name which we've not really heard or taken seriously, and especially how you've used it today and stuff like that. It gets used like that all the time because what believing fairies? Are you stupid? What believing flat Earth? Are you stupid? You see with the similarity, and also it comes from Disney.
No, I don't see the similarity.
Well, in the sense of like when you were a glober, you flat Earth, some globers just think flat Earth's stupid, don't they? That's why they don't look into it. You know what I mean, and stuff like. That's why they think they're right when they're trying to debate us and all that kind of stuff. Like they can't win. You know what I mean, and stuff like. In the same sense, if you're going to debate me about fairies, you're debating every spiritual culture that exists, and every spiritual philosopher, guru, or whatever is kind of like on my side of it as such. And also in like flat Earth, everybody who believes in giants is also from the same culture of what I'm talking about. It's like the giant beings or whatever else and all them kind of things are also like embound in its history and all that kind of stuff, like, and its language and all these kind of things and stuff like.
Well, I believe that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Otherwise, they can be dismissed. Should be dismissed.
I don't know what to do.
So giants existing, that's an extraordinary claim. Fairies existing, that's an extraordinary claim. Claiming that the Earth is a ball, that's an extraordinary claim. Claiming the Earth is spinning, that's very extraordinary. And, the vacuum of space, the existence to that is also an extraordinary claim. So all of these claims, including Bigfoot, they require extraordinary evidence. Otherwise, they should be dismissed. Though keep in mind, I'm not saying that fairies don't exist. I'm just saying I don't feel like I have a reason to believe they exist.
Do you believe in spirituality?
Well, I suppose so.
So that's the same thing. So if I say that my ancestors.
Wait, what do you mean by spiritual? What do you mean by believe in spirituality? We got to clarify this. I acknowledge that consciousness is seemingly a supernatural thing within itself. Is that what you mean by spirituality? And there probably is a God, but I don't know what his face looks like. Is that spirituality?
I suppose it's wide brush, and lots of people could take it in different ways and stuff like that. One element of it is passing on and your conscience living on and all that kind of stuff. So, as an example, is if your parents, your family members pass on, and if you get evidence of those still existing once they've passed on, it's a lot of people get that, and then they start going to spiritualist churches and all that kind of thing, become open to that kind of subject because they've actually experienced it. And so when people have experienced things, that is your fundamental evidence. But a lot of people aren't worthy because they're blinded with fluoride, the globe, TV, whatever distraction they can to turn you away from what our reality is supposed to be.
So you're saying a supernatural encounter is the evidence that an individual can have, but no one's ever caught it on camera, and you can't make it happen spontaneously. On purpose. Can't make it happen on purpose.
You can teach yourself to open your third eye and experience it that way.
Yeah, the thing is, it's kind of like, the thing is, it's just like Bigfoot. It falls into the same category in the sense of someone will tell me they've had an encounter with Bigfoot out in the woods. I've never had an encounter with Bigfoot out in the woods. And so it's really just their word and my own discernment. I mean, what do you want me to do? You want me to just say, oh, well, he seems pretty convinced himself, so I guess Bigfoot must exist. No, I can't just say that. I can't just say Bigfoot exists just because this guy's so convinced he had an encounter with Bigfoot. In the realm of objective reality, I require a Bigfoot in a cage or not, whatever, just one that I can see myself and understand is tangible. I shake his hand, great, done.
Have you ever seen a UFO?
Are you going to make a bad analogy to say that, I've never seen a football game, whatever? Are you about to make a bad analogy?
No, I've seen UFOs, but if you've never seen a UFO, then does that mean that UFOs aren't real? But I've experienced it.
I thought you said, I didn't realize you said UFO. I thought you said something else. Well, no. I've seen one or two UFOs, yeah. You can call them on camera.
People haven't seen them. So if anybody says that they've not seen one, they'll say that, well, you're just saying fairy stories, which is actually a literal explanation.
No.
Which kind of explains that they are fairies.
This is a bad analogy. This is a bad analogy. So UFOs, in the very term itself, it's unidentified flying object. That's what UFO means, unidentified. So let's underline the unidentified part. So this means that the observer is observing it, making a log of it, but not making any claims about it. So what's the problem here? Understand? Where's the problem here? Explain to me.
UFOs are supposed to be classed as fairies.
No. That's what I'm trying to say. That's an observed thing. If you can catch one of these things, whatever they are, whoever put them there on camera, have you again?
You've observed a fairy.
I'm not you can't make a UFO come out of thin air, but you're mixing two things up.
I'm
pretty sure what I saw was man-made. If you want to guess, but I don't know because I'm not going to make claims. I'm not going to get ahead of myself.
Hey, Orion.
It could be paper.
Can I ask you something, Orion?
In the sky.
Yeah.
Do you pray? Do you pray, Orion, or have you ever prayed and then something from that prayer, came true, or have you ever done that or not?
Yeah, I was raised Mormon, and I prayed even a little bit here and there, even after I left that religion. But I haven't prayed for a while, and none of my prayers really seem to come true. But I don't know. Maybe they made my food more nutritious. I was raised to do it before meals.
I was going to say, like if you've prayed and then something, not straight away, but a little bit down the track ends up taking you into a path where is what you were praying about. Is that not classified as supernatural?
Well, it never happened to me, so I wouldn't even have that bucket to fill.
Even like practicing a prayer is like acknowledging like the middle kingdom, that kind of spiritual realm and stuff like which we're talking about. So for you to argue against it and actually practice it, and you've also witnessed UFOs and stuff like that kind of thing. Well, actually, if it's man-made, then maybe it's a different looking. It depends what kind of UFO experience you had.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, UFOs can very, very, very easily be military hardware that's just being used in odd place and odd time. I mean, the likelihood of that is so high that comparing that with the subject of fairies is crazy. Like, you cannot compare the two. Not even by a long shot.
I've seen UFOs which will look like light. The first time I saw one, like this is back in 90s and stuff like. I've been to the cinema with my dad and stuff, and on way back and in car park, putting car away, I'm looking up at the sky and stuff, and I saw this light coming across. I'd seen one week before actually, so I'll reset. So I see this light coming across the sky. It's very high. It looked like above clouds or whatever and stuff like. It was clear, so you couldn't really tell as such, but just a light. You just going one speed, going across the sky. I told my dad about it, and he's like, "Oh, it's a satellite, is that not a UFO?" Because I thought it were a UFO, and like a spacecraft, and so I believed him because it was that constant speed and stuff like. And I thought, yeah, I can kind of could gather that or whatever and stuff like. It's years ago kind of thing like, but so when a few weeks later I've been to the cinema, we come back and I pointed up in the sky and I saw like another one coming across and another one behind it, so it's like there were two, and it's like once it kind of got like overhead, it's still again clear night and it looked really high kind of thing like. It did a 90-degree turn and like went like light speed or whatever, and other one did the same thing. So my dad witnessed it as well. So it's like, no longer satellites, which is probably why they want people to believe in satellites. You know what I mean? So like the space program is much more than like hiding flat Earth as such. Like it's about hiding your divinity really, and much more about this world and stuff like. So any space like Starlink and all that kind of thing, they'll create excuses for what it is potentially. I do believe that government can create technology and stuff like that. I see him as I don't know. I don't even see him as human or even biological and stuff like that kind of thing. Like, but
I'm pretty sure they don't see you as human either.
They probably hate us. They don't like any of us, like, because we're talking about everything which kind of breaks up what they want and stuff like. But yeah, so last year, a year and a half ago or so, I saw a cigar-shaped UFO. This one in daytime. Now this looked physical. You know what I mean? So you could say physical, man-made in that kind of way or whatever and stuff like that. But I don't think humans made it. You know what I mean? Cigar-shaped UFOs have been seen for quite a long time, kind of thing, like in terms of modern times. Anyway, I don't know about really long in past and stuff like that kind of thing, like. But like since cameras say.
Well, there is one thing you should keep in mind. So, since there is no vacuum of space, and we live in a closed system, there is no vacuum of space to go to. Earth is it. You were born here, you're going to die here. There is no other place. I'm
likely
no other place that your body can even, hold its shape physically. Like if you could leave this place, you probably wouldn't want to anyway. It probably wouldn't be vacuum space. It'd probably be someplace even more hostile. But the point is this is the only place we're ever going to be. It's the only place anyone's ever been, as far as we know. And it's not to say that these technologies are necessarily new. I'm not even saying I necessarily believe that there's a lot of hidden technology that's been kept under wraps and held by secret societies. But the thing is, you can't really rule it out. So even if what you're saying is true, it's not to say it's just hidden technology.
But it's unlikely. It's like if the government's been using cigar-shaped UFOs, well, there's so many different types of UFOs as well. So it's like which of the government really using, which is most really efficient for what they want it for, and all that kind of stuff. And really, the government using all these, I don't believe that all of them would be the government's. I think they're trying to achieve things like that kind of thing. Like in a way, I don't know, with his levels of technology, I believe that we've got, which is probably scarier than that.
Just remember, we are literally running around on the ruins of each other, century after century, millennia after millennia.
Yeah, but there's different.
I mean, think about it, and it's just like, yeah.
And we got Little G in the house, VC verified.
I was just going to put a cherry on top of that as well. I know we've seen bones of these giants and all that, but I was just going to say I'm currently reading about druids and Celts and these older civilizations, and there are a lot of things said where they say they sang, they'd have a drink and they'd sing about their heroes, and they'd sing about them as if they were giants. And now we have also been told that they were smaller than us. I actually believe it's the opposite, but I think they were sort of 6'5", 6'3". I think they were bigger people due to nutrition and all sorts of extra stuff we can't really talk about here. But that makes a lot of sense to me. Doesn't it make sense to you as well? They sang about them as if they were giants. Because that's what we tend to do as humans, isn't it? I caught a fish this big. Right? Anyway, sorry, carry on.
I heard someone say the other day that Trump is bigger than life.
Wow. That's a hell of a claim. It's a hell of a claim.
If I spoke about the giant.
They were actually saying it because they were talking about the concept of politicians being fat and how they can make up for it with personality. And how he's not really that fat, but he's like a little bit fat, but he makes up for it in his personality. Same thing with Chris Christie. I still hate Chris Christie.
Little G. VC verified. You want to talk? Nope. Okay.
Little G's been a member for 3 years.
She's VC verified. What's up with that?
Well, I don't know. I think he's silver. I'm pretty sure he used to be.
No.
He's been around for a long time. It might be a new account. He's got a couple with that same name. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, it might be, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah,
right,
G's been around for a long time.
Any other newbies in here? No? All right. Carry on. You bunch of fairies. Carry on.
The stories about the giant trees could have been misinterpreted as like giant beings and all that kind of stuff as well. But
sorry, I have to step in. This Little G is not the Little G we know. He is a different character or a different account. I'm in another server with the Little G that we know, and he's an admin.
Right, yeah.
Just
that's why I was like,
little account. So I have no idea who this one is.
Threw me off.
But
Justin, he does have a couple of accounts as Little G.
I'm just letting you know he's on a different account.
Yeah. I know that he's got two Little G accounts. So
okay,
probably
sure.
Yeah. It's the same dude for sure. Sometimes he'll have both of them in his server. I don't know why he's got this one over here. Maybe he just bounces back and forth and listens. I don't know what he's doing, but he's a pretty good kid anyway.
Anybody had any spiritual experiences that they know of, that they've had directly?
Only on mushrooms.
Shout out to the shrooms.
Experience? What kind of experience are you looking for, mister?
Any. I mean, like seeing something, or like almost like an apparition, or alternatively seeing something like in your third eye sense and stuff like that kind of thing. Does anybody have eye migraines? Or do you know what an eye migraine is?
All the time, and it coincides with a ringing in my ear as well. Lasts about 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's like that.
Yeah, well, they say somebody's talking about you if you hear that ringing in your ear. Like, oh, somebody's talking about me. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, it just goes, all of a sudden, it just goes, and then for about 10 seconds, and then it just disappears.
Yep. Yeah, that's an interesting phenomenon.
I can't remember.
Anyway,
You get this distortion of light in your vision, basically. It should start in about the center of your vision, and it kind of like distorts out and goes into like a trail kind of thing, like around.
Yeah, I get that. Occasionally, and it sometimes it goes fractal as well. It seems to only be in one eye, but I thought I had a problem with my vision.
See, scientists we don't have like an actual official explanation for what it is as such. So
yeah, but it lasts about an hour and then it goes away.
Oh, that sounds quite a long time.
Yeah, I know. It can get annoying. But it's like you look in different. It's like there's something in your eye, and then you look in different directions, and it actually follows where you look. And it's like goes a bit 3D as well. Like it's weird.
You can close one eye and it's still there. You know what I mean? It's not one. It's not like your eye that's doing it. It's your pineal gland that's doing it.
Yeah, but it seems to be more in one eye. But yeah, you're right. You close that eye that it's happening in, and it's still in the other eye. But I've been working on that for like where you're talking about the pineal gland. I've been drinking distilled water for 6 years, and I meditate daily. So I've had some very weird experiences.
Where's your meditations taken you?
What's that? Sorry?
Where's your meditations taken you?
Oh no, nothing like that. But I kind of I feel like I'm lifting out of my body sometimes, but nothing any more prominent than that so far.
I'll have to teach you. I've got some methods and stuff like.
And send me a DM. I'm really interested. I'm into the.
I read a book a while back, a few years back, that was about the monks that do this meditation stuff, and they sit there and they cross their legs and they make that sound. They claim that vibration stimulates your pineal gland when you make that vibration. If you get the right tone or whatever, that's what it said in this book, that they can sit there and stimulate their pineal gland and have it release some, I guess it's DMT or whatever, and then they have these experiences or whatever. So I don't know how true that is, but that's what the monks, this one monk wrote a book about it. I read it years and years ago.
Well, it seems to be. I have this tone on my headphones, and when you do the when you get the right tone to match the tone in your headphones, it like sends this vibration through your body. It's really weird. So you can practice reaching that tone. You know what I mean? Anyway.
It's really weird.
Weird, mate.
That's pretty much what they claimed in that book. Once you get practiced up and you can recognize the proper tone or whatever, and then you just keep doing it, and then pretty soon everybody's doing it. But anyway, they manifest themselves some visions and whatever else. Who knows? I don't know if I'm going to sit with my legs crossed and go for very long to see what happens, but
sitting with your legs crossed can be a distraction, because it's like you're contorting your body into something. Maybe like you should be an expert at doing the meditation first before you start crossing your legs and stuff like. So you meditate without it. You know what I mean? And you can be more in your head, I suppose. If you're creating contortions, it's putting your mind there. You know what I mean? So your mind's expanding from where your head is to where that is like in Kung Fu. If you punch with your fist, all your weight's in your fist as well. So I can pull you over quite easily. And Wing Chun, we punch from elbow. So we're not really committing in the same way and stuff like. We are fully committed, but at the same time, we're not committing all as body to it. You know what I mean? So somebody can just pull us over in that kind of way. So we know where to put us mind in a sense. So in the same sense, you can put your mind where your third eye is to try and see through your third eye. You know what I mean? Instead of trying to see through your eyes as such. So like as an exercise, just trying to see that way with your eyes shut and trying to see kind of thing is a method. To like try and sharpen it up and all that kind of stuff like.
Yeah, I'm no expert on any of it. Like I said, I just read that one book, and there's more to it than that. But it was 10 years ago or more when I read that. So
yeah, I'm quite into that kind of stuff, like with Kung Fu and all that kind of stuff. Well, that's like my inspiration, is the spiritual side of stuff. And Kung Fu's like, I thought I'd find it in martial arts, so I explored in martial arts, and then eventually found the Chinese martial arts seem to go more into your light body, your chakras, and your dantians, and all these kind of things and stuff like. So yeah, they seem to know all about it in that kind of way. Pressure points and all them kind of things and stuff, or acupuncture, qigong exercises, which is basically like light work and that lot, using energy and all that kind of stuff, and using your auric energy. So you're kind of like you're expanding on that power. They have a saying that if your qigong is no good, your kung fu will never be good. So you need to practice your qigong more importantly than your kung fu as such.
That would be terrifying, getting beat up by you, dude. Honestly,
sorry.
It'd be terrifying getting beat up by you.
But no, you're safe with me.
Oh, good.
I used to be, like ninjas and all that kind of thing, and whatever, I mean. But it's like ninjas are deceptive, you know what I mean? So I adopted to like Shaolin when I found that, because it's much more pushing yourself to limits, seeing what level you can get your body to, or position and all that kind of stuff. Like you see like Shaolin monks practicing a set, you know what I mean? And they're like going into all these different positions of just flowing through it. And you should be able to do that at their ages. And they're like, getting into their ages like 120 and they're still practicing, you know what I mean? And they can get into these positions or whatever and stuff like that. Like it's no problem. And we should be able to do that. Everybody should be able to do that naturally. Unless it's too stunty. You know what I mean? That takes a bit more dexterity or whatever, but you know. But they seem to be able to do it anyway. But it's mind, body, and spirit in it. So like the physical showcasing of Shaolin is an example of the mind and the spirit that they've got and stuff like. One thing I like to tell people, like Wing Chun, which we stand central. We don't stand sideways and stuff like that kind of thing. So we're following the center line. With that, with the mind, body, and spirit, you're putting it in body. You know what I mean? And in spirit and your mind is like keeping things on your center line. What's most important and all those kind of things and stuff like. So when you put your intention is when you put your spirit into it and stuff like that. That's just central. But if it were my fist, then we keep his fist on center as well. So your fist is relaxed. You're kind of coming from your elbow and all that kind of stuff like. But it's basically in front of your heart. So we say that you punch from the heart in physicality and in reality. You know what I mean, and stuff like. So when we put our intention into that, you know what I mean, we're flowing through with that energy and stuff like that. And yeah, it's like that martial art move, but the extrapolation of it into real life, where you're trying to make a speech or deliver a message or whatever and stuff like that, you need to punch from the heart. You know what I mean? Because that's how to live. You know what I mean? It's how to take the best advantage of what you can from Kung Fu. You know what I mean? And what it can teach you about life and all those kind of things and stuff, and what you do, what you deliver and says. You know what I mean? In that kind of way and stuff like. So in mind, body, and spirit, once you practice that, it starts working on your light body energy. So you start acting that way as well. So like when you get people like Bruce Lee or any of these other stars, which seem to be more energetically based than others, you know what I mean? It's like Bruce Lee, it looks like looked upon as like a super person or whatever and stuff like that. But it's because his chi will kind of a certain way, you know what I mean? Whereas most people are stuck in a day-to-day job and they come home and they do the same thing all the time and all that kind of stuff, and they're not getting that release to their aura energy, and so they can be fluent in life and all that kind of stuff like.
I was just thinking if you were like pounding on me and you're going, no, I mean, and I'm going, no, I don't know what you mean. I just don't know. Have you got a translator at all?
Am I going too fast?
She could tell them and they could explain. I'm just fucking with you, kid. You know I am. No, I'm just being silly. Yeah, that's some of it that I got through there. That was good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm a bit lazy. Me, that's my problem.
Well, Wing Chun is different. It comes from Shaolin, but it's not based on the animals, so it's kind of unique in that sense. It's based on the human body and stuff like. And this is the most difficult lesson to teach people: is to relax. You know what I mean? Quite often people come to a lesson for the first time and you tell them to put the hand in a punch position and they're all tense, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. Teach them how to relax is like the most difficult thing for them to kind of grasp in the head and stuff like that kind of thing.
Well, I'll tell you which I am. Somebody ran at me one night across the road, Friday night, you know how it is, everybody's had a drink, and he come running at me and I just punched him in the face because I thought, well, there's nothing I can do here. I was fighting a lot when I was a kid. But I did more damage to me. I broke my finger and it needed to be rebuilt and all sorts of shit, and it were awful. No, I'd rather just try and be nice and get on with folks. But I didn't have a choice.
That's it, yeah.
I didn't have a choice. What could I do? There's nothing I could have done. And then I went and found him afterwards a few weeks later, and I was like, you bastard, look what you done to my hand. Anyway, but I mean, because, you know.
They say that you're supposed to hit hard points of body with soft, like your palm.
I only had a second to react. Come on, Jedi. Give me a break. Cut me some slack.
No. Look, I'm not judging you. I'm just saying.
You can tell from my attitude.
Soft points with hard, like your fist.
Well, I know now.
Yeah, you learned the hard way.
You absolutely do. So, but I'm more of a lover than a fighter, to be honest. Although I've had plenty of fights. The irony of it is, I'd say it's 50-50 on win-loss ratio, but I felt awful both times. I felt worse probably when I won. So, yeah, fighting's not really for me, I figured.
I'm not a fighter. I don't go into competitions or all that kind of thing. I just train myself and, well, in classes or whatever and stuff like that. Like I say, it's about life, not, you know what I mean? One of the lessons is that you are your own worst enemy. You know what I mean? So it's like most times people cause their own fight. You know what I mean? So the more you learn about it, the more protected you are because you've kind of already gone through the. You know what I mean? So you kind of you've won so many fights because of that thought process and stuff like. You know what I mean?
No. I think you're breaking up there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I forgot what you said as I was going through it. to link it together, kind of thing. Like, so I think
you were saying like, well, it started saying he said I'm more of a lover than a fighter, and you were saying you were going on about life is more about life rather than destruction. Kind of, it sounded like that's the path you were going down with where you were taking it, or a lesson.
you're your own worst enemy. So if you prefer to be a lover than a fighter, knowing that you're your own worst enemy, as an example of what Kung Fu teaches you, keeps you out of fights. You know what I mean? Because if you're a person which starts to kind of put yourself into a position, you know what I mean, which is going to get you hurt, you know what I mean, or you know, like just like vocally, you know what I mean? Do you know, like laws of attraction, for example? You're supposed to act a certain way for laws of attraction to work. There's probably a path in there that would just get you in trouble all the time. You know what I mean? I've known people which get in trouble all the time and stuff like that. And I've told them, you know, about like being their own worst enemy and stuff. So I didn't have to teach them any like physical combat techniques or all that kind of thing. But the message, the spirituality, the philosophy, makes them have a new approach on life. So they can enjoy being a lover rather than being a fighter. You know what I mean? And like I say about relaxation, it teaches you how to relax rather than, because a lot of martial arts, I put it into 3 different categories. You've got sport arts like boxing, you know, all them kind of things and stuff like, and then you got war arts, when martial arts were designed for actual war and stuff like that kind of thing. There's a lot of them kind of styles. Now, I don't think that's good for your auric frequency. But if you're going to learn martial art as a spiritualist, a life art, as that's what I'd call it, kind of thing, then you're doing it in a completely different way, kind of thing. Like, you know, I mean, you're not going to be putting yourself in danger and all those kind of things. Bruce Lee was a film star, not a fighter as such. I suppose he was a fighter as well, but he was very dedicated to it and sending a message and all that kind of stuff. Like, but
well, the other thing about me is I'm quite blessed because I'm just a good size. I'm like 5'10". I'm not really fat at all. I can run really fast. So just in case, you know.
There's also karma, isn't there? You know what I mean? There's spiritual consequences for if you do bad stuff. You know what I mean? And so, and again, that's anything. It doesn't have to be fighting. You know what I mean? It's whatever you do in life. That's what I mean. It's a life art. So whatever I learn from there, I can like teach here. You know what I mean? And stuff like. And again, it's got nothing to do with fighting. And as such as like.
So would you say karma is intention based?
Universe based. It's like a response. It's like.
Right, universe based, but universe based, but in the sense of like your intentions behind the things that you actually do. Oh, okay.
You know if you're doing something wrong, don't you? You know what I mean, and stuff like.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
How you treat people, everything in it.
Yeah, karma just means action. That's all.
There's also dharma, which is the opposite of karma. That's like the good side.
Well, I'm just going from Alan Watts because I've listened to that many hours of that man. It's not even fun. I don't think there's a talk that he gave that I haven't listened to. Yeah, so if you're looking for anything Eastern spirituality, I'd certainly recommend him.
Yeah,
and it did used to be a Catholic priest as well, which is weird. Which I said that in here once, and everybody was like, no, but yes, he did.
So his son's taken over the Alan Watts Foundation, and
is that right?
They've just released. I've got the book on Audible, and so it's a compilation of all of his talks, all put together into. I think it's about 8 hours of it. Really good.
It's hard. It's hard. Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff though, Tim. Mate. But it's weird to think that it would shit-faced pretty much for most of them talks because he doesn't sound it, does he? Because that's the dangerous spiral I was in. You see, I was drinking a lot, and my hero basically was Alan Watts, who was also a drunk. So, it's like, hey, look, he seems to be having a good time with it.
I've got loads of books on it and stuff, on loads of subjects. I kind of went on a buying hard the past year. I find them cheap on eBay sometimes, so just gonna go for it.
What sort of books you talking about?
Loads. There's one on like Tai Chi meditation, transcendental
meditation.
Yeah. Green Man, like a religion based on the Green Man. I don't know. This is like more to do with like coming from the trees and all that kind of thing. I think, I mean, I'm not really sure, but I made some videos. I did it on Dude's channel about over a year and a half ago now, making an argument that we came from the trees, like life did. You know what I mean? Rather than like the chain of monkeys to whatever, they kind of got a blind kind of gesture of where we came from. But I kind of think we come from the giant trees and stuff. Like, it's like they were probably so complex in what they could produce. We see like small plants can produce like vegetables and stuff, can't they? But the world's not what it was like years ago when we had the forest, the giant tree forest, like the connectivity of what it were. You know what I mean? Like its capacity to be like a brain and all that kind of thing. Like we could describe rainforests that we've got today must have been so immense. The complexity of that, maybe it were able to create life. And these super giant trees or whatever and stuff like were just abundant in creating different form. You know what I mean? Like depending what continent that part of the tree were in. You know what I mean? Like it's parts of a tree be underwater maybe and all that kind of stuff. Like maybe all plants did. You know what I mean? Maybe it was just widespread because it were like so complex. Any plant could, you know what I mean, or most plants did kind of create life maybe. You know what I mean? You look at them, you look at like everything follows the same pattern. We've all got like the golden ratio which connects us all together and stuff like that. And then when you like look at plants today and stuff like a tomato plant, it's got organs in its roots for like sugar, starch, storage and all that kind of stuff. Like it's kind of different to ours and different purpose, but you know what I mean. They've also got ovaries, we've got semen, all that kind of stuff. Like now what is it now? Thinking your germs, like your flower kind of plants and stuff like that. Generally, I've like the pollen turns into a sperm once it lands on the ovary and stuff like that kind of thing. But there are other plants like fern trees and all these kind of things that have motile sperm, which means it can move independently like humans, which is like, you know what I mean? That's kind of like a phenomenal thing, because like for a plant to be able to do that, it's showing you something, you know what I mean? I think it's quite awesome in a sense. I've got like loads of notes that I've written down and stuff like I need to add to videos and stuff like.
Yeah, I think I picked up about 3 words in that somewhere. Shall I call you Lev? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's
Lev.
fine, yeah. That's what people call me.
Cool. Yeah, I was just going to put cherry on top of that and say Crow 777 radio as well. I'd highly recommend. And one thing he always says is there's no lie in nature. And that's just puts a nice cherry on top of what you were just saying. I hope it was anyway.
Yeah, I've seen Crow 777 and stuff like, yeah. It's been about for years though, hasn't it, and stuff like. Is it still a globe?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Is it still a Glober? Crow 777. It's been around for years, like, but it weren't a Glober. It was still a Glober years ago when he did the lunar wave and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, he don't really. He basically implies flat Earth a lot, but he don't really go into it that much.
Yeah, when he was on his last one with David Weiss, he did.
Yeah, that was a good one with Owen. Is that the one you're on about?
Yep.
That was a really good one, actually. And he talked a lot about ether as well. Which I had a bit of a day of ether, you know, because I'd heard a bit this in the morning, and I thought, I'm just going to look into. I've literally looked into it for hours. I could count on probably 2 hands in hours. And then I listened to that at night, and Crow talked about ether for 5 minutes. So I'm like, wow, that's pretty synchronistic.
So I see the ether as like our macro. Like you're the micro, or I'm the micro. Everyone's their own micro, but we all share the macro. And the ether is like the chakra of what that is. You know what I mean? So we're living a giant chakra.
I'm not making any claims of what it is or isn't. The philosophy.
I'd like to say something.
The philosophy of it is pretty good. All right, Larry.
Yeah, so I'll say this about the ether, and for those of us who heard.
Breaking up, Larry. You're breaking up, dude. So Larry will come back and have another go in a minute, I'm sure. But yeah, I the philosophy behind it I find really interesting and seems sound. When Austin Winston talks about it, when I've heard other people talk about it, I'll be like, I'm not so sure. So I haven't really made my mind up on it yet.
It's in one of my videos I've included it kind of thing as part of the explanation of the realm and all that kind of stuff. Like, so you got a toroidal field which has a middle section. So like that would be like the flat plane that we're on in a sense and stuff like that. And because the toroidal field is moving, that kind of gives you a down. So you're not being pulled down. You know what I mean? There's no mass pulling you down. The entirety of mass were pulling us down, I'd be crushed to the ball. You know what I mean? Or at least cigarette ash would be. But it doesn't. It remains and keeps its structure. So, you know what I mean? Whatever's causing a down, it's not doing it with that kind of, you know, mass attracting mass, you know what I mean, and stuff like. So with ether being a medium that moves around us, it's like time. We move through time, don't we? You know what I mean? It's like, what does the Earth move through time? You know what I mean, and stuff like that kind of thing. When you look at in sensors and stuff like that kind of thing, like. But it's like that's the flow of it. You know what I mean? I suppose like the stars, the luminaries, and all that kind of stuff are all part of that kind of world as well. I see it as like a different medium to what we're in. You know what I mean? Like the moon, it might look spherical or solid or whatever and stuff like, but I don't believe it is. You know what I mean? It's just light in a sense. But well, maybe it's more than light and stuff like that. Maybe it's like because it like astrology, how it all affects your moods and all that kind of thing. So I think it's important in all that kind of sense. So as the chakra flows and all that kind of stuff, and you know, working and responding to it. Just let it come back.
As I said, when I've listened to Austin Whitsey talk about it, he's very coherent, and it sort of makes sense to me. But when I've heard other people talk about, don't forget, when there's a lot of different forms of versions of this ether, and go up. So there's a bit of an issue there. But yeah, I ain't fully committed to anything. just I don't know is where I'm at with it.
Yeah. I mean, that's right to be like that. That's what I believe it is at the moment. I've not got any other alternative and all that kind of thing, and it seems to fit with everything else. Like so, that's why I'm saying that's what it is. But in the same argument,
Hey, so I had a quick question referring to what you said.
Me?
Yeah, I think it was you. About sticking to the ball. So, what is the Glober's explanation for gravity holding the 1 billion pounds of ocean to the ball, but like you said, we're not like smashed to it?
I'm not a Glober for one thing. It was just an example. You know what I mean? Like
no, I know. I'm just curious what they have, what they say about that. Like, isn't that kind of strange?
Contradictory, yeah. They would find excuses, don't they? You know what I mean? Like I said, gravity is really light and all that kind of thing. And yeah, everything's just an excuse. You know what I mean? It's like even the atmosphere should be tailing behind us and stuff kind of thing. What speeds that the say we're going? It's all contradictory.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
What was your question? I didn't understand that question.
So basically, gravity holds the ocean to the ball, and just the weight of the ocean is like how can we jump up? You know what I mean?
See, I don't think we'd be able to exist with the mass of the Earth, the entire mass of it. You'd be crushed. I don't think you'd be able to exist.
Right. No, I was just curious if there wasn't anybody defending the globe on here that could kind of clarify for me their train of thought on that, because it seems pretty ridiculous.
And they've not thought it through. That's what their problem is. They believed in it, they've settled on it, and they've just gone with it for a long time. You know, accompanied with a load of movies and stuff like that kind of thing that cement the idea, and just never questioned it.
I think they would say it's relative to the size and mass of something. So the mass of something. So if your body is getting attracted to the Earth, then your body is not that big, so the gravitational pull would not be that big. I'm not sure whether that's what they would say, but I think that's what they would say.
Yeah, makes you wonder, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's why they say things are heavier, because they have more mass. So the more mass is attracted to the Earth, so that's why they're heavier. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but
that's Newtonian physics, but Einsteinian physics
theoretical physics is a little different.
Bendy space-time.
Right, yeah.
Let's bend two concepts. Bend space.
Love that
bend
word.
time.
Theoretical. What an amazing word everybody goes by.
Twad, do you reckon that's correct, what their answer would be for why we don't get crushed?
Sorry? Go back to me. We're typing and not listening at the time.
I think he's gone anyway, so I got to get back to work. I'm listening.
I got given a book. Badly titled. When the Earth was flat. All the bits of science we got wrong. Right? And it makes out the moon landing's real and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's only got a small section on flat Earth, but it kind of uses that as its title, as introductory content.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too that like the military and there's a lot of governmental entities that have to assume that you're on a stationary flat plane, like flying and shit like that. People in the Navy, I think. Not sure if that's 100%, but
What, you're not sure what's 100%?
if isn't there like instructions and shit from telling people to assume that they're on like in the government or Air Force and shit that they're on a stationary flat plane?
Yeah.
Or am I mistaken on that?
Everything about flight is to assume a stationary, non-rotating Earth flat.
It's amazing. It's really amazing to me that people just don't. I think they just don't care, or they can't fathom why. But it's really wow, man. Beautiful. I'll tell you that much. Tell you what, though, I figured out how we're going to storm Antarctica, right? So we got to get some guys, on the same Navy boat that are, some renegades, and we'll just fucking go Admiral Byrd some shit,
Yeah, I don't think you'll be acting that tough when a destroyer rolls up on you and tells you to turn around.
Yeah, it's wishful thinking, right?
What are you going to do when you get there, man?
Honestly,
that's the other part.
I've thought that. It's just fucking curiosity, man. It's I feel like we'll never really know, and it's just what the fuck. Guys, I gotta get back to some shit. I'll be listening. You guys keep it classy.
Catch you later. If no one's talking, if anyone's got bot perms, we were listening to it was a interview with a Russian astrophysicist, a lady, and we kind of got maybe a quarter of the way through it. Does anyone have that? I think it only goes for half an hour, so it might be something good to listen to.
Oh, that's that one interview where he's like just asking her kind of questions about questions in science that don't make sense.
So he's doing it from he's saying he wants to make up a talk for his students. So he wants to interview her. Yeah.
That was a good one.
If anyone's can do that, maybe if we're not talking. I don't know. Anyone want to talk? I don't mind.
I can talk if someone else wants to or whatever and stuff like. But if I'm outvoted and if you want to watch stuff, then it's fine, kind of thing. Like,
no, if you want to talk, then there's no point putting anything on.
Cool. I
can see Jackie's in the room. She might want to talk to you, Lev. She's into a lot of that stuff.
I'm quite open-minded to a lot of it.
She's open.
I mean,
what exactly it is you want to talk about?
Lev's very spiritual.
Spiritual. spiritual, flat Earth, and most topics really. You know, I mean, I'm not really closed off to a lot of it and stuff like. I think there are some things which are, you know, I don't believe in or whatever and stuff like that. I can't think of any off the top of my head at the moment, but. No, I'm just new to being on Discord and stuff like that. I've been on like Earth Dude's channel for the past 3 years or something, so that were 24/7. So I didn't really see much of what everybody else were doing at time and stuff like. In terms of
I'm pretty new here too, so.
How long you been here?
Not that long. Maybe a couple months. So.
Oh, you're flat, yeah.
Well, I've been here a couple months. I've known that it is not a globe for maybe about a year now. Probably longer than that, but I guess confirmed it for myself like a year ago, something like that. I don't know. I haven't really kept track with the timing. I know because I came to it. I did a bunch of research, and then I was like, oh crap, I can't prove a globe, and I don't even want to think about it. So you just kind of like push it to the side till you're ready to face it again, you know? So there was like a gap in between when I started researching and when I actually accepted it.
You said you were already spiritual, weren't you?
Yes, I was already spiritual. I was already I've already been open to a lot of other things because of things that just happened to me over the course of my life, and I'm very intuitive, and I can connect to certain energies and things like that. So I'm very open-minded because people have been calling me crazy for a long time. So hey.
It's normal, I think.
What's one more thing? Yes, exactly. And that's kind of like why I kind of like looked into it. I'm like, what's the biggest, craziest thing out there? Flat Earth. Let's go check that out, right? And I did it almost in a mocking manner with the first time. I think almost everybody does, right? And then you're just like, I'm just gonna listen to this for, to go down the craziest hole there is, right?
I'd gone through everything, you know what I mean? It's like I didn't have time for it when I first saw it because I was truth seeking, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. So a couple of weeks later, I came across another thumbnail and I thought, I've gone through everything, you know what I mean? I might as well just watch it for entertainment purposes, you know what I mean?
Exactly, yeah.
I thought it was going to be funny, you know what I mean? But like, I didn't know what to expect. Like somebody like making fun of the night, you know what I mean? Like a satire thing or whatever and stuff like that. But no, it was a serious talk. Like, they were talking about the government and all that kind of thing, and how it fits into their agenda and all that kind of stuff. Like, and I kind of started thinking, like, because there were so many conspiracies I looked into, but it didn't make sense. There was something about it that it didn't add up. It's like, well, why are they doing this? You know what I mean? Like, like Freemasonry and satanic aspect of things, you know, the Luciferian side of things and stuff like that. Why is it all of the movies and all that kind of stuff? Like, you know, if the Earth's flat, then it explains why, you know what I mean? In that kind of sense.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think anybody looks into it thinking that, they're gonna take it serious, right? You're like, this is good for a laugh, and then you're like, wait a minute, how does that all make sense? Way more sense than all the other stuff.
You suddenly get slightly dizzy as you realise the Earth's not moving. It's like, hey, I do have to check the balance. Because in your mind, we're always that idea.
Yeah, right.
So.
Yeah, exactly, right. So how long have you been researching it all or into it all, or?
2015, I was flat. I was researching about maybe 6 months, 4, 5, 6 months on the internet before that. And I was doing like looking at comparing news before that and stuff like, because it's like what you had on your TV or whatever and stuff. And for a paper as well, iPaper, information it stood for, apparently. You know what I mean? Coincidentally, you know, it being an I, like you'll see an I and all that kind of stuff, like, so can you trust it and all that kind of thing. But it used to have a lot of expose type things in there and stuff like one of the things were the use of food banks, and because like we used to be like under 1,000 people using food banks, once it gone to like 20,000, it's like, you know, government didn't like it and stuff, that kind of thing, like, so they stopped putting food banks out. This is like during recession and all that kind of thing, so there were loads of people out of work and struggling, and there weren't enough work, and a lot of these jobs were fake jobs and all that kind of stuff. Were loads of documentaries and about people on job centre and all that kind of thing, like, but forgetting my train of thought now.
Yeah, you were going. I was.
All I can think of is about some people at job centre. I can't think of what the initial thing I was talking about. Nightmare.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it was either.
I could just go from there anyway.
It was how you got into it.
All right, yeah. So that was that time, you know what I mean, researching on news differences and all that kind of thing. Like I said, people were on job centre and with that iPaper, and they had that like a graph showing you all different, how many people are using it today and all that kind of thing. Like, it'd gone to 1 million people using it and stuff like. So that's when government stopped providing the food banks. So then all food banks were provided by like supermarkets and all that. You know, where food banks were available and stuff. So really, I mean, like, how cruel is that? You know what I mean? And this is back when I thought about the globe. We lived on the globe and didn't really question it and stuff like. But like, you could see how cruel the government were. You know what I mean? It's like, for years, people like, you know, like family members when I was a kid and growing up and stuff like that, but like start talking about how they're taking us money away from us, like we're talking about pensions and all these kind of things and stuff like. And it's like this, you know, they are. You know what I mean? It's like they were having an awake moment. You know what I mean? They started to speak about the opposition. You know what I mean? And they're supposed to be as leaders, not opposition. You know what I mean? And look at it today. You know what I mean? It's so much is exposed now. It's ridiculous. Like, you know, they're clearly not our allies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think most people understand that. I think even most people that are asleep kind of know that the government is not our allies. I think they just are they don't have the will to fight back, to beat down, you know, and they just live in acceptance of whatever they're told because they don't have the will to fight anymore. There's so much stress. There's so much, you know, there's so much pollution and, you know, the poisons and in the food and in the air, and people don't have the strength to fight back, so they conform and they roll over, you know?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm assuming you're talking about people, the people, but when you first started, I thought you meant the government. Because you could argue it's both, isn't it? It's both, really. Because the government ultimately could be a good thing, you see.
I mean,
I know it's difficult to accept, but it could be.
It could be if it could be if it was done correctly, if it was, you know, if it was monitored properly, if the checks and balances that were in place were actually used and used correctly. exactly. If they weren't trying to freaking kill us and and just usurp all our energy.
That's leadership, though, isn't it? These aren't as leaders overacting. If we did have leaders, we'd follow them, and we're obviously not. We've stood against them. It just in a stance, basically.
Yeah, well, I think and I think that most people most people are just dragging their feet, right? I think most people don't want to follow, and that's what it feels like. But people don't want to fight either, like I was saying, because they don't have the energy to fight. So I think at this point, people are just dragging their feet in protest, so to speak. Like, I'm just not doing it. I'm just not doing anything. I'm just like, that's what it feels like. It feels like, to me, energetically speaking, it feels like the world's almost trying to just give up. Like, I'm just not doing it anymore, and what are you guys going to do about it? Right? Like, if we all just sit down and do absolutely nothing, what are they going to do? It almost feels like that's what I'm getting from people. I don't know. I don't know if anybody can agree with that, but I know when I find myself out in public, it's like there's not a lot of people out. There's always people where I live anyway. There's nobody outside. There's nobody. Half the places are closed because they're not working. And it's just like, is everybody just giving up? And they're just like, I'm just going to stay home and say, fuck it.
Well, that's part of the intention. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people want you to stay in. You know what I mean? I think they want to, like, desocialize people. It's like you got, like, stuff like Facebook, which is, like, it's quite old now, and we've got so many other things now and stuff like even what we're using now. But this is different now. It's not really social. I mean, yeah, it is a big part of my social life, but at the same time, there's a goal behind it. You know what I mean? It's more survival. If we don't do this, you know what I mean, then it's not going to be good for anything.
That surviving is not living, right? That's the problem.
Well, I mean, like, if we ignore what Barry has had in sand and ignore what the government's doing, then that's like the worst thing we could do, because it's basically going along with it. You know what I mean? We're causing our own mousetrap or something like that. I visualize a mousetrap sometimes, like if the government, once they get that opportunity to, like, have that trap completely set up, they'll just pull the pin straight away. You know what I mean? They won't care, and that's what I see it in a way. And they can't do it at this moment because we've got so much to achieve. You know what I mean? Before they can get it, like, fully automated, but we don't need people anymore. But
well, I think you missed. Yeah, how old are you, Lev? Sorry.
41.
Sorry?
41.
41? Holy shit.
Yeah.
I thought you were in your 20s. Oh my God, sounds so young. Wow.
Yeah, I do have a young voice. I mean, people told me that too, so.
I thought you were like 20, 21 or something. Wow.
I think everybody sounds young on here. Like, when sometimes people have said their age and stuff like that, and I thought you were younger and stuff like.
Anyway, I feel it's important to say that the government, even our government, was once for the people, by the people. It was a tool, you see?
Mm.
And it still is. And it could be used for good.
And no, it's corrupt. It's not anymore. You know what I mean? It's so far from it.
I think it needs to be completely trashed at this point, and a whole new.
We still need leadership.
Yeah, well, obviously, but I think
sense of direction.
I think leadership amongst ourselves is probably something that's people need to look more into, like building communities and things like that. It's going to be, I think, more of the future